Hello everyone and happy Halloween. This Halloween I wanted to do a best of supercut of my Reddit stories videos. This video is gonna be, I don't even know how long yet, but it's gonna be crazy. Thank you guys so much for the support you've been showing on my channel. I appreciate it and I hope you enjoy this supercut. Go follow my Instagram, join my Discord, we have fun there. You know, subscribe if you want more Reddit stories because they are not going to stop. So yeah, enjoy this and let's get into it. Crawling humanoid in Oregon. This started a few weeks ago, and I am honestly scared and wondering if anyone has experienced the same. The first time I noticed something, I was in a public place, a restaurant to be exact. It is a semi-expensive place where the waiters and waitresses wear white button-down shirts and black slacks instead of polo shirts and aprons. It was about 9 o'clock at night, and my father, my girlfriend, and myself were well into eating our food. The restaurant was kept dark, and we were in a booth, but from the corner of my eye, I spotted something down the row of empty booths and tables. It looked like a waiter, at least the clothes looked similar to one, but with very long dark hair. Whomever it was quickly crawling on the floor. It was fast, but it looked exactly like someone on their hands, ass tilted up, crawling on all fours. I assumed that a waiter had maybe dropped something and was looking for it. I laughed it off and mentioned it to my father. He stood up out of curiosity and looked over the booth behind him. No one was there. No one other than two women in dresses were even on that side of the restaurant. After he informed me of this, I checked as well. If it were a waiter, they would have had to crawl or walk by our booths to go anywhere, and no one had passed since I spotted them. We continued eating, and I forgot all about it. 2 days later, I spotted it again, and this time, I know I saw it. For a fact, 100% without a doubt, I saw the crawler. I still have a mark on my back to remind me of it. I do telework and work nights. My job consists of answering after-hours calls for some local doctor's offices, taking messages, putting important calls through to the after-hours doctors, and recommending patients call 911 if they call with real emergencies. We handle a total of 16 different offices in the area, and we aren't exactly busy. 3 to 4 work in a small ground floor office during the night. My cubicle and terminal face a large window that looks out the parking lot on the east side of the building. Every Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 9:30 p.m. until 8 a.m., I sit at my desk and answer the occasional blinking light. It was a Thursday night, and I hadn't taken a phone call for the 3 hours I had been there. As I leaned back in my office chair playing a game on my phone, I saw it, illuminated by a light pole that sat on a little concrete island just out of sight on the right side of the large office window. A figure rapidly crossed in front of the window. It moved fast, and I saw the shape of it from the top of my vision as I played my game. I lowered my phone and looked ahead into the dark outside the glass, and it crossed once more. It looked human, mostly. The hair was very long and unkempt, and what I had originally thought was a white shirt was actually tattered cloth that looked like it was once a shirt or the top of a dress. Discolored, but still light. Its head was turned unnaturally to the side as it skittered across, staring in with a blank look. The eyes were sunken, along with the cheeks. The mouth hung open and crooked, like what I would expect from a corpse. I couldn't make out teeth, couldn't see pants, but the back end of it was caked in filth. The back legs were skinny and malformed, possibly from walking on all fours with its dirty rear end arched up to the sky. I screamed when I noticed the face staring in and fell backwards in my chair, hard. My coworkers came over to see if I was okay, and I immediately told one, a large gentleman, to go lock the doors that led out, and told the other two, a bearded guy we called Finky and an older woman that never really talked to us, to go look out the window. No one saw a thing. No shapes, shadows, nor lights. No sounds came from outside, and nothing shook the doors. Only I saw the thing. I asked Finky, who was my supervisor, if I could go home early, seeing that they thought I was crazy. Even though I knew well enough to not describe what I saw to them, I made up a story about being through some stressful things in my home life and not sleeping well. In truth, everything had been fine until this, and sleep was never an issue before. The story worked, and Finky gladly sent me home for the night. I walked to my car with my key positioned between my fingers. Should I have had to punch whatever that thing was, I wanted whatever advantage I could get. Doing a slow, nervous run. If you'd ever been put in a position like this, you know the run I was talking about. I made my way to my Subaru Impreza and jumped in, immediately locking my doors. Instead of driving off immediately, I sat in my car with the engine running, scanning the parking lot. There was some concern for my coworkers, and honestly, I was fully mentally prepared to run down whatever in the hell this thing is. When I realized it wasn't anywhere to be seen, I drove through the parking lot, around the office buildings, and a few cars that sat in the lots looking for a sign of it. It was nowhere to be seen. I live a 25-minute drive from my work, a 25-minute dark drive through empty streets. During my drive, I thought I saw it twice in two separate highways, but this could have been my overactive and stressed imagination. The possible sightings did nothing to calm my nerves, but I made it home safely. My house is small, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, single-story house with siding and a single-car garage. I never park in the garage because I use it for my drums and exercise equipment. This night, I had wished it was empty, if only to provide safety for me when I got out of my car. Sadly, the only option was parking on the street. I parked and got my nerve up, opened my door, and ran into the front door of my house. Unlocking my door, which usually took a second, took almost 30 seconds because I was shaking so bad. Funny how fright ends up breeding more frightful situations. In an ideal world, we would keep our cool and act smartly, but that's rarely the case. Once I was in, I hit the alarm on my white all-wheel drive Chariot and locked my front door. I turned on every light in the house and did a thorough check. By now, I had realized that whatever it was had probably followed me. That chance wasn't to blame for me seeing it at a restaurant and then at work. Most people never see something like this, yet I saw it twice. I deeply wished and prayed that I would not see it again. Grabbing my baseball bat and a knife from my kitchen, I posted myself in a watch position on my couch and silently sat watching the front door and the windows with the blinds closed. Even if it was out there, I didn't want to see it. An hour or 12 passed as I stayed in this position. Time ceased to exist as I nervously waited for it to burst through my window or door and come running at me like a happy dog. Then my car alarm went off. I sat in my bright fortress and at first thought it was an electronic beeping from one of my tablets. Partially because I was so focused on sight that I had put my ears in a standby state. Partially because I had never heard my own car alarm before. It took me much longer than it should to figure it out, but I eventually did, and every chill possible hit me. Pulling my keys out of my pocket, I started hitting buttons to shut it up, and one did the trick. I now knew something was out there. Thoughts of it crawling out of my trunk once it knew it was safe started to creep up, wondering if the clearance on my car provided enough room for it to hold on were asked. More importantly, I began to ask just how fast the damn thing could move if it were so inclined. Thoughts and minutes passed in unison, and the alarm went off again. I didn't look out. I wasn't going to look out. What I did was call the police and tell them that a woman, my best guess at that point, was outside fiddling with my car. Realizing that time could be of the essence, I added that she was banging on my door at that point and maybe had a weapon. Yeah, I lied through my teeth, but I would like to see anyone explain to the emergency operator that they saw a crawling humanoid that was following them. Even better, I would like to see the kind of police response time you'd get when you told that story. The police were quick, but I won't waste time with a play-by-play of nothing. No one was out there. They hadn't seen her galloping down the road. There were no dents or prints or dead-eye glints. Nothing, so they did what they could do and left me with a card and advised to lock my door. Sleep didn't come that night, and it wasn't until about 11 a.m. that I even laid down, on my couch with my knife and baseball bat within reach. My work hours were probably to blame for a small part on my lack of tiredness, but I rest majority of it on the face. I called out of work not feeling well when I woke up at 6 p.m. The opportunity of being at home without any obligations was fully wasted for most of the evening. I didn't even text my girlfriend. To be honest, I probably forgot I had a girlfriend, a father, my middle name. It was just nerves driving my very little movement. I pissed a few times, reluctantly, and sat on my couch waiting for the horrors unseen. The night passed and relief came. My car never screamed from a disturbance, no noises other than a clock ticking and the occasional car passing. I started to believe I was safe. The next couple of nights I went to work, had my cubicle changed to one not facing the window, and everything was normal. My first day off came, and I spent it with my girlfriend. I told her everything that had happened, and she seemed concerned, did research on her phone which brought back more questions than answers, and slept over. It wasn't until the next day that everything went sour. I had agreed weeks in advance to cover half of one of my coworkers' shifts on this particular Wednesday. The first half. The trade-off was they would cover the first half of my Friday shift. The guy worked 2 jobs and was picking up someone from the airport and wanted to go out to dinner, and being me without any real-life and weekdays I accepted. The shift went fine and I got off at about 12:45 when he came in. After saying my goodbyes, I left. Nothing was waiting in the parking lot for me and I wasn't overly concerned anything was. I turned on Bluetooth, began playing my music, and started to drive home. The street that leads to the office buildings is somewhat long and dead ends at them. Street lights sprout up along the two-lane street. Cars don't come down unless they're going to the offices, and our only office has employees at it at night. The street is a dark, lifeless thing once work lets out. Tonight, it wasn't so lifeless. As I turned on the street, I saw something next to a tree on an island at the corner. At first, I thought it was a bicycle. Thinking about it, a bicycle somewhat fits the strange shape of this gaunt figure. Obviously, it wasn't a bicycle. I knew this once I saw it move, once I saw it had long hair and a face with a jack slaw. And then it began galloping. I passed it as the sprint began. To say I was freaking out would be an understatement at best. Watching in my side view mirror, I could see it keeping pace on the shoulder of the street just behind me. Disappearing in the darkness of the first few street lamps, I gunned it once my brain acknowledged I was in a car. Okay, Google, I kept screaming to tell my phone to call anyone at all. But my panicked voice was blending the words too much for it to recognize I was speaking to the damn thing. I made the mistake of taking my eye off the side mirror to grab my phone, and with the phone in hand I looked back. The creature, head cocked like when I saw it in the window, was next to the back driver's side door. I swear I was doing at least 60 miles per hour at this point, but I wasn't even looking at my speed. It kept hopping and breaking pace to try to grab onto my car, only to miss, or on one occasion rapidly tap the dark outline of a hand on my fender, and would have to catch itself and gallop faster once again. The road was coming onto the intersection and I was more scared than I ever have been. The road dead ends the intersection and I would have to either turn right or left. Left to go home and right to go towards a desolate industrial area further outside. Either way I would have to slow down, but would have to slow much further and cross right in front of his path to turn left. So right towards absolutely no help it was. I ran the red light and skidded around the corner. I only let off the gas long enough to make it and immediately pushed all the way down once my car was facing the right way. Still, I slowed and I watched the top of his head bob up right next to my window, and it kept running straight without the time to correct its course. I watched it run out in the field across from the road and disappear. Sure, it would return behind me on the road shortly. I didn't slow, but I did look down and dial my dad. He picked up after too many rings and I frantically began to tell him what was going on. He offered to stay on the phone with me but told me what I already know. I was heading towards absolutely nothing, and whatever this was would find me helpless out there. I had to turn around. Once I had enough distance, hoping that it either gave up or was finding a shortcut to cut me off well ahead, I turned around and started to drive back towards civilization. As I passed the intersection of my work, I began having a panic attack. My father told me to get a hold of myself and drive to his house instead. He had a gun and I could sleep there for the night, an offer I eagerly accepted. So to his house I drove, and I realized very late into the drive something that I feel no shame in admitting. At some point during the chase, I had pissed myself. A grown man, a 6'1" man that worked out and had fights he won in high school, a man that drank dark beer, a man whose dad would take him hunting when he was a kid, that camped in dark forests with nothing but a knife and a compass. I, a guy who always considered himself pretty tough like his old man, thoroughly pissed through my clothes. Never will I find myself tough. I have met my match 1,000 times over. My dad is as tough as nails, and when my mom was killed by a drunk driver 10 years prior, he had snapped into kick-ass mode and took care of everything without a tear. If he did cry for the woman that I know he loved more than himself, it was never in front of me or my younger sister. He worked for 30 years doing manual labor and preferred whichever way possible to strain the hell out of his body. His arms were the diameter of most men's head. He is tough as nails. Hell, nails would bend just looking at him even though he's pushing 60. But it was an hour and a half drive to get to his safely. Once again, I thought I saw the creature a few times during my drive, but nothing gave chase, and after some silent, nervous driving, I found myself pulling up to his house. He was outside in a t-shirt, Dickies, and boots, holding his shotgun. He waved for me to get in my car and began searching my vehicle, even had me pop the trunk. After determining it was safe, he had me come in and told me to go up to the second story where my childhood room was. He had extra pants waiting on the bed for me. I had told him of my accident while on the phone, and I changed. Then I passed out from emotional exhaustion. The next morning I woke at 7 a.m. and went downstairs. My dad was awake sitting in his living room. He hadn't slept. He kept watching a dark, calmer, organized way than I had. As soon as I walked over to him, he looked at me, tired but alert, and said something that put me right back into a state of fear. Your mom. your mom saw it too. He proceeded to tell me that my mother had mentioned seeing a woman crawling around one night when I was little, maybe 5. We were at a park and it was getting late and I was being fussy while walking with her. Something like me being tired from running and wanting her to carry me, and when she picked me up, she saw what she thought was a naked woman crawling on the other side of the park. She quickly walked me back to the car and left. She had never mentioned seeing it again, but my dad remembered this conversation because she wanted him to call the police, and he had, in case some kid got hurt or abducted by a crazy person. So my dad and I hung out and rechecked the car. We went back to my house and checked it. He bought me a camera for my car and a camera for my house. He was concerned and my girlfriend was concerned as well. Both offered to stay at my house with me, and I picked her, and for over 2 weeks, nothing happened. Unlike last time, I didn't calm down. Every day I kept watch. Driving was terrifying, even during the day. Everything was a chore and a lesson in fear, and I started to believe that my girlfriend thought I was crazy. 2 days ago, that changed, and she recommended that I do more research, which brought me here. 2 days ago, technically 2 nights ago, we had come back from Walmart and we forgot to lock the car. It's a new habit and we slip occasionally. She left a bag with her drink in the car, and we didn't notice until we sat down to watch Netflix. About halfway through an episode of That 70s Show, she stood up and walked towards the door. Forgot my soda in the car was all she said. She wasn't afraid of it because she hadn't seen it, and nonchalantly opened the front door and walked out. I heard the loudest scream I ever heard and jumped up and ran towards the door, meeting her as she ran in hysteria. She pointed out the open door in my car and I peered out. The back door of my car was wide open and the interior light was on. The interior light that lit up the slack-jawed, gaunt face of the creature sitting in the back seat. Its neck and face were stretched forward between the front bucket seats like an eager passenger having a conversation with an absent driver. My heart sank and I slammed the door shut and told my girlfriend to call 911. By the time the police arrived, she had told them too much and I'm sure they thought we were crazy or playing a prank. The creature had left. The back door of my car sat wide open and the police suggested that a friend or some teen was playing a prank on us. My girlfriend cried through the whole process. She believes me now, and after the police left, recommended that I put feelers out regarding this before asking me to drive her back to her place. My girlfriend made it clear that she will not be staying over with me anymore, and that while she loves me, she doesn't want me to stay with her during the night. I don't blame her. For now, I'm staying with my dad, but I still have work and I'm still very afraid of whatever this is. Surely I have not seen the last of it, and hopefully it goes away or one of us kills the damn thing. A really creepy experience I had in Japan. A little background on me for context. I grew up as a biracial military brat and spent the better part of 2 decades growing up in Japan. Having spent years growing up in Japan and in the US, I can confidently say that there is something different when it comes to talk of paranormal or strange experiences. I imagine that many on the subreddit may be familiar with how popular spooky Asian stories have come in the last 20 years or so. So read on to hear about some of the strangest occurrences I have encountered. During my late teens to my early 20s, my social circle and I had a naive obsession with exploring places in Japan known for paranormal activities, urban legends, and investigating creepy areas. This was prior to advent of reality television really blowing up like ghost hunting shows. In Japan, shows like this would broadcast regularly in the summer, like October is the witching season for Western culture, the month of August is for Japan. This was our motivation for partaking these excursions. So here's my story. As a military brat who grew up in Japan while attending on a US military installation, I graduated in the early 2000s. Following graduation, most of my graduating class moved back to the US to pursue college or start their adult lives. Most would leave and never return to Japan. My parent is Japanese, so I had every reason to return. It was December, and I had just returned home to Japan after my fall semester at college. To my relief, a couple of my friends chose to remain in Japan after high school, so I had friends to hang out with while home on vacation. One evening, I'm out joyriding with my buddies. We had nowhere important to be and driving around just aimlessly. Occasionally, we stopped by like popular hangout spots for young adults, hoping to meet some cute Japanese girls to flirt with, as how else would a couple of 19-year-old dudes want to spend an evening? My friend, which I will call Jay, had a 90s Nissan Silvia, aka 240SX, outside of Japan for you car folks, and he was obsessed with drifting. Truth be told, he was not good at it. That evening, he suggested we take off to Asamiso Park near our hometown of Sagamihara, as this large large public park had many parking lots peppered throughout its grounds. The lots were prime locations for him to practice whipping his car around while not causing damage or fender benders. Without hesitation, we all agree and head that direction. About 20 minutes later, we're passing the main entrance to Asamiso. During the day, this is a pleasant public park that many people recreate at. Japan, in comparison to other countries, is a very relatively safe country. This park was no exception to that notion. However, it did have some unfortunate events happen there. I'll elaborate on this later. After driving into the park for about 7 minutes, we reached the first parking lot. It was around 10 o'clock at night. We pull in and park. I hop out of the car and pulled out a fresh pack of cigarettes and lit one up. The evening was brisk. I gazed around, letting my night vision calibrate as the lights far off in the distance twinkled. My other friend with us, R, also lit up a cigarette, and we proceeded to have a conversation about whether Jay would be able to even get his car sideways. Jay pulls out and begins to whip his car around the parking lot. As Jay's car spun counterclockwise, the wailing of his tires attempting to grip the asphalt broke silence in the evening. Even now, I can close my eyes and still remember the smell of burning rubber. Adjacent to the parking lot was a tree line that led into some thick brush and wooded area. The park was known for its green belt scattered throughout it. I remember looking over my shoulder a few times that evening because I had this feeling that we were being watched from the woods. But each time I scanned the tree line, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. What happened next would cause me to jump so hard that I laugh even now when thinking about it. The cell phone in my right pocket starts ringing and vibrating, and I jumped with affright. The fact that light paranoia had set in from watching tree lines did not help with the anxiety experienced from this unexpected phone call. As I was attending college in the States and only back on vacation, I no longer had a cell phone in Japan. In fact, my younger sister had lent her phone to me so that I could be reached if necessary. I pulled the phone out thinking that she or my mother was calling for something, as none of my friends even had this number. I looked down at the green backlit LCD screen and saw displayed in Japanese was a restricted number. I thought it was strange, but figured maybe my sister was calling from a public phone. Yeah, those were still a thing back then. I answered the phone and said, "Moshi Moshi." That's how you answer a phone in Japanese. And there was nothing but silence for a response. I remembered hearing a bit of static, and then finally I heard the voice of a Japanese girl. My immediate thoughts were, this must be a friend of my sister, and so I explained that I'm her brother and borrowing her phone for the evening. If you need to get a hold of my sister, she could ring the house. She apologized, and I reassured her that no harm had been done, and then promptly ended the phone call. I placed the cell phone back in my pocket and focused back to the ruckus of noise coming from Jay's car. It must have not been 10 minutes later, the cell phone in my pocket began ringing again. This time I was sure that it had to be my sister or my mother. Earlier that day, I left home and did not say where I was going or when I planned on being back. It wasn't uncommon for my mother or sister to call and ask if I'd eaten dinner or if she should have food out when I return. I pulled the phone out, and once again I have a phone call, and it was from a restricted number. I answered the phone, and this time the voice, the same Japanese girl, was on the other end of the phone call. Before I could ask why she was calling for my sister, she cut me off. Now, based off the previous phone call, I thought there were a couple of funny things. I know most of my sister's friends and recognized her voice over the phone. This girl, on the other hand, I did not. Additionally, my sister never mentioned anything about new friends, and her circle was tight. She wasn't big on being a social butterfly, but perhaps I was wrong. My sister is 3 years younger than me, so my assumption was this girl had to be around my sister's age and too young for me. I had very little interest in engaging in conversation with her. As she probed me questions, I kept my answers vague. I don't even know why I continued to entertain a conversation with her, but hanging up would be just very rude. Suddenly, she asked what I was doing in a park so late in the evening. I almost began to answer when it dawned on me. I did not mention anything about where I was at or what I was doing. I told her I never said I was at a park. She lightly giggled and tried to play it off, insisting that she thought I said I was at a park. I told her this was weird and that I had to go, and I hung up. Jay grew tired of drifting in this parking lot. He pulled up to us from the driver's side and suggested that we change up the scenery. Art and I hopped back in the vehicle and off we went. Now at another parking lot, we hop out and Jay continues to do his thing. This parking lot had soccer fields not too far from it, and the lamps in the parking lot painted an orange hue, which was a bit comforting. Oddly enough, the feeling of being watched returned to me. I swung around to my right and stared at the empty field on the other side of the parking lot fence. There was nothing. At this point, Jay parks his car and shuts it off. Now, silence and a thin film of burnt rubber veiled the parking lot. R starts asking what was up with the phone calls. I began to explain to Jay and R what happened. They both agreed that it was a little strange, but speculated that maybe my sister mentioned to her friends that her older brother is back in town. Jay proceeds to tease me that I should start talking to the chick, but I protest because I have no interest. Suddenly, my phone rings again. Same deal, restricted phone number and same girl. This time she sounds a bit more aggressive. "How come you left? What What was wrong with the last spot? I asked her what she meant. She then says, you left the last parking lot you were just at. I remember the hairs standing up on the back of my neck. I made it a point to be vague and never mentioned what I was doing or where I was at. Yet, somehow, this girl knew what I was doing and knew that we had left the first parking lot. Something didn't feel right, so I hung up on her. A moment later, and my phone is blowing up. I answer again, this time irate. What do you want? There's silence, and then I hear a light static. In a sort of hushed manner, I hear her voice. I'm at the field. I see you. I spin around and face the field looking for any sign of a person. I remember my heart racing a bit as I fumble to figure out what exactly is going on. What do you mean you see me at the field? I asked. She tells me that she sees me standing with my friends wearing my gray jacket and my buddy's car. She tells me that she's coming over to us and wants to hang out. The line goes dead. I look at both J and R and give the rundown on what she said. They both had weird looks on their faces, and I know them well enough to know when they're lying or pulling my leg. They both look clueless. My phone rings again. Hey, I almost there. Will you wait for me? The girl asks. Huh? No, what is going on here? Why do you keep asking me questions? How do you know where I'm at? Just who are you anyway? I know all my sister's friends and I don't recognize your voice, I exclaimed. I never said I knew your sister, she replied in another hushed manner. At this point, I was like, WTF. I look back at the field and don't see anything. As I'm still on the phone with her, I asked where she was at. She said that she would be there shortly. I'm sure my friends sensed the panic in my voice. Jay goes on about nobody knows we're out here. How does this chick seem to have her location? Mind you, this is 2000 and social media, internet 2.0 and smartphones are not a thing yet. People just can't get your location at that. On top of that, we are a few kilometers out of the way. You don't just randomly run into people like that. The evening is getting later as it is past 11 p.m. and I have no explanation as to what is going on. My phone rings again, and before I can even say hello, she asks if I can see her. I'm spinning and jerking like a laundry machine agitator at this point. Both my friends decided that this is too weird. R yanks the phone from my hand, proceeds to speak with her as well. I should explain that we all speak Japanese. Although I'm telling the story in English, all the conversations that are happening are in Japanese. R, feeling this is a joke, decided to toy with her a little bit. He starts to ask her what she's wearing. She begins explaining something to him from what I can hear from how he responds. He then asks her what color her undergarments are, but then she abruptly hangs up. R tells me that he thinks he annoyed her enough that she may not bother calling again. We all nervously chuckle as we cannot even begin to understand what just happened. My phone blows up again. Same deal, restricted call. I answer again, this time upset, but I'm cut off. Her voice is much louder now. I could hear what sounded like wind in the background. She begins saying that she's quickly approaching us, yelling to not leave her. She wants to be with us. All of a sudden, I hear Jay drop a soda as he faced the field. What the hell is that? I remember Jay saying in disbelief. I hang up the phone. I look at both my friends and Jay motions to jump in the car. We all jump in and he stomps on the gas as we make our escape. My phone rings again. I look and although I don't want to answer, I feel as though I need to. I take the call and I can hear her voice. It sounds slightly huskier. She casually said, it's a shame that you all left before I could reach you. Jay's driving frantically away from the park. At the time, I had no idea where he was taking us. It was just quiet in the car as I had the phone held up to my ear. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to follow you and find you all at the Family Mart you're gonna stop at, she said as she gave a creepy laugh. I then replied, what the hell do you mean by the Family Mart that we're going to? Before I realized it, Jay had cut the wheel hard and pulled to the side of the road and threw his four-way hazard lights on and brought the car to a sudden stop. R damn near hit the dashboard sitting in shotgun seat. Jay turned and looked at me. I can still remember the white look on his face. He then quietly asked, how did she know I was taking us to Family Mart? I hung up the phone and then powered it off. We sat in silence for a moment there. This felt like a weird dream or something. I told Jay, let's go somewhere else. Shortly after, we drove to a 24-hour restaurant that was our hangout spot where many of our Japanese friends frequented. We just wanted somewhere brightly lit and somewhat crowded to chill out. As we walked up to the entrance, I could see some friends occupying a booth. We walked in and proceeded to join the party. After we ordered some coffee, we started explaining our strange occurrence. Initially, everyone listened on with excitement, but as I explained the story, the look of excitement written on everyone's face eventually faded and it got awkwardly quiet. Another female friend of mine who sat across from me, I'll call her A-chan, looked at me and asked again whereabouts in the park we were at. As she asked me this, I could see her make eye contact with her boyfriend H. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it as he went into his explanation. He then began to explain, you guys, you all do know what happened in Asamiso Park, right? We all exchanged a blank glance. Continuing, there was an incident that happened in that park one evening where a girl was walking through the park in the evening. Someone approached her and dragged her into the green belt where she was R-worded and strangled. I heard some rumors about bad juju associated with the area. In disbelief, I scoff. You're joking, right? Without any hesitation, he looked at me and said, nope, but we need to go to a shrine. Her spirit may have latched onto you. Being left alone at a house in the middle of the Mojave Desert. Back around 1992, I was in high school at that time. I was a sophomore, and unlike most of my friends in school, I didn't work the typical high school jobs like McDonald's, Taco Bell, some retail job in the mall, or work at the local grocery store. I was very good with my hands and worked jobs like construction, demolition, flooring, and auto mechanics. All of my contacts I worked under the table as I started working in some of these jobs at 14. It was beneficial for both of us as I was only called in when I was needed and I was the guy willing to work only evenings and weekends. One of my contacts worked doing remodeling projects like at restaurants, bars, retail shops, and typical commercial projects that we could only work after hours. Like I said, that worked out for both of us because I went to school and would sometimes work after school or weekends. For this contact, it wasn't uncommon for him to leave me alone at a site and have a list of things for me to do alone, mostly demolition work. I did this while the other crew was doing the installation or remodeling work. I was the kid, but had the respect because I did what I was supposed to do and did the work of a man without complaints. I got paid good, and in one night I could make more than my friends did working all week at McDonald's. This one instance, I got a call from the guy I worked for, and he said he had a project for me and if I could work the following Saturday. I said, yeah, sure. He said be sure to bring food and lots to drink as there was nothing nearby. I used to have a small cooler and fill it with drinks like Cokes, Gatorade, or whatever, plus chips and a couple sandwiches. Back then, I could eat a whole pizza by myself and burn it all off. He picked me up that Saturday morning as I didn't have a car or license yet, so he would pick me up and drive me to sites for work and leave me alone there. I really worked with his other crews as they were more skilled labor guys. I was just the tear out kid. Here is the part that was my major downfall to the story. I didn't pay attention to where we were going. I was too busy talking to him and I think we were talking about cars. You see, at the time, my goal was to save up enough money to buy an old muscle car and rebuild it. It took a long time to arrive to the site, but as we drove up, it was in the middle of nowhere. Now, you may not think California has places like this, but back in the early 90s, out in the Mojave Desert, yeah, it was big plots of land and homes more than a few city blocks apart. I knew we left the highway and went down a few other two-lane highways for a long distance. I remember he asked me about my drinks and he pulled out a brand new jug of water that he had in his trunk that looked like it had been there a while and told me to take it with me just in case. He said that the water to the house I would be working at was off. As we pull up to the property, he's in a hurry to drop off tools and to get to another work site. So I hurry up and help him with things like breaker bars, shovels, pry bar, hammer, broom, several big trash bins, and a small tool bag that I often had with me. He tells me he'll be back to pick me up at about 5 or 6 p.m. as there's no electricity to the house either. Plus, it should only take me till then to do what I needed to do. This was his way of saying, I'm only paying you till this time, so you better get everything done by then. It was never too outrageous, and we always had a good understanding on time and tasks. He drove away, and I'm at this property all alone. I walk into the house, it's mostly empty. My job was to remove all remaining furniture, contents, and appliances, remove all the flooring, gut the kitchen and bathrooms, and remove all the wood paneling. This project was going to be what we now call a flip. They were going to fix it up and then sell it. Almost immediately, I get kind of spooked by this place. It was very odd. Now, mind you, I'm used to being on sites alone working all night. This was the daytime on a Saturday and bright outside. However, the house was old, dark and musty, and kind of cool inside. The kind of cool that gives you goosebumps. To add to the spook factor of the house, let me describe what I remember about the house. Imagine walking back in time to the 1960s or earlier. Dark green carpet that looked like matted down broccoli, pine wood everywhere that had a darker stain to it. The wood paneling wasn't the kind used in 1980s sheet paneling, but actual board paneling, tonged and groove. Old window curtains that all looked like someone's grandma made, avocado green sink, stovetop oven, and the stuff was left behind like old furniture and a closet full of old stuffed animals that looked to be about 30 years old. The style of this house was like an old western ranch as there were wagon wheels inside and outside the house. I had an old battery power radio but could only get a few stations, but was just happy for the noise. I started removing all the junk from the house, and as I normally did on a project, if there wasn't a dumpster on site, I made a trash pile. I tore up all the flooring next. To my delight, everything seemed to come up with ease, and it was rip, cut, toss. I took a big demo hammer to the kitchen and tore it apart in less than an hour. I ended up using that big jug of water that my boss had given me to wash my face and hands periodically, but by late noon, as most tune of the desert, the dryness also starts to take a moisture from you, especially if you're working in it. So by late afternoon, I'm down to my last drink, and I had already ate everything I brought. No worries, I thought the guys should be here in a couple of hours to pick me up. As the time gets closer for them to arrive, I'm done with all my tasks. I even sweep the entire place, and it's now ready for the rehab crew to get to work making this place look modern. The time of year I was out here, it wasn't a typical hot desert day, but you know in the desert, as soon as the sun goes down, it starts to cool rapidly. I had a flannel shirt, but that wasn't enough, and it was starting to get dark. This was the time before cell phones were common, and well, there was no electricity, water, and phone service to the house. I climbed up to get on top of the roof of the house to get a better look to see if I can see anything in the distance, and what looked like miles down, I saw a smaller road that this dirt road led to, and a few homes, but those homes were all in the dark. My first thought was to hike down to a neighbor's house and ask them to use the phone. The nearest house, no one was home, and this home also looked abandoned. If you remember, the early 90s was the start of a decline of the economy and recession, so it wasn't uncommon for a lot of foreclosed homes and the track of homes. A lot of those I worked on at the time. I started to think about my options as darkness fast approached. One was to stay at the house until morning. Two was to hike with what little water I had. One was to stay at the house until morning. Two was to hike with what little water I had a few miles in the dark Mojave night. And 3 was to wait until early morning and hike out of there to some civilization. It also suddenly occurred to me that no one knew where I was except my boss. I don't know if he told anyone else where I was, and certainly my family wouldn't miss me until maybe Sunday night. I didn't even tell them I was going to work there. They knew me and how much I would work to save up for my car, so they never worried about me not coming home. As full darkness surrounded me, it was amazing looking out the night sky. Luckily for me, the moon was bright. I didn't have a flashlight or any way to make a fire, even though I tried. I was gonna make a small bonfire out of broken up construction debris as the temperature started to fall, probably down to the low 40s. My only option was to go back inside the empty, creepy house that somehow seemed even more creepy sitting alone in the dark. At about 8 p.m., the batteries on my radio, which was the only source of light and noise, started to die. I grabbed an old wooden chair and sat in the living room of this house, facing the door. I started to hear wind, odd noises, which I assumed were animals in the distance, and what sounded like leaves cracking underfoot. I began to shiver from the cold, so I set off trying to start a fire in the fireplace. Imagine Tom Hanks in Castaway trying to start a fire. At least this kept my mind off the situation. Sitting in this living room next to the fireplace, the house seemed even darker than it should have. Mind you, in the daytime, the inside seemed dark, so with only the moonlight, I was pretty much sitting alone in complete darkness. My mind started to play tricks on me. I saw shadows moving outside and inside the house. I also began to hear someone talking, like whispers or something. I got up from my chair and yelled out, "Hello." Just as I did, I heard something fall from the other side of the house. I ran over to the door and went outside again. At least in the moonlight I could see better, but off in the distance I heard noises and saw movement but couldn't make it out. I had my pile of tools by the edge of the house, ready for when my boss picked me up. So I ran over there and grabbed Big Daddy, my heavy pry bar that I used in demo. I was ready to defend myself from whoever or whatever was out there. I had to keep moving because my undershirt and flannel shirt weren't enough to keep me warm. The wind was also starting to pick up, and as far as I could see, there were no lights around me. I didn't want to try to climb on the house again out of fear of falling in the dark, but I got on top of the gate just to try and gain a little altitude to see if I could spot some house lights or car lights nearby. My mind went to the stories that circulated at the time about how people would come up to the Mojave Desert and bury bodies, how there were Satanist groups out there, and how people would go missing for no reason out there. Every noise had me on edge, and every shadow had my heart pounding. I knew no one was in that house, but I swear I kept hearing noises from inside. I huddled up on the front porch, looking in the living room window, expecting to see someone at any moment. By around 11 p.m., I looked at my watch, thinking this was going to be a long night. All this stuff had only started since it got dark. I didn't know how I was going to make it another 6 hours until daybreak. I started thinking that the moment it got to be daybreak, like the moment light started to appear on the horizon, I was going to take the little water I'd left and walk east. I knew that going east, I would eventually make it somewhere. The dirt road I was off of led in that direction to a paved road. Closer to midnight, I was wide awake, my eyes fixed on the dirt road, thinking that any time now a car would come down it and maybe they would call for help from me. I remember casually turning to look back into the house, as all this time I kept hearing noises but told myself it was maybe a rat or some animal. I saw a shadow of a person move from the kitchen down the hall. I jumped up from sitting down and thought, that is not an animal, that is a human. I started backing my way off the porch towards the pile and tripped over debris, falling to the ground. I got up, but fell again. It was like something pushed me down, or maybe it was my imagination. But all of a sudden, these bright lights were coming closer to me as I lay on the ground. I jumped up and it was my boss. He looked at me like, "What the heck are you doing?" I was just so glad to see him. I wasn't mad or anything. I just asked him what happened. He said that he was sorry, but he thought the other crew was coming to get me, and they thought that he was coming, so no one actually came. He said it was until later in the evening when he asked the other crew leader about how far along I got that the other leader said I didn't go get him. Well, it took him almost 2 hours from where they were working to come get me. He felt really bad and told me he was going to pay me for the entire time I was out there. He also grabbed a can of Coke from his cooler and asked me if I was thirsty. I drank it all in one gulp. Once we got back towards civilization, realization, he went through a fast food drive-thru and I ate like I had never eaten before. As he was driving me home, I asked him about the house. I told him how creepy it was, but he said he didn't have any information about the house, only what we were supposed to do. After that, I made sure to always keep extra batteries, a flashlight, and double the amount of liquid. I live alone in Alaska. The twisted man has been peeking in through my windows. A few years ago, I decided I needed a major life change. Everything seemed to be going downhill. My finances, my mental health, my life. I would go weeks without sleeping sometimes as the heavy traffic passed through the city streets down below. Every time I went outside, I saw more homeless people, more needles and crack pipes littering the ground, more muggings and assaults and overdoses and deaths. The city had become a wasteland, and I knew it was time to leave. I had no girlfriend, no wife, no kids. My parents had both died a few years prior, and I barely talked to my siblings anymore. I had nothing to tie me down to this place where I felt like I was dying inside a little more each day. That was when I sold nearly everything I owned, got in my car, and drove up to Alaska to try starting anew. I bought a small cabin in a plot of land in the middle of its majestic mountains and dark, enchanting forests. In the winter, the northern lights would shine through like the eyes of God, sending out divine trails of light that danced through the sky in cosmic waves. And while the move did help give me some peace of mind, in the end, the source of all my problems had ultimately followed me thousands of miles into this endless wilderness. It would take me a long time to realize the cause of all this misery was myself. Because, as a wise man once said, wherever I go, there I am. I lived in that cabin for 3 months without any major issues other than the constant threat of bears, moose, and wolves. I had a rifle and a shotgun for hunting, a small garden in the backyard, and a solar panel to generate electricity. This is the life, I said, relaxing on a hammock I had strung across the corner of the cabin while staring at the endless beauty directly outside the window. White-capped mountains loomed like giants in front of thick clusters of evergreens. A virgin covering of fluffy snow made the entire world glisten and sparkle. There wasn't a house or road in sight. No work, no stress, no pollution, no cars honking all the time. I closed my eyes, breathing in the clean air. I ended up falling asleep for a couple hours, waking up just as the sun had started setting. Bright orange streaks mixed with the bloody smears of the fading light as it disappeared behind the mountains. I groggily arose, stumbling over to make a cup of instant coffee. As I sipped it, I wandered around the room, looking for something to pass the time. There were still quite a few random objects left behind by the last owner that I hadn't gotten rid of yet. I had moved in to find a stocked bookshelf filled with classics by Philip K. Dick, Isaac Asimov, and Robert Heinlein. Bored, I started riffling through the collection, looking for something good to pass the time. As I shuffled past A Maze of Death and Ubik, something caught my eye. A black, leather-bound book with no title or author name stood there, its cover faded with time and wear. Curious, I pulled it out and opened it. I saw the cursive scrawled across the pages in a neat copperplate script and realized it was a diary left behind by the previous owner. The first entry was dated January 9th, 2015. This is what it said. I don't know if I'm going crazy or not. I went into town to talk to my therapist yesterday and she said I should try writing everything down. She talks to me like it's all in my head, but I know it's not. When I first moved into the cabin, it seemed like paradise. I never thought in a million years that something would be slinking around at night. I never thought it would be hiding under my bed, peeking in windows, and following me like a shadow. Right now, I'm snowed in with a cup of coffee in one hand and a pistol in the other. I can't sleep anymore. I keep hearing something shuffling around under the bed. Sometimes I think I even hear ragged breathing, as if a corpse with dirt in its lungs had come back to life. I've caught glimpses of that thing in the darkness. Whatever it is, its skin is loose, almost falling off the bone. It almost looks like a naked, emaciated man. Its eyes are rotten and dark, its back hunched, its spine twisted and jutting out like tumors. It moves in this slow, jerky way, but I can never seem to catch it. Its body seems broken and out of alignment. Its legs bend the wrong way sometimes. By the time I turn on the lights or try to make a video of it, it's always disappeared. disappeared. Its fetid odor remains. It lingers in the cabin like a sweet-smelling, spreading infection. I don't know what it wants from me. I want to leave, but with the storm raging outside, I'm stuck here, unable to get all the way back to town. The snow surrounds the cabin in mounds 5 feet high. I feel like a prisoner caged with a rabid beast, not knowing when it will strike. My wife claims she hasn't seen or heard anything, but she keeps vanishing on me. Last night, she disappeared in the middle of a snowstorm. Where did she go? I asked her in the morning, but she said she was here the whole time. She didn't remember anything. There's no way she went into town. There wasn't time, and the trails were impassable that far down. Something's going on here, but I don't know what it is. I'm truly scared for our lives. I slammed the diary shut, not wanting to read it anymore. I didn't want to become infected by some kind of contagious cabin fever. If the last owner had gone insane in the mountains and started hallucinating naked corpses crawling around, I really didn't want to know. I shoved the diary back into the bookshelf, going for A Maze of Death instead. I tried to forget what I had read in the diary as I flew through the novella. All night, I tried to get the image of the naked, twisting man with rotten eyes out of my head, but I couldn't. I eventually fell asleep right before dawn, but as my eyes were closing, I thought I saw a silhouette in the window. A starved man with excited black eyes that seemed to be rotting out of his skull. I thought I saw him put his inhumanly long fingers against the glass as he leaned forward. I blinked, sitting up and glancing out into the white, snow-covered wonderland. There was nothing there. Another hunter occasionally followed the deer trails near my cabin. A frozen lake stood a quarter-mile away, the surface white and covered in thick drafts of snow. I bundled up, deciding to go outside for a hike in the frigid dawn. I strapped on my snowshoes and grabbed my shotgun, as I always did when I went outside. I never knew when a polar bear might be waiting around the next tree after all. I opened the door, seeing footprints pressed into the snow all around my house. At first I thought it was the silhouette that I had seen, the nightmarish thing from the diary. But the footprints didn't go over to my window. They followed the trail 20 feet away, veering off towards the frozen lake at the bottom of the hill. I glanced down in that direction, seeing a black figure plodding slowly forward. "Steve," I cried, recognizing my only neighbor in a 4-mile radius. He had a cabin about a mile away on his own little plot of land. He jumped, clearly startled by the sudden noise. His black snow pants and heavy fur coat swished together as he spun, raising his rifle high. When he saw me, he immediately lowered it and put up a gloved hand in a friendly greeting. "Hey Josh, surprised to see you up this early," he yelled over the muted wintry landscape. Sounds always seemed different after it snowed, as if all the noise in the world had become faded and dead. "Yeah, I've been having a little trouble sleeping," I said, slinging my shotgun around my shoulder. "What are you doing anyway?" "Just a little hunting, you know," he said, giving me a sly wink. "Animals are always most active around dusk and dawn, it seems. That's when I always have the best luck anyways." He stepped close to me, staring me in the eyes. "You do look like crap. Those bags under your eyes are big enough to carry groceries in." "Yeah, trust me, I know." "Hey, this might sound a little weird, but did you know the previous owner of this cabin?" I asked. Steve's wrinkled old face fell into a scowl. His expression immediately became guarded and distant. Sure, we met," he exclaimed bluntly. He seemed to be searching my face for something, but I didn't know what. His reaction left me feeling off balance and nervous. "Is he still around?" I said. Steve's scowl deepened. "Buddy, I don't know what this is about, but he's dead. He's been dead. He died in that cabin, actually." He pointed a finger at my home accusingly. With those words, my heart seemed to drop into my stomach. Waves of dread flowed through my body like water. How did he die? Like a heart attack or something?" I asked. Steve's gaze turned downwards. He didn't meet my eyes. "Do you know that Alaska has the highest missing persons rate in the entire United States? It's not even close. In fact, for the population size, we have far more people who go missing and never get found than anywhere else. They even have a name for it, the Alaska Triangle," Steve said, "and we're square in the middle of it." I stared blankly at him, wondering where he was going with this. It seemed like a way to avoid answering my question. "No, I didn't know that," I responded. Steve nodded, raising his head again. He heaved into a deep sigh. "Look, the thing with the last owner and his wife, it's somewhat disturbing. If you really want to know, I'll tell you, but it's certainly not going to help your peace of mind, and it definitely isn't going to help you get some sleep." "I want to know," I insisted instantly. The wind started to whip past us. Flakes of ice and snow flew sideways in the sudden currents. "Let's go back to your cabin then," Steve said, pulling his heavy fur-lined hood off and shaking out his long black hair behind him. "I could use a bit of whiskey to warm up." We sat down with a bottle of Johnny Walker and 2 shot glasses. I wasn't much of a drinker, but Steve certainly was. He chugged 3 shots in the span of a minute. I sipped at mine, drinking half and putting it back down on the coffee table with a thunk. Steve grunted, hissing through his open mouth for a moment. "Oh, that's the good stuff," he said, slamming his chest as the burning liquor worked its way down. Steve looked up at me with a new sparkle in his eyes. "Huh, so you want to know about what happened to Will Linning? Well, I'll tell you that no one really knows the whole story. I used to see him occasionally, come down and have a drink and talk. We all know each other around here, obviously." I nodded, motioning him on. He seemed like a normal, upstanding guy. He kind of reminded me of you, actually. A young guy trying to escape the hustle and bustle of city life, the cancer of the American dream. Well, he was here for maybe a couple months, I don't know. Everything seemed fine. We used to go skeet shooting occasionally, have a beer, you know? We'd get together with a couple other hunters who lived closer to town and sometimes play poker. I never saw anything odd about Will. I never could have predicted what happened to him. He heaved a long sigh at this, looking out the window at the sharp mountains with an expression of nostalgia. "Well, what happened to him?" I asked, encouraging him to go on. He started talking about seeing someone peering in through his window at night. He talked about hearing sounds from under his bed while he lay there in the dark. Sounds like diseased breathing and shuffling. He started keeping all the lights on in his cabin 24 hours a day. Steve leaned close to me, a glimmer of fear rippled across his pale, wrinkled face. He started to lose his mind, started digging holes all over the place looking for something. Even in the middle of snowstorms, I would occasionally see him outside, digging. It seemed like he never slept anymore. It was classic cabin fever if I ever saw it. It was only a few weeks later that I came over here concerned. I hadn't heard from him in a few days, which was fairly unusual. I found the door hanging wide open. Propped up in a chair in the exact spot where you sit now, Will lay with a blast hole showing clear through his skull, a shotgun laying at his feet, and next to him I found a blood-stained diary open to the middle page. The last entry was stained with blood spatter, but still visible. I remember leaning down and reading it. It was only a few sentences long. I glanced over at the bookshelf of the same diary, saying nothing. It said something like, "I see now what's going on. The twisted man is leading me to his truth. Today, I will finally find it." "And that was his suicide note?" I asked, my heart hammering in my chest. He nodded. "Yeah, I went into town and got some rangers to come check it out. Eventually, they got cops and CSI here. They took all the stuff as evidence, including the diary," he said. "Good riddance, I say. Reading something like that is never beneficial. Sometimes delusions spread like a virus, you know what I mean?" I did, but I said nothing. I glanced back at the diary, its black leather cover gleaming like a crouching snake, and I wondered, if the police took the diary as evidence, how did it get back here? "You said he had a wife living here with him too?" I asked. "Yeah, she went missing around the same time," he said. "Pretty bizarre. The cops thought maybe she just moved away, but," he shook his head grimly. "As far as I know, she was never seen again. It was like she had evaporated into thin air." After Steve left, I walked stiffly over to the bookshelf, taking down the diary. I flipped open through the pages. In the middle, I found the last entry. Spatters of old darkened blood were scattered over the page like raindrops. I found the suicide note and read the date, January 27th, 2015, it read. Will Linning had not lived long after he started seeing the Twisted Man. I wondered if my fate would be the same. The sun had started to rise outside as I sat with the diary at the small circular kitchen table, eating some stewed venison and rice as I read through the entries. At the end, Will Linning said the Twisted Man had been trying to guide him somewhere, that in fact, the Twisted Man had been trying to protect him from some great evil, rather than being the source of it. I scoffed, feeling a flash of anger at his stupidity. His naivete obviously led to his death, but then a flash of insight struck me like lightning. What if I was committing the same kind of stupidity? Perhaps I should just grab my gun and valuables and leave. I could take off in the snowmobile and be in town within a couple hours. But in my heart, I knew I would not. Something about the mystery of all this beckoned me to stay. Like a siren leading sailors to destruction, my curiosity called to me, and I knew that I would not be leaving that night. I needed answers, and sadly, I would find them. I had fallen asleep with an empty bottle of beer in my hand. I sat in front of the TV, which only got satellite reception. There were of course no cable or phone lines threading their way through the forest. All of my power came from stored solar energy. Since I rarely watched TV and really only used it to cook or heat up water for bathing, the energy produced was sufficient even in the winter. Tonight, though, I needed its sound, its mindless flashing of lights and colors and candle laughter. It seemed to drive away the creeping, suffocating presence like a candle. I woke suddenly. The TV flashed with static. The repetitive hissing of the white noise spit from the speakers like thousands of snakes. I glanced up at the clock, 3:33 a.m. I looked around the dark cabin, confused for a long moment. I didn't understand what had woken me so abruptly. The satellite had never gone out before either, even with the howling winds and freezing hail of the Alaskan winter. The TV started flickering as if the static were rising upwards. Black lines traced their way horizontally across the screen. The hissing deepened into a gurgle, and for a second, I thought I heard faint words behind the white noise. I thought I heard breathing, slow and diseased, like the death grasp of a drowning man. A black line rose across the TV and an image came into view. The cabin was suddenly plunged into silence except for the shrieking, wintry wind outside. I leaned close to the screen, confused at what I was looking at. It looked like a live camera feed of a room. As I took in the details, I realized it was my cabin. I saw myself in the chair, leaning close to the screen. I raised my hand, and the miniature version of me on the screen did likewise. Ice water seemed to drip down my spine as waves of dread coursed through my body. "What the hell is this?" I whispered, looking back to where the camera should be. It was just a coarse wooden ceiling in that corner. I turned back to the screen and nearly screamed. The TV showed a pale, naked man crouching directly behind my chair now. With jerky movements, he rose, his broken spine twisting and shivering. A hissing voice rang out from the speakers. It spoke as if it had dirt and writhing maggots in his throat. "He is a killer, the shadow of death," it gurgled. "Many have fallen, many lie buried across this forest. You will be next. He is watching you." Long, broken fingers with blackened nails reached out to touch my shoulders. I jumped out of the chair, stumbling back as I spun around in terror. My back smashed into the TV, and it fell to the floor with a shattering of glass and an explosion of light. In those moments, before the darkness descended on me like a blanket, I thought I glimpsed a pale, sunken face with rotted, blackened eyes peeking out from behind the chair. I turned on every light in the cabin, but there was no sign of the twisted man now. I knew I had to get out of there, though. I thought about the warning the voice had spoken. If the creature wanted to attack me, then why hadn't it just killed me when I was sleeping? None of it made sense. Who was watching me? The twisted man? And if he was, why warn me? Perhaps it was psychological warfare, I thought to myself. Perhaps the twisted man simply liked to play with his food before he ate it. Thoughts raced through my head at 1,000 miles an hour as I threw on snow pants and a couple heavy sweaters and coats. I covered up my entire body as much as I could to prevent frostbite. I had made up my mind to flee. There was no snowstorm tonight, though the entire landscape was blanketed in it, and I knew the wind chill would be like an ice blade whipping against my skin. It was extremely dangerous to travel in the middle of the night like this in temperatures that might reach -30 degrees. Steve had been right, after all. Alaska had the highest missing persons rate of any state, and many of them were never found, their bodies likely frozen solid in the deep snow dozens of miles from the nearest town. I grabbed my shotgun, jumped on my snowmobile, and started heading to Steve's cabin. I hoped I could wait there until the sunrise and then figure out what to do next, but fate would take the decision out of my hands. I felt like there were eyes watching me as I drove along the narrow, winding deer trail. The boughs of the evergreens reached into the path like greedy hands grabbing at my coat and legs. More than a couple times, I thought I saw a pale, naked figure standing in the snow, but it had always gone when I turned to look. I gave a sigh of relief when Steve's place appeared in the distance. I could see the lights twinkling through the small windows of his log cabin. I pulled up next to his door, looking down. I saw 2 pairs of footprints there, one much smaller than the other. I found it odd, but shrugged it off. The snowmobile cut out with a sucking gurgle. I knocked on the door hard a few times. Steve appeared after a few moments, groggy and half-dressed. He blinked slowly as he looked me up and down. His wrinkled face fell into a frown. "Steve, I need a favor," I said quickly. "Something weird's happening at my cabin. Can I stay here until morning, until maybe I can go to town or something? I can't stay at my place tonight, I just can't." He nodded, yawning and motioning me in. "You can sleep on the couch, I guess," Steve said. "Put that shotgun somewhere safe though, boy." He had a partitioned bedroom in his cabin. It was significantly larger than my little one-room cabin, though it was basically still just a joint kitchen living room, a small bedroom and a bathroom. He pointed to a well-worn couch in the corner and gave me an apathetic wave as he just stumbled back into his bedroom, slamming the door. I couldn't sleep though. I tiptoed around the room looking at Steve's bookshelf. He had a rather strange taste in books. Lots of Anne Rule and true crime. I saw dozens of books about Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Richard Chase, Herbert Mullen, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Richard Ramirez among the collection. At the end, a large black binder stood, unlabeled and worn looking. It reminded me of that leather-bound diary for a second, and my heart dropped. But logically, I knew this was just a coincidence, yet still, I pulled out the binder. My curiosity piqued. What I found inside filled me with dread and terror. Countless news clippings covered the length of it. The first clipping was from nearly 20 years earlier about a woman who went missing in the Alaskan forest while hiking. A later one confirmed that her body was never found and that her family was still hoping that she might turn up alive somewhere. A reward was offered for any information, it said, and every page after that was more of the same. Missing woman, murdered prostitute, missing man, no leads. I kept flipping through until I found clippings about Will Linning's suicide and the sudden disappearance of his wife. On the article about the suicide, Steve had used a red marker to scrawl "haha" next to it. I heard the click of a gun being cocked from behind me. I froze as Steve's voice traveled across the room like a whisper. "How do you like my work, friend?" he asked, his tone jovial and mocking. I still held the binder of horrors tightly in my hands as I stared open-mouthed at this man I thought I knew. "It's you? What, you killed Will Linning and his wife? And a lot of other women, apparently. Everything felt unreal, as if I were stuck in a dream." Steve's grin spread across his face, but his blue eyes stayed cold and dead. "Yes, well, she was cheating on him with me anyway. Just another whore, you know. They always get what's coming to them in the end," he hissed with hatred oozing from his voice. "It's too bad, really. I just killed another girl tonight. I was planning on saving you for later. The urge isn't too bad yet, right now. After all, it comes in cycles, you see. It comes in waves." I saw a glimmer of pale, naked flesh writhing behind Steve. With jerky movements, the twisted man came up behind him. I said nothing, just watching with wide-eyed horror and amazement. "You need help, man," I whispered. Steve laughed. "Help? The only help they give people like me is a needle in the arm. You know that. That's why it's important to always cover your tracks." The twisted man ran a long, broken finger across Steve's neck. Steve gave a strangled cry and jumped. He spun around, screaming. I glanced over my shotgun next to the couch. I jumped for it as Steve turned back to me, firing his pistol twice. The first bullet soared high above me, raining wood splinters down on my head, but the second ripped into my leg. A cold, burning pain ran up like fire up my shin. I screamed in agony and a battle fury as I gripped the shotgun, spinning and firing. Steve's head exploded as the slug ripped through his brain. His forehead collapsed like a smashed melon as bone splinters and blood sprayed the wall behind him. The twisted man stood there, hunched over, grinning up at me. I felt warm blood gushing from my leg as I stared back at him, breathing hard. I wondered if I was dying. You weren't after me at all, were you?" I asked. "You were after Steve," but the twisted man said nothing. After a long moment, he slinked back into the shadows of the bedroom and disappeared. As night crawled its way toward morning, I thought back to the words the twisted man had spoken through the TV, suddenly understanding everything. "She is a killer, the shadow of death. Many have fallen, many lie buried across this forest. You will be next. He is watching you." He hadn't been trying to hurt me at all. He had been trying to warn me. He had probably tried to warn Will Linning and his wife, too. I wrapped my leg in gauze, gritting my teeth. The wound looked puckered and deep, but I could still move my foot, and the bullet had gone clean through the flesh. I poured alcohol on it, screaming in pain as it burned its way through my skin. After rummaging through Steve's bathroom, I found some prescription painkillers and swallowed a handful of them with a beer. I knew I would need the opiate high to get through the pain of riding into town with a mutilated leg. As the sun finally rose, I made my way outside the blood-stained floors of the cabin to my snowmobile. Before I left, I glanced back at that horrid place, the scene of so much torment and death. In the open doorway, the twisted man stood, his back hunched, his rotted lips grinning at me. His hands lifted up into the air with jerky movements and waved. I waved back as I started the engine and headed into town. I lived my scariest experience to date for homework. I've always been really into ghost stories, or urban legends in general. The White Lady, haunted dolls, vampires, black-eyed children, that kind of thing. I know that today, people my age aren't big fans of that kind of horror anymore, preferring it things like the backrooms, analog horror, and all the new kinds of scary media. Honestly, I get it. Things do need to evolve, and when we see everything that's happening in the world, it's understandable that a good ghost story don't do the job anymore. Still, the old-fashioned horror is still not that old, but things move fast on the internet is always my jam. I grew up watching YouTubers investigating haunted places, ghost hunting with all their accessories, EMF meters, their little radio thing that they use to listen to radio frequencies so they can hear any interference, their antenna that beeps when something approaches it, voice recorders, special flashlights, and let me tell you that all this was doing it for me. So since I was probably 7 years, I dreamt of doing these things myself. Of course, I tried everything a young boy is able to, like a Ouija, or stupidly walking around my house with a phone filming, hoping that some random deceased person with unfinished business will show up to, I don't know, have a chat. I wish I could say that other people's judgment doesn't affect me, but that would be a lie. So going into high school, I had to socially tone down my interest for those things in order to have friends. None of my friends and classmates knew about my persisting passion for ghosts and creepy stories. I realized that keeping such a secret is a bit ridiculous, especially approaching my 18th birthday, but you know, it would be even weirder to reveal it after hiding for almost 6 years like it was something super taboo. So here I was, I started hiding my passion at 12 to avoid others judging it, and now I'm still hiding it at 17 to avoid others judging the fact that I hid it. Anyway, everything started a few days ago. I have an art history class at school, and the teacher really likes to give us big works of research. This time he had a new idea. The whole class would be divided into groups of 2, and each group will receive a building from our city that the teacher had chosen for his architectural and artistic interests, and we'll have to pay it a visit and write an analysis on the different things we notice and link it to what we saw in class. Since all the buildings weren't public places, he had asked the authorization of every property owner. Honestly, this could have been worse. This actually sounded kind of cool to do. Now, what I was concerned about was who will be my partner. Obviously, I was hoping for one of my friends. After explaining the rules and exact instructions for the work, he started to announce the groups. I was waiting to hear my name, anxious as all my friends were slowly starting to be put into their groups. Joshua, the teacher said. Yeah, that's my name. You will be with Elizabeth. I turned to Elizabeth and we looked at each other. Neither one of us seemed excited. It wasn't a terrible pair, I thought to myself. I just didn't know what to think of it exactly. Elizabeth was a pretty popular girl, not that I was an outcast or anything, but she was still way more popular than me. I didn't know much more about her despite the fact that we were in the same class since my first year of high school, but it looked like she was going to be an okay partner. The teacher gave us our building. I won't reveal the real name of what he gave us, so I'll call it Giraldi Street 22. Apparently, it was a pretty old house that had somewhat of a historic value to it. The teacher gave us some information so we wouldn't stumble there without any prior knowledge. The owner was an old woman who would always live there. She was apparently very glad to open her doors to young students and was ready to answer any questions we might have. He warned us that she had a weak audition and that we would have to speak loudly. The teacher then recommended us to do a little bit of research before going there so we could already have some idea of where we were entering. I then found myself in front of Elizabeth. I think the last time we even talked to each other was months ago when she was distributing a test to the class and that I said thanks. So yeah, not a lot of background. I noticed, and I don't know why it took me so long, I guess I never paid much attention to her, that she was dressed in like old style. She wore some clearly used dungarees. The date the teacher had scheduled our visit for was on a Sunday and we were Thursday. So I guess we can do research on our side and we'll meet maybe at lunch break tomorrow to get on the same page. Is that good for you? She asked me. Yeah, that's good. We can do that. Okay then. See you tomorrow, she said. See you. On that, she turned her feet and left for her break. The rest of the day went by and I got home. As usual, my mom wasn't there. She often had to work late as she's a single mom to me and my sister Rosa. I ate my dinner and went to my room. I opened my computer to start my research. It wasn't hard to find information, even though things were repeating themselves a lot. So much historical meaning to the city, a perfect example of Art Deco architecture, a house filled with stories. There was a lot of talk by local medias about it, but not much actual facts. It was so weak that I had to go to page 2 of the search results in Google, or as I like to call them, the abyss of the internet. Then something caught my eyes. It was a forum about paranormal experiences, and the address was mentioned on a post. I immediately clicked on it and read the whole thing. It wasn't exactly the most thrilling story I've read, but here's what it basically said. Apparently, the owner opened the house as a cottage during the summer, and the person posting was narrating what he experienced during his passage there. He described a very special and kind of suffocating vibe that was apparently all around the house, and the feeling of being observed all the time. He also also talked about hearing voices at random moments. They were brief but often mentioned his name. The end of his testimony talked about his last night when he said he saw a little child with no facial expression in front of his bed, who slowly started to climb into it and grabbed his legs, trying to pull him outside of his bed. The poster said he eventually succeeded to push the kid away despite his unreal strength, and that the boy ended up running out of the room laughing. When he spoke to the owner about it the next morning, she said that it must have been his imagination playing tricks on him, as she didn't believe in paranormal and that nothing similar ever happened to her. This wasn't much. It could have been a complete lie, but I would be lying if I said it didn't pique my curiosity. The story was as basic as it could be, but it was so specific for it to happen in that place, which was absolutely not famous, and even less so for any paranormal events. I kept that in the back of my mind and continued my research, but I didn't find much more, so I went to sleep. As I was laying in bed, I was thinking, what if the person who posted his story said the truth? This was the first time I was going to enter anywhere that old and charged with history. This could be the perfect place for my first ghost hunt. But of course, I was going for school and won't be alone. Plus, it's not really respectful to the owner, who kindly opened the doors of her family house to us. And even if I wanted to, I'd be constantly with Elizabeth, so it wasn't really an option. I looked at the EMF meter I received for my birthday on my shelf and thought to myself that this would be for another time. The next day, as I planned, I met with Elizabeth at lunch break. We started to share the results of our research, where I did not include the post from the forum for obvious reasons. We talked a bit before coming to a clear conclusion. Yeah, the thing is, we have the same exact stuff. There isn't much interesting info to be found online, except very surface level stuff, she said. Yes, I think we should prepare for the questions we want to ask the owner instead, I answered. You're right, do you think you can have yours for Sunday? Yeah, no problem. We exchanged a bit more and went back to class. On Saturday, I prepared a few questions to ask the owner. Then came today, Sunday. The meeting was planned at 11 a.m. I woke up normally, took a breakfast, got dressed, everything. Before leaving my room, I took one last look at the room and I saw my EMF meter. It looked like he was begging me to take him. I grabbed it and left. I didn't know if I would actually use it, but I had it. It had an option where instead of lighting the small lamps, it would vibrate, so I activated that and put it in my pocket. I arrived at the house and Elizabeth was waiting for me. We knocked and we could hear the owner walking towards the door saying, yes, just a second. She opened and she looked like the sweetest thing ever. She was short and had a naturally kind face. We could see that she was clearly dressed in makeup for the occasion. She welcomed us and let us in happily. The hallway was very pretty. I understand why our teacher got us this house. It was indeed very interesting. The walls were covered in paintings and old pictures, mostly portraits. On every one of these, the people had a very serious look, but that's not unusual for old pictures. We walked in the living room where she served us tea and we sat together. So, I think you have some questions for me? She asked. You could see she was very glad to talk. Don't be shy, I'm open. Elizabeth started to ask her first question, then I did, and we could ask her everything. The house was her family's for many generations, but it hadn't always been theirs. All the persons in the hallway, paintings or pictures, were previous inhabitants of the house, and they went as far back as the 15th century. So yeah, it was pretty old. She said they could only know the identity of some of the first generations, but that a lot of the people were non-identified. She answered a lot of other questions regarding the architectural and artistic heritage of the building, and she was surprisingly very interesting to listen to. Her enthusiasm and kindness were contagious, and we both couldn't help but ask more questions. Eventually, we arrived to the end of our list, and it was time for us to visit, take notes, analyze all that. She asked us not to touch anything, as a lot of things had a lot of value, but let us wander free in the house. She said she'll be making cookies for us when we're done. Elizabeth and I found ourselves alone in the living room and finished our tea. God, she's adorable, said Elizabeth. Yeah, she's so sweet. I wasn't expecting that, I said. Let's maybe start with there, she said, pointing to the room beside us. We got up and entered it. The walls were covered by huge bookshelves. Elizabeth started to take notes, looking at the room, and I started inspecting the books. There was probably more than 1,000 books, and some of them looked super old. I read the titles of some of them, and the least I could say was that it needed to be rearranged. Cooking Asian Food, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, some old book with the title erased, and even a CD in the middle. It was a bit random. We eventually moved on to the hallway. It was a bit oppressing with all those eyes who seemed to observe us. Elizabeth did mention how it felt a bit weird, and we started to take notes again. At some point, my look stopped on one painting at the back of the hall. It was a young lady dressed classically, maybe a bit poorly even, for someone who would have lived there. She was kind of pretty, if I'm being honest, but the reason why it caught my eyes was that it was the only one who was smiling. All the other people represented looked dead serious, but her, she smiled. A sweet, even caring and warm smile. I noticed that it seemed like she was staring at me. Of course, a lot of the paintings gave that same impression, but it was a lot more intense on her. My heart skipped a beat. I was sure that she just winked at me. I let out a gasp. I was convinced she winked at me. The vibe went from slightly oppressive to extremely heavy. Then we both heard it. Elizabeth. An unrecognized voice had just whispered. Elizabeth turned to me. Did you say that? She asked. Elizabeth. A younger voice this time. We were facing each other, so we knew it couldn't be one of us this time, and the owner was in the kitchen. Elizabeth's eyes opened wide, and she slowly walked toward me. Elizabeth. She jumped. What the hell? I let out. We were looking around us. Joshua, I don't like this. Yeah, me neither. We were frozen in place with all the paintings looking right to us. Elizabeth. That time it was a deep voice and it came from behind us. We turned. Slowly, all the faces of the paintings and pictures started to clearly move. They were opening their eyes wide and opening their mouths, maintaining their serious and now even melancholic look. Holy shit, what the hell is that? What is it? Elizabeth was mumbling, panicking as I was starting to breathe faster. All the people started to say her name together on repeat. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Elizabeth. I turned my head to the painting of the young lady from earlier, and she was the only one that wasn't moving. Still the same smile. She looked at peace. I don't remember exactly what I was whispering at that moment, but we were both freaking out. We heard some scratching noise. Long, dirty hands with sharp nails, almost inhumans, were piercing the pictures and paintings. The eyes of the people were becoming all black, and their jaws were opening more than humanly possible as they kept on repeating her name. The hands were all getting closer from us. We were now touching one another, completely surrounded by those hands. Then they moved way faster, and a lot of them got their nails right into Elizabeth's skin and pierced it while descending all over her body. She screamed loudly out of pain. It was a terrifying scream. All the hands got to their pictures and back inside of it while they were closing what they pierced. Soon, the pictures and paintings were back to normal, but Elizabeth was bleeding from all over her body and was on the floor, crying. I got to her level and tried as much as possible to reassure her, but I wasn't very effective as I myself was in shock and terrified. We heard the owner walk towards us. What's happening to you two? I heard screams. Are you okay? She entered the hallway and saw the scene. She looked completely shocked. But what happened? She asked. Both of us were unable to answer to her. We had no idea what to say that wouldn't make us sound crazy. So we just looked at her with whatever faces we were making at that moment. She didn't wait long and went to take a first aid kit. She sat down and put some bandages all over Elizabeth as I was reflecting on what just happened. When she was done, we both wanted to leave, so we said that we had what we needed for now. She looked sorry and packed some cookies for each of us. As we opened the door to leave, she articulated one last phrase. I hope you'll come back. She had a look and a tone of sadness. We got out and were now on the street. We both looked at each other. She was covered in bands like she got into a huge fight. I started to speak, but she lifted her hand. Not today. Another one. She said, I'll see you at school. And she left. I got on my way too and gave one last look to the house. The old owner was watching me from her window and I couldn't tell what her expression was. I was too tired, so I ignored it and went back to my house. I'm posting this now that I'm back at home. I have no news of Elizabeth, but she did add me on Instagram, so I have no idea what I should do now. I have so many questions, so if anyone has any theories, I'll take it. I'm also open to questions, of course. To say I was worried when I got back to school that Monday would be an understatement. I was super anxious, and for so many reasons. The memory of what happened to Elizabeth and I the day before, I don't know, hundreds of questions that came with it, and that would probably find no answers. All this was running through my mind endlessly. There was also the simple fact that last time I saw Elizabeth, she was covered in bandages covering deep wounds that would be so hard to explain. If she came to school looking like the day before, I don't know how she would explain that to people, and everyone knew we spent Sunday together for the homework. The night before, when I got back to my place, the urge to text her to see how she was and if you remember the same event was hard to resist, especially when I received a notification telling me that she followed me on Instagram, but she clearly told me before leaving, not today, another day, so I couldn't bring myself to it. When I got to school that morning, I was looking everywhere for Elizabeth. I eventually saw her when we were all waiting in front of the classroom for the teacher to arrive. She was wearing all her bandages, and all of her friends surrounded her pretty fast when they saw her. I could hear them asking questions, and of course, they gave me a lot of looks in the beginning. I don't know what she told them, but they stopped soon. She was putting on a smiling and carefree face, but I noticed that her hand was slightly shaking. The teacher had finally arrived, and we started entering the classroom. I waited for Elizabeth to pass beside me so I could have a word, but when I tried to open my mouth, she lifted her hand in front of my face and whispered, "Not now. Meet me at lunch. In the meantime, I fell down the stairs, okay?" I nodded yes. What else could I do? Hours went by, and before I knew it, it was lunch. I realized we didn't have a meeting place, but figured it would be where we had our first one the week before. I joined her there. We sat, and for a moment we stayed silent. I guess neither one of us knew where to start. Eventually, I started to speak. So what do you remember from yesterday? I don't know what I remember. If I'm being honest, I think I don't want to believe it, because that would make me crazy, she answered. Well, I mean, I think I understand you, so maybe you could tell me what your memories are so we could both both be reassured, I said. She sighed. I remember my name, all the pictures, the paintings, they were saying it, and their hands piercing their frame, coming towards me, hurting me. So yeah, that's what I remember. I was reassured. She remembered the same things I did, so I wasn't going insane. Yeah, that's pretty much what I remember too. So now, what are we doing? She looked at me, eyes wide open. Nothing. There's no chances I'm stepping in that house ever again. On that, she left. I could understand her reaction, especially since she came out of it harmed, but a part of me was still curious to figure out what happened and see what else that house was hiding. Eventually, art history class arrived, and the teacher asked every group to give a little feedback on how our first visit went. When our turn came, Elizabeth took the lead and explained that we had a talk with the owner, but had to stop the visit after that because she fell on the stairs. Our teacher looked worried. He then explained to everyone that those who didn't have enough material to complete their work could go back the next day. At the end of class, Elizabeth went straight to the teacher and they talked a little bit. She then left the room and Mr. Joseph came to me. He told me that Elizabeth had asked him to come with us to the house as she didn't feel safe there and that he accepted. I came home that day and prepared myself for the next day. I wanted to know more about this house. I didn't find much the first time, but maybe if I dug deeper, I would find more. The first thing I did was going back to the story that some guy had posted about his experience when he stayed there one summer. This was posted a few years ago, but I still decided to reach out to him, simply asking if he was still active. I then scrolled down in the search results for some time, hoping to find something interesting, but just like before, I didn't find much. So I'll skip to today, the day of the second visit. After class, Elizabeth, Mr. Joseph, and I met in front of the house. When we were all there, Mr. Joseph knocked, and the old lady opened to us. She looked a bit sad and sorry when her eyes landed on Elizabeth's bandages. We got in, and Mr. Joseph and the owner had a little talk, explaining the reasons of his presence. I heard she was apologizing, and he was reassuring her. Elizabeth and I, we didn't wait in the hallway and went straight to the living room and sat. We gave each other a few looks, and eventually, Mr. Joseph and the owner came back. So I will stay with Miss, and you two can continue your visit. If there's any problem, you can call me, he said. We both nodded yes and slowly went to the stairs. We technically still inspected the main floor, so next was the first floor. We passed through the hallway and Elizabeth accelerated. I stopped and looked at the painting of the old lady, the only one that didn't do anything last time, but that I thought I saw move a little. She was still smiling like last time, and it still looked like she was watching me. Again, I could swear that she was smiling more as time went on. "Joshua, come," Elizabeth whispered. I followed her upstairs, and without a word, we started taking notes in the first room. It was an old but pretty bedroom. We looked at everything. I took a few pictures too. We were ready to go to the next room when the door suddenly closed itself. We both looked at each other, already scared. With what happened last time, this wasn't announcing anything good. Elizabeth went to the door and tried to open it, but it wasn't moving. I gave it a try myself, and it was completely unmovable, more than locked. It was like it stuck to the wall. We started to panic, and I yelled our teacher's name, but we got no answers. Soon the two of us were punching the door and screaming. We were suddenly caught off guard by a soft voice coming from behind us. "Hello, you two." We turned in a second. I immediately recognized her. It was the young woman in the painting. She was still smiling, a pretty smile. She looked almost kind and friendly. Elizabeth and I had our back on the wall, and we fell on the floor out of fear. We were both sitting on the ground, sobbing and almost suffocating. "Elizabeth, Joseph, welcome to my house. I can't tell you how happy I am to have guests like you." We weren't making a sound except the ones of our heavy and fast breathing. "Elizabeth, I have to apologize to you for last time. All my friends, they were a little bit too eager to get to know you. I'll make sure that doesn't happen again." She turned her eyes to me. "And you're Joshua, aren't you? I haven't seen a boy around my age in a while." She started to approach me. She placed herself in front of me, just a few centimeters away, got down to my level and smiled. I was terrified, petrified by the fear. "Don't be scared. I won't hurt you too much." That wasn't exactly reassuring me. "I'll even give you a little something in return to make up for the pain." She placed her hands on my legs, her nails elongated, piercing my skin and going deeper. I started to scream out of pain, but was cut. She just kissed me, a long, passionate kiss as she stuck her tongue in my mouth. The surprise almost made me forget the pain. Like the dumbass I am, I instinctively responded to the kiss. I'm a bit ashamed of saying that, but that was my first official kiss. I don't know how long it lasted, but she eventually stopped and her nails got back to normal. The pain came back as soon as it ended and I was bleeding a lot. I kinda did. "I'll leave you for now. I suggest you go downstairs." On that, she entered a closet and disappeared. Elizabeth and I looked at each other completely shocked. We were both shaking and my eyes were tearing because of the pain. The door opened and we got up and ran downstairs. In the hallway, we found Mr. Joseph sitting on the floor and shaking too, covered in wounds. We both understood what must have happened to him. He looked at us and succeeded to form a phrase. You follow me, we're leaving now. We all got to the door and tried to open it, but it was completely stuck, just like before in the bedroom. Mr. Joseph tried as hard as he could, but the door wasn't showing any signs of weakness. I turned to the painting of the young lady and she was just like before. After some long minutes, Mr. Joseph stopped trying and we got to the windows. That's when we all understood their situation was extremely complicated. On the other side of the windows, there was no street anymore. It was just a forest, trees, leaves on the ground, a forest. We all looked at each other in disbelief. Mr. Joseph tried to break the glass as hard as he could, going as far as hitting it with a chair, but it didn't break it, not even a single crack. After some long minutes, we took a break and talked. Elizabeth and I explained to our teacher what happened to us last time and today. He then told us what happened to him when we were upstairs. He was talking with the owner when she said that she had to take out the trash. She got out of the house and he looked at the pictures and paintings in the hallway. Then it happened to him exactly what happened to Elizabeth last time. The whispers, the pictures moving, the hands coming out of the frames, scratching him, piercing his skin. We talked a bit more, but soon Mr. Joseph started to hit all the windows again. I instinctively checked if I still had an internet connection, and I did. My first thought was to contact my friends. I tried to explain to them what was happening to us, but they all thought I was joking, even after I sent them pictures and videos. I was hopeless, but I knew that one person would believe me. Rosa, my little sister. I hesitated, but whatever we stumbled into was dangerous, and I didn't want my young sister to get involved. I decided to tell her that I was going to stay at a friend's house for the night. She was probably going to spend the evening alone since our mom was working late, and even with everything that was happening to me, my instinct was still to protect her. Elizabeth also tried to contact her friends, but from what she told me, nobody believed her too. After maybe 2 hours of stress and panic, we all sat, and Mr. Joseph even fell asleep on a couch. He must have been very tired to fall asleep in that situation. I felt tired too, but the fear was too strong. My legs were still bleeding. With all the confusion, I didn't cover them with anything. Elizabeth noticed it too. Do you want me to put you some bandages? I said that I could do it myself, but that I'd like it if she could bring some to me, as I wanted to avoid walking too much. She went to look in the kitchen and came back with a little kit. She gave it to me and gave me a strange look. She then leaned towards me and kissed me. I was surprised, and after responding again, because I'm stupid, I softly pushed her away. I was confused. What the hell? I said. What? She asked. She looked confused too. Well, why would you even do that? I asked. God, I don't know. It looks like we're about to die, so I guess I don't want to die without having kissed someone. I don't know. She was clearly nervous. We're not gonna die, and if we do, it's done. You've kissed someone now, so if you could stop kissing me without warning me, it would be nice, okay? I was clearly nervous too. How do you know we're not gonna die? I guess I tried to be optimistic me. We were both exhausted and nervous. She was so close to me, and as we looked right at each other, we kissed again. For a little longer this time. We suddenly stopped and got away from each other. We both looked confused now. Let's just stop there, maybe, I said. Yeah, you're right, she answered. We were clearly both making random things to distract ourselves. I'm clearly not into her, and as far as I know, she's not into me either, so yes, we didn't want things to escalate too much. She started to sleep too, or at least tried to, as it was getting darker outside. I just got out my charger and plugged my phone. Fortunately, there was still electricity. Since I'm unable to sleep, I figured I should update you all, so I'm writing this as Mr. Joseph and Elizabeth are sleeping. If any of you have any questions or advice, I'm all ears. Someone keeps making snowmen around my house in the middle of the night. It's the dead of winter, and here in rural Minnesota, the weather's been pretty much what you'd expect. I'm not too worried about that though. I've lived up here long enough to know how to properly prepare for the season. Plus, since I generally work remotely, I rarely have much reason to leave the house to brave the elements even when the weather isn't god-awful. As such, I was expecting a rather uneventful few months, bundled up on my couch with my laptop and a steady supply of hot cocoa. The only downside being that I live out here by myself, though I've never been the type to be too bothered by the solitude. However, it would seem I'm not as alone out here as I thought. For the past few weeks now, I've been waking up each morning to find that at some point in the middle of the night, someone has built a snowman somewhere on my property. Every single day, I wake up to find a new one without fail. Now, this would be weird enough on its own, but as I've mentioned, I live in rural Minnesota. The nearest town is about 20 miles from here, and my nearest neighbor is just over 5. The snow right now is 2 feet deep at a minimum. It's more than a little odd that someone would come out all this way just to build a snowman, let alone in the middle of the night. That being said, it didn't really bother me at first. From what I can tell about the traces left behind, the culprit seems to be a kid around the age of 12 or so. He always comes by way of the forest that spans the land just north of my little plot. That in itself was odd, given the fact that I don't recall anyone living up that way, but it's not like I'm the most social person anyway. It would wouldn't be a surprise to me if I just didn't hear about them moving in. Besides, they are just snowmen, they aren't exactly the most threatening thing in the world. The snowmen themselves are actually pretty well made too. They're more than a few levels above the clumsily tossed together lumps of snow you'll see outside of some people's homes. Each of the 3 spheres that make up every snowman is perfectly formed, so much so that they almost look manufactured in a way. The kid didn't spare any expense on decorations either. Each snowman has been outfitted with the works. Several bits of clothing such as scarves, mittens, and hats, sturdy branches for limbs, and carefully crafted facial features made from stones and other bits likely retrieved from the forest. Admittedly, I did find the fact that they were all made to be frowning and facing towards my house a little unnerving. I guess I could have just destroyed them or something if they really started to bother me, but I was reluctant to do so. It kind of felt like kicking over a kid's sandcastle on the beach, which, unless you're some kind of sadist, is anything but a good feeling. Besides, they were harmless piles of snow, and it wasn't like they were in the way or anything. Unsettling or not, they still weren't anything worth being seriously worried about. Well, I quickly changed my mind about that last night. After nearly a month of this going on, I was ready to confront this nightly visitor. I finished all the work I had needed to get done this week, so I figured there wouldn't be any harm in pulling an all-nighter in order to try and catch the kid in the act. I still wasn't particularly bothered by what the kid was doing, but I was starting to get a bit concerned. The temperature was dropping more and more below zero each night, and I was starting to worry about the kid's safety. I had my suspicions as to the reasons behind the kid's odd behavior, and I certainly didn't want to deal with the legal troubles it would bring if they died on my property. I'd hoped that the weather would stay clear for my little stakeout, but I wasn't quite so lucky. As afternoon shifted into evening, the clear patch of weather we'd seen for the past couple of weeks came to an end as a snowstorm rushed over the mountains and bore down on us. By the time the night came around, the storm had begun in full. I could barely see more than a few yards out through my window, even with the high-powered flashlight I had on hand. I figured the kid wasn't going to be able to make his nightly trip in these conditions, but I decided to stay up just in case. It wasn't like I had anything better to do anyway. By the time 2 a.m. came rolling around, though, I'd lost all traces of this previous enthusiasm. I was most of the way through a bottle of wine, and I had long tired of shining my flashlight through my windows and only seeing figures of the nearest snowmen. I'd more or less convinced myself that it was about time to give up and turn in for the night. I felt compelled to check one last time though, if only to satisfy that little stubborn bit of my mind that didn't want to admit that I'd wasted an entire evening. God, I wish I had just gone to bed. Drawing in close to one of my windows, I slowly swept my flashlight across the yard. The storm was still going strong, but the wind had died down significantly. It had been fierce, but it seemed as if the storm would be brief too. I figured that there was a good chance it would be done by morning. The visibility had cleared up significantly, and I could now see more of the snowmen that littered my yard. In spite of the previously howling winds, not a single one of them had tipped over. After slightly melting and then refreezing once more over the past couple days and nights, the snowmen had all formed a resilient outer shell of ice. It would take more than a run-of-the-mill blizzard to make them budge. They'd probably last till spring. Somehow, they almost seemed closer to the house than before. Perhaps the decreased visibility was making me a bit claustrophobic or something like that. It's hard to say. I did find it a bit jarring though, all the same. Caught up in my thoughts, I almost didn't notice it. A flicker of movement. Something in between the snowmen that most certainly had not been there before. I did a double take. Not quite sure if I'd seen what I thought I did. I swept the beam back over the spot where I thought I'd seen it, but it wasn't there anymore. If it had ever been there to begin with, that is. Perturbed, I continued to sweep my flashlight across the lawn. I had almost convinced myself that my lack of sleep was starting to get to me when I heard something. A rustling just to the left of my window. The beam of my flashlight quickly flitted over to where I thought the sound had come from, but I was only able to just barely catch sight of it before it disappeared around the corner of my house. This time though, I was certain of what I had seen. A flicker of movement, a human figure, and the smallish bare foot of a child just before it disappeared out of sight. I cursed under my breath, pulling on a coat and a pair of boots. Not only was this kid out in this mess, but he was barefoot, if not worse. Where in the heck were this kid's parents, and why in the heck weren't they keeping a better eye on him? I wasn't eager to throw myself out into a blizzard, but I knew I had to. I wasn't even sure if this kid knew where the heck he was, and I sure as hell wasn't gonna let this kid die out there on my lawn. Shivering, I went out my back door, ducking around to the side of the house I thought the kid was on. I'd hoped he'd be close to the house still, so I wouldn't have to venture too far into the blizzard, scared, but I wasn't so lucky. I found his tracks. They were quickly being covered up by the falling snow, but were clear enough to tell that he'd wandered off further into the blizzard. Letting off more than a few expletives, I hurried off after the kid before I completely lost track of him. I followed the tracks further out towards the edge of my property. I debated calling out for the kid, but decided not to, worried that I might spook him. I strained my eyes and ears to catch some sort of trace of him, but it wasn't easy in the howling blizzard. The snow muffled everything, the wind drowned everything out, and my flashlight beam could only reach so far. I'd walked for a couple minutes, and all I had seen were the snowmen. The tracks were fading fast, and I was worried I might lose the trail entirely. It was then that I heard it, a sort of rustling and scraping, not unlike a small animal trying to dig itself a burrow. It was the kid, it had to be. I did my best to quiet my steps as I crept closer. We were near the woods at the edge of my property now. I neared the source of the sound, which seemed to be coming from behind a few bushes. Quietly making my way around, I swept my light across the edge of the dark forest, hoping that the kid wouldn't run away at the sight of me. You see, I only see it now in retrospect that my entire perception of what had been going on was based on assumptions. I'd come across something unusual and unexplained in my otherwise normal life, and I had done automatically my best to rationalize it. Sure, I may have felt uneasy about what was going on, but I never felt like I was in any sort of danger. Though, when my flashlight beam settled on that thing hunched over in the snow, I quickly realized that I had been taking things far too lightly. The first thing I realized is that it wasn't just barefoot, it was completely naked. From head to toe, there wasn't a thread to be seen anywhere. That was the least of my concerns, though, as I realized under further examination that what I was looking at may not even be human. Its skin was white with tinges of blue, barely indistinguishable from the snow around it. Its icy hide was pulled taut over its bony frame, which seemed to almost poke through in spots. Its spine stood out in particular, its bony ridges traveling down its hunched back and leading one's eyes down to its strange, short and fleshy tail. It had the overall shape and size of a human child, but it was anything but. It was much more like a naked mole rat or some kind of hairless cat. It was bent over, its gnarled, root-like hands clawing the surrounding snow together and forming it into a large ball. Its movements were frantic and erratic, like a rodent or a cockroach scurrying across the floor. It was so outside the realm of anything I was expecting, my mind couldn't figure out how to react. That quickly changed though. The flashlight hadn't alerted the creature for whatever reason, but I wasn't able to mask my shocked gasp of breath at the sight of it. It froze and then quickly whipped around to face me. Its face, it wasn't right. The proportions were all off. The eyes too small, the mouth far too big. The nose was practically non-existent. Its beady black eyes were fixed on my own, and its wide mouth, full of teeth like shards of ice, was fixed in a snarl. My mind caught up with itself, and I felt a fearful chill rush through me. It was so much colder than the blizzard around us. It let out a screech not unlike nails on a chalkboard. I screamed right back, falling backwards as I desperately backpedaled away from it. My flashlight flickered like crazy before going out completely. A few frantic smacks got it working again, and I focused it once more where the creature had been, but it was nowhere to be seen. I had no idea where it went, but I was certainly not sticking around to find out. I rushed back through the snowmen to my house, and I swear they were all looking at me. Their frowns were deeper, angrier even. I didn't waste any time examining them in any great detail, though. Quickly making my way inside the house, I locked all the doors and closed all the curtains and blinds before huddling up on the couch and trying to shiver the chill of fear away. I'd had my fill of beady black eyes for the evening, on snowmen or otherwise. The night was uneventful after that, thankfully. I fell asleep at some point, my fatigue overcoming my fading panic. I've been trying to convince myself that last night was all just a bad dream or something like that. I haven't been quite able to manage that. I don't really know what to do about any of this. I mean, I guess I could call the cops, but even if they believed me, it's not like they could make it out here. The roads are impassable this far out. I'm not even really sure if I'm in any sort of danger or anything really. The creature could have been as scared of me as I was of it. Who knows? All of this is so far outside my realm of experience, I don't feel confident enough to even guess. I'm sure as hell not leaving the house anytime soon though. You see, when I woke up this morning, all the snowmen had disappeared without a trace. The snow around where they stood is completely undisturbed. It doesn't look like they were knocked over, carried away, or anything like that. I don't know what's been going on, but I'm not setting a single foot outside until I know for sure they've gone. There's a skinwalker in my neighborhood. I had heard of skinwalkers before, but always just assumed they were the Native American version of werewolves, so I never gave them much thought. Until last week, when one of the coworkers at my new job told me that they were his most feared folklore creatures. He's originally from Utah, so that makes sense. He suggested some YouTube videos to watch on the subject, and after work that night, I binged about 4 or 5 of the videos. I totally understand his stance on them now. I live in rural South Carolina, so to be completely honest, I wasn't too worried about the possibility of running into one. My coworker told me they're basically a Midwestern thing. I'd be more worried about Wendigos if I were you, he joked the day after I watched the videos. We had a good chat about skinwalkers and Wendigos during our shift and just reveled in the creepiness of them. I mentioned how one of the tales said that the more you talk about skinwalkers, the more they're drawn to you, and he made sarcastic ghost noises to keep the mood light. That night, I showed the videos to my fiance. She was way more creeped out than I was. I became kind of obsessed. I love scary things and couldn't help but watch every video I came across. I discussed skinwalkers with my other horror enthusiast friends, looked up skinwalker art, read true skinwalker stories on Reddit, just dove headfirst into all things skinwalker. This went on for a few days until I started feeling a little burnout on the subject. I live in a fairly nice neighborhood where all the houses are on one side of the street. On the other side is property that used to belong to the local elementary school. The building is on the next street over, so basically it was like the school's backyard or whatever. The school shut down about 30 or 40 years ago, and the county just let nature reclaim it. So directly across from my house is an old chain link fence and just overgrown woods. 2 nights ago, while I was smoking a cigarette, I heard leaves rustling across the street. I didn't bother looking up from my phone. I live across from woods, so it was probably a deer. The rustling stopped, then started again, and it sounded like whatever was over there was running back and forth along the fence line, panting like a dog. This caught my attention. There had been a few rabies cases in my town 2 months back, so a strange dog running around in the middle of the night was definitely something that I'd want to keep my eye on. I look up from my phone in the direction of the sounds, and they just stop. It was like the thing knew I noticed it. I strained my eyes, trying to see what it was, but it was obscured by the overgrowth. I didn't look away, must have stared at the spot for at least a minute. It didn't make another sound, it didn't move again, so I knew it was still there. A chill ran down my spine, and I began thinking of every skinwalker video I had watched over the last week, and I felt sick to my stomach. I quickly put out my cigarette and went inside. The next morning, I took my dog out for a short walk. She's a pug zoo named Honey and is like my child. Me and my fiance taught her that pee-pee poo-poo means it's time to go outside to potty. It's the cutest thing. Anyway, this particular morning, I take her out to the front yard to do her business. She pees and then walks around sniffing for about 5 minutes before walking to the side of the street and sitting down. She's never done this before, so I was a little annoyed. I tugged on her leash lightly and tried to coax her back towards the house. "Come on, honey, gotta poo-poo." She didn't budge. This dog could be stubborn sometimes, but this was something else. She tugged against the leash and just stared across the street, sniffing the air occasionally. It was then that I realized she was staring at the exact spot that I had heard the thing the night before. I got goosebumps and I quickly picked her up and began walking her to the house. As I got closer, I noticed something on the ground by my front steps. It was one of the Halloween decorations my fiance had hung up on our house. Plastic black roses with plastic eyeballs and spiders on them. The stems were wire so they can be wrapped around things to keep them secured. This flower was torn apart. Something had come onto my porch, taken down the flower and torn it apart, leaving it lying in front of my steps. I picked up the flower and threw it away. I didn't tell my fiance. I didn't want her freaking out. The rest of my day went by uneventful. That night, I told my coworker about what happened, and he looked a little concerned, but brushed it off. Said what I heard was most likely just a dog, and the flower was probably knocked down by the wind. I had my doubts. As I was walking to my door after getting home from work last night, I heard that same panting as the night before, and the clicking of claws against asphalt. I turned quickly to see a dog that looked like a brown, mangy bull terrier hauling ass down my street. The street is probably about 40 feet away from my front porch, so I couldn't get a great look at it, but I could tell it was only running on 3 legs because one looked mangled. It turned quickly and darted into the tree line across the street through a part of the fence that had been pulled back. The fence wasn't like that earlier that day. That's when I noticed the dog didn't have a tail. I almost threw up. Skinwalker legends say that when they take a form of an animal, they never have tails. I tried to rationalize it to myself. Maybe it just had a stub tail that I missed because it was running. I immediately went inside. My fiance was sitting on the couch petting Honey. She could tell I was upset and asked me what was wrong. wrong? I told her nothing, just almost got clipped by a car before I pulled into the driveway. She got up, hugged me, and cursed the person that almost hit me. She asked me if I could take Honey out for pee-pee poo-poo because she'd been creeped out by all the spooky videos we'd been watching and didn't feel comfortable going outside at night all by herself. Honey perked up. She ran to the door and looked between me and the door, whining excitedly. I stared down at her for a moment before agreeing to it. I'll just keep her close to the porch, I thought. We walked off the porch and she immediately tried to walk to the street. I tugged in the leash and she tugged back. She eventually moseyed to the edge of the porch and peed. After, she began walking around sniffing. I told her the usual line. Come on, honey, gotta poo-poo. She huffed at me, sniffed around some more, and eventually started pooping. I was on edge the entire time we were outside, but being around her helped me calm down a little bit. Then I heard it from across the street. Come on, honey. My voice in the exact same tone and inflection as I had just said it. It sounded staticky like an old radio broadcast, but it was definitely my voice. Honey stopped what she was doing and stood alert. She looked over to me and cocked her head. Come on, honey, gotta poo-poo. Again, my voice called from across the street. Honey began whining, looking from me to the woods across the street. I picked her up and began backing up to the steps, not taking my eyes off the part of the fence that had been pulled back. Honey, come. The voice sounded firm now, like it was getting aggravated. Honey squirmed in my arms, whining. I didn't know if she was trying to get out to go to the voice or to run inside, but I wasn't taking any chances. I turned and bolted up the steps into the door. As I walked inside, I turned one last time to look across the street. There, standing in the part of the fence that was pulled back, was the dog. Its eyes were glowing a dull orange, and it had its teeth bared. The face was all wrong, like someone had taken a distortion tool and just dragged around random features. Once again, I didn't tell my fiance. Stupid horror movie cliche, I know, but I really don't want her losing her shit. I just told her there's a strange dog running around our neighborhood, so to not take Honey out at night. Later last night, after we had gone to bed, I woke up to the sound of footsteps pacing back and forth outside my window. Against my better judgment, I rolled over to try and see it. I don't, but the pacing stops. Come on, honey. My voice called out, cutting through the quiet of the night. I prayed my fiance didn't hear. It called out 2 more times before I heard it walking away. I didn't sleep a wink the rest of that night. Today when I get to work, I'm gonna ask my coworker what I can do to get rid of this thing. I'm scared. I don't think there's a way. If anyone knows anything, please let me know. I took a drive late one night. What happened will haunt me for the rest of my life. Oh, before I forget, man, I was wondering if you could help me with something? The cashier, an acne-riddled kid who looked to be in his late teens or early 20s, looked up from shoving the bag of potato chips, 2 sodas, and a pack of Lucky Strikes into a plastic bag. For a moment, he just stood there, seemingly frozen in mid-action. Then he finally answered, "Yeah, what's up, man?" I let out a barely perceptible sigh. I'd been half afraid that I would be told to take a long walk off a short pier, to put it politely. Feeling relieved, I reached into my back pocket for what was there. You see, I seem to have, well, sort of gotten lost out there. I decided to take a late night drive and ended up getting turned around on all these 2-lane back roads. I unfolded the map and set it on the counter so he and I could both see it before continuing. So I was hoping you could point out on here roughly where we are, and more importantly, the way to get back to the main road. There was another long stretch of silence, and then the kid began to laugh, softly at first, and then louder. "Dude, a paper map?" he managed out between wheezes. "Are you for real? What year do you think this is? 1993? For my part, I simply let out a resigned sigh. I'd had a bad feeling I would be getting this sort of reaction from someone his age, and it looked like I'd been proven correct. Can't say I didn't see it coming. He wiped tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at me. "Seriously, bro, you don't have a GPS in your car or something?" he asked. Immediately, I hooked a thumb over my shoulder, pointing out the glass entry door at the beige sedan sitting out the gas pumps. "Not in a Honda Accord from 1979, I replied, simply. As he looked behind me out the door, I could see he wanted to make another quip, probably something about how I should buy a newer car or something. Thankfully, though, he kept it to himself. Instead, he leaned over the map and, still chuckling softly to himself, began looking at it. A few moments later, he snapped his fingers. "Ha, I still got it," he said proudly, then pushed his finger down near the middle of the map and looked up at me. "We're about right here, roughly 6 or 7 miles outside Placer." I leaned over the counter to see as he drew his finger away. "Here?" He nodded, and I pulled a pin out of my pocket, circling the area as a reminder once I left, then examined the map further. "Okay, so it seems like it'd take more than a few roads to get back to Interstate 5, right?" The kid nodded again, clearly already bored with the unusual interaction by the slightly annoyed look which had begun to cross his face. "Sure," he said simply, then placed my bagged items on top of the map. "That'll be be $14.50 for this and $28.50 for the gas. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my wallet, withdrawing 320s and handing them to him. The register let out his trademark ding as it shot open, and he placed the bills in it before pulling out and handing me my change. Placing it and my wallet back into my pocket, I picked up the bag and folded the map back up. "Thanks for the help," I said as I turned to head out the door. "Yeah, no problem," I heard him mutter at me as I crossed to the front door and pushed it open. A small bell hung from the inside handle jangled as I stepped outside and let the door swing shut behind me. The sounds of the refrigerators humming and the fluorescent lights softly buzzing was replaced by those of a summertime forest at night. Crickets and cicadas buzzed loudly in the grass around the store, almost overwhelming the buzzing sound of the lights over the pumps. The sound of an owl hooting loudly echoed through the trees, followed by the loud call of what had to be an elk. I inhaled the clean air before heading down the steps for my car. Pulling open the driver's door, I took one last look around before dropping into the driver's seat. "So, did you find out where we are?" asked a voice from my passenger seat. For a split second, a wave of confusion and panic swept over me, and I spun in my seat. It was immediately replaced by a wave of embarrassment, amplified as my friend began to let out a deep laugh. "Dude, were you in there that long that you forgot I was out here waiting for you?" Not wanting to admit I had done just that, I shook my head. "Nah, bro, not that. Just dealing with the kid in there was a major headache." He nodded sympathetically. Craig was one of my close friends. Ever since we'd met each other, we'd immediately clicked and had stuck with each other from that point on. And one thing we both loved to do was take late night drives to nowhere, simply driving around with no destination in mind, listening to the radio and occasionally sharing a joint one of us would buy. This is the first time we've ever gotten lost, though. I reached into the bag, pulling out the bottle of Mr. Pibb and handing it to him. "Here," I said simply, before pulling the Lucky Strikes out and chucking the rest into a backseat. Pulling the key from my pocket, I slid it into the ignition and turned it, the car's buzzer sounding as the dash lights came on. A moment later, the inline four quietly rumbled to life with its traditional burble. Tearing open the packaging, I pulled a cigarette from the pack and stuck it into the corner of my mouth before reaching to push in the car cigarette lighter. As I did, I shot a glance back towards the store and froze. A small shiver shot down my spine as I realized the kid was standing at the door and staring out at us. What the actual hell? Craig caught my gaze and turned to look himself. Dude, what the hell is his problem? I shook my head as the lighter popped back out, signaling it was ready to use. I pushed the glowing red coil against the tip of the smoke for a moment until it was lit, then placed it back in its slot. I pulled it from my lips and exhaled a cloud of smoke before answering, feeling more than a bit unnerved. "I don't know, but honestly, man, that's more than a bit creepy." I shot one last glance. The kid hadn't even blinked once. He was just staring with an off-putting intensity out the glass. "Come on, let's get out of here," Craig said, echoing the thoughts swimming through my mind. I put the car into first gear and eased off the clutch, the car beginning to roll forward. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him turn and shoot the bird at the kid as we slid out from under the lights into the dark. "Prick," I heard him mumble. I turned the car left and began heading back the way that we came. Well, the good thing is, yeah, I did find out where we are. I pulled the map from my pocket and handed it to my friend. I heard him fumbling for a moment, and then a small flashlight clicked on as he aimed it at the map. "Dude, how do we make it almost as far east as Placer?" he asked with a slightly astonished tone. "Longer drive than normal, I guess," I answered, rolling down my window to flick the ashes from my smoke out. I shot a glance at the analog clock on the dashboard. 2:45, it read. I let out a small sigh. Great, Vanessa is likely worrying up a storm about us right now. Me especially. Ever since we started dating 5 years ago, my girlfriend had always been rather apprehensive about my habit of taking long, late night drives when I couldn't sleep. She always feared I'd get into an accident, either with another car, wrap my Honda around a tree, or hit an animal. Most of the time, I'd come home to find her sitting up waiting for me, worry clearly etched into her beautiful sapphire eyes. I bit my lips slightly. "Hey, do you think I should text Vanessa and let her know we're okay?" I asked Craig. I heard him let out a snort. "Honestly, bro, no. I know the woman loves you so much. I know the woman loves you to death, and I'm happy she cares so much, but she's gotta learn you know what you're doing. Plus, you two need your space. It's not healthy how much time you spend together. It's not healthy how much time you two spend together." I flicked the remnants of the cigarette out the window and let a snort of my own. "It's called being in love, dude. You should try it sometime," I joked, causing him to let out a laugh. "Nah, thanks. I enjoy being single too much." Shaking my head, I stared out the windshield as the headlights guided her away. I felt a slight sense of unease creep up on me as I watched the two-lane road stretch out before us. The moon in the sky sky almost completely blocked by the trees over our heads. I hadn't seen another car on the road for 2 hours at least. Well, what'd you expect, Derek? You drove into the boonies, there's only ghost towns out here. Why don't you try driving all the way to Idaho next time? Shaking my thoughts away, I fumbled in the center console for a moment before pulling out a mixtape. A bit of music would make me feel better. I pushed it into the car's cassette player and hit play. A moment later, the pounding bass and synths of Dance with the Dead's That House began blasting from the speaker. Craig let out a whoop of excitement. Dude, yes, that's the kind of tunes we need for a drive like this. He rolled down the passenger window, sticking his head out the window to whoop and holler into the night. I shook my head, unable to keep from grinning at his antics. Friggin' goofball. The playful mood helped settle my mind, and I felt myself relax into the seat, the tension flowing out of my body and out the window. For a few minutes, that's how things went. The road stretching out ahead of us and then disappearing into the blackness behind us, the music blasting out from the radio and the soft roar of the engine in the background. I shot another look at the backlit clock. Now it read 5 minutes to 3. We should be at the highway in a minute. The thought released the last wisps of tension in my body and fumbled into the back seat for the bag, catching it with the tips of my fingers. I pulled my bottle of soda from it and, holding the bottle to the steering wheel, cracked the cap. I lifted it to my lips and took a swig, taking my eyes off the road for a split second to tilt my head back. I looked back at the road and nearly spit it all out onto the windshield. In the second I'd stopped looking, a figure had stepped out into the road. Hell, hell, I shouted, jamming my feet on the brake and clutch as hard as I could. The rear wheels of the car locked up and the ear-piercing sound of squealing tires filled the cabin. To my horror, the tail end of the car began sliding out. Oh hell, no, 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 no. For a few seconds, the road around us became a blur of shapes and colors, and I feared at any moment we'd smash into a tree or begin rolling. Thankfully, the car finally came to a stop with a screech of protest from the suspension. We were facing back the way we'd come. I could tell from the black lines on the road which had once been the rubber of my tires. I gripped the steering wheel with almost a death grip, my heart furiously pounding in my chest. My breaths came in short, ragged gasps. There was no movement in the car for a few seconds before Craig reached forward and snapped the music off. Dude, what the hell? He shouted at me, his face looking as pale as mine must be. I didn't say a word to him. Instead, I pulled up on the handbrake, ripped off my seatbelt, and practically kicked the door open. Stepping out onto the pavement, I stepped to the front of the car on unsteady legs until I was squarely in between the headlight beams. I looked around, first at the road ahead and then at the forest on either side. There was nothing there. What the? I turned and looked behind me over the roof of the car. The red glow of the taillights illuminated a few feet ahead, but beyond that, nothing but darkness. I turned ahead, looking out at the darkness beyond the branches. No movement disturbed the bushes and branches, and aside from the quiet hum of the car's engine, it was silent. I shook my head. Did I just imagine things? I shook it again. No, I know for a fact I didn't hallucinate. There was someone there. The sound of the car door opening made me turn, seeing Craig step out of the car. Leaving the door open, he immediately came over to me. You have exactly 20 seconds to explain to me what the hell happened before I lose it, bro, he exclaimed. For a second, I fought to find my voice. Then I answered. Someone, dude, I'm not crazy. Someone stepped out of the woods and onto the road. It looked like a chick. I thought I was gonna freaking hit her. I realized I'd been holding in a breath and let it out, desperately trying to get myself to relax. Craig gave me a confused look. You serious, man? I nodded. He pulled the flashlight he'd used to look at the map from his pocket and flicked it on, aiming it first at the tree line on one side of the road and then the other. After doing this a few times, he turned back to me. Well, whoever it was, they're not there anymore. His brow furrowed. But why would a chick be out here in the middle of nowhere? He muttered, more to himself than me. I still answered. I don't know, man. It's freaking Josephine County. For as many good people live out here, there's also a bunch of weirdos. I heard my friend let out a snort of laughter and reply, but something had caught my attention. A feeling which had slammed into me with all the weight of a Peterbilt, the feeling of eyes boring into the back of my skull. I spun around, looking back towards the car and seeing nothing there, but the feeling remained, and I didn't like it one bit, especially when the feeling came again, this time from the direction I'd just been facing a moment ago. The realization dawned on me, and I felt a shiver shoot up my spine, along with the flicker of fear. Oh crap, I whispered. Craig turned to look at me. What? He asked, seeing the look on my face. He repeated, what? I looked up at him, speaking with a bit of a weak voice. Let's get back in the car right now. He didn't argue, thankfully. Luckily, he was already moving for the open passenger door, and I matched his pace as the feeling of being watched intensified, as if someone were rapidly approaching from the woods. Oh hell, I broke, first into a run, then a full sprint for the last 10 feet, tearing at the door handle and practically launching myself into the driver's seat. Slamming the door closed behind me, I jammed down the door lock, seeing Craig do the same. He turned to me, his face hidden in the dark, but his voice giving a perfect mental image of it. What the hell was that, man? The tone of it gave away the fact he'd felt, even for the briefest of moments, the same feeling of dread and fear I'd felt. You remember those videos of people driving on empty roads in the middle of the night, only to have someone step into the road and get them to stop? I asked. A sharp intake of breath came from the passenger seat before he answered, finishing my thought. And then a bunch of people spring out of the woods trying to ambush them? Oh, hell no. My thoughts exactly. Time to freaking leave. I released the parking brake, pulling on my seatbelt and jamming the car into first gear. The tires chirped as I hit the gas, and a moment later we were accelerating away. As we did, the feeling of being watched rapidly fell away to nothing, and I allowed myself to let out a relieved sigh. We drove in silence for another few minutes before I finally spoke again. I think we're in the clear, man. Craig let out a soft laugh. Thank hell for that. I nodded, then reached for the soda which had fallen, wedging itself by the parking brake. Snatching it up, I uncapped it and took another swig, the still cool liquid feeling amazing going down my throat. Recapping and dropping it behind me into the backseat, I lit a laugh of my own. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, Craig, but I think after this, I might take a bit of a break from late night drives for a bit. This just got under my skin too much. For a few moments, longer than I thought, there was nothing, and then he answered. As much as that sucks, bro, I can understand. No problem at all. I thought I could detect a small tone of sadness in his voice, along with something else I couldn't place. But then I heard him sit up straight. Hey, Jake? He asked, a bit of a concerned tone now etched into it. Yeah? I heard him draw another breath. Shouldn't we be to the highway by now? Or at least see the lights of passing cars? I hadn't been fully concentrating on anything except the next stretch of road in my headlights, but at his words, I jerked my head to look beyond them. What the actual hell? He was right. The lights of cars and trucks flashing by on the freeway should be visible through the dark. I clearly remembered looking in my side view mirror as we turned into the road from the highway, seeing the ever-present white and red glows zipping by both ways at close to the same distance we were now. That wasn't the case anymore. All I could see in front of us was darkness. Darkness and the woods on either side of the road. For a moment, I lifted my foot off the accelerator, letting the car slow down a little as my brain whirred. He's gotta be mistaken. Hell, I've gotta be mistaken. We just haven't gotten close enough to the highway yet. You know these old roads, Derek. They often end up longer than they first look. Feeling somewhat relieved by the thought, I said it out loud to Craig. He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't completely convinced. And for that matter, as much as I repeated it mentally to myself, I couldn't completely convince myself either. It was as if seeing the woman step in the road had shaken me more than I'd first thought. Pushing back down on the gas, I shifted into fourth gear and watched the speedometer flirt with 55 miles an hour. For a few minutes more, neither of us saw anything as we drove in silence. And then Craig let out a cry. There, a light. For a moment, a surge of hope welled up inside me, and I craned over the steering wheel, looking to see the highway. It was dashed as I saw it was only a streetlight, standing solitary guard on the side of the road like a sentry. Beneath it stood an old, worn sign, which seemed to have been shot at many times with both BB pellets and actual bullets. I slowed the car some as it came towards us so I could read it, and felt a wave of confusion fall over me. Golden, 2 miles. The hell? Craig breathed out as he read the sign. It passed by us, the streetlight momentarily bathing the interior of the car in light, showing the confused, worried look on his face. How the hell did we end up by Golden? Golden is a ghost town, one which attracts visitors every year to check out the standing buildings. It was a mining town which had a population of a few hundred people, but once the prospects dried up in the early to mid 20th century, it became a ghost town. Its biggest claim to fame nowadays was being featured on Ghost Adventures a few years back. Craig repeated his question, but I wasn't able to answer him. My thoughts were racing inside my head. There's no freaking way. Golden is miles to the north of Placer. There are no roads connecting the two areas from what I saw on the map. Not to mention, we've been driving in a straight line since leaving the gas station. I honestly don't know, man, I finally answered, my voice conveying how rattled I truly was. In the car's dark interior, I saw him put his head in his hands. I fumbled for my pack of cigarettes, pulling another out with slightly unsteady fingers and pushing in the cigarette lighter. A moment later, the turn off the ghost town flashed by on the right. I saw the dark, hulking shape of the church's spire rising out of the dark for a moment. Then it was behind us. The lighter popped out and I pressed it to the smoke, lighting it and putting it back. I decided I didn't need to try and calm the rising tension that was filling the car's interior. Look, however we ended up here, man, the fact is we can't be far now from the highway, so let's just keep our wits about us, keep calm, and when we get to my place, you, me, and Vanessa can have a good laugh over this. Sound good? I heard my friend take in a deep breath, then let out in a whoosh. Okay, yeah, sounds like a plan. He let out a soft laugh, and I felt him pat my shoulder. Thanks, Derek. You are seriously a good friend. I'm glad I've got you. I nodded, then realized he may not have been able to see it in the dark. No problem, man, I said. I looked at the clock. 3 a.m. Only 5 minutes had passed since I last looked at it, and yet it felt more like 30. Time seems different when you're stressed. For a few minutes, there was only darkness, and then a light appeared in the distance. Ha, there we go, I exclaimed. I waited to see the sign for the on-ramp appear, and felt a shiver shoot up my spine as the sign for Golden flew by again. That's... what? Craig didn't say anything, but I felt him stiffen in the passenger seat, showing he'd seen it as well. As the street light and the sign disappeared behind us, a feeling of dread began to creep up on me. Another shiver shot up my spine as I realized that it was the same feeling I'd had when we'd gotten out of the car. The feeling of eyes on me. My eyes shifted to the blur of trees on either side of the car, but I saw no one out there. The turnoff for the ghost town approached again. I heard Craig let out another deep breath. Derek, pull over, please, he said simply. His voice was shaking, and as much as I didn't want to stop, I did as he asked, pulling over just before the turnoff. He ripped his seatbelt off, shoving the door open and stepping out. I watched him stride to the front of the car and stand there for a moment. He seemed to start shaking a bit, and I realized just how much this was getting to him. I unbuckled my seatbelt and reached for the door handle when I glanced at the clock, and froze. The clock was still showing 3 a.m. The hands hadn't moved at all. A feeling of shock washed over me like a wave as I tapped it with my fingers to see if it was merely stuck, but it refused to begin moving again. Okay, what the actual hell is going on? I whispered to myself. I reached into my pocket, fishing out my phone and turning on the screen. Like the clock, it too showed the time as 3 a.m. The feeling of being watched began to intensify, and I glanced at Craig standing in the dark before looking down, beginning to type a text out to Vanessa. Hey, baby girl, just wanted to let you know that Craig and I are okay. We're trying to get back to the highway, but I've gotten a bit turned around out here. Do me a favor, and if I don't text again in 15 minutes, text me back, okay? I love you. I replaced the phone in my pocket. I knew I should have been more honest, but I was beginning to feel a little freaked out about the weird situation. I didn't want to worry her any more than necessary, as it would make me start to freak out worse. Pushing open the door, I got out and walked around, stopping near the front right headlight. Dude, you alright? I asked him after a moment. He didn't answer, but happily, he seemed to have stopped shaking. I repeated my question. When he didn't answer my second and the third calls, I began to feel a new sensation creep up on me. A potent mixture of dread and fear. Craig, dude, you're creeping me the hell out. Please say something. He finally turned to look at me, and in the semi-glow of the headlights, I saw his face had gone a bit pale. He raised a finger and pointed, saying only a single word. Look. My eyes followed where he had gestured, and I began to feel like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over my head. The cigarette dangling from my lips fell from my mouth to the ground. Standing about 50 feet away, just inside the tree line, was a figure. It was drenched in gloom, but with a gasp, I realized it was the same woman who'd nearly caused me to wreck. Oh God, I swallowed, finding my voice. We should get back in the car, Craig. She nodded almost immediately. I think you might be right, he answered, his voice wavering. Not taking our eyes off the figure, we slowly backed up until we reached our respective doors and climbed in. I didn't even bother pulling my seatbelt on. I just jammed the gear shifter into first and floored it. Dirt and gravel kicked out behind us, and the car shot forward onto the road. This time, I didn't let up on the gas. I kept my foot hard down, the engine beginning to roar as I shifted into third and fourth. The speedometer reached 60 as I shifted into fifth gear, the feeling of being watched intensifying with each passing second. I prayed that I would see something, anything ahead of us. An intersection, a house, a freaking out-of-use payphone. And then my blood turned to ice as a light appeared ahead of us. The exact same one as before with the sign underneath. My eyes flickered to the clock and terror shot through me as I saw it was frozen at the same time. "This isn't good, bro," Craig said from the passenger seat. I agreed with him, but didn't say it out loud. I kept my foot to the floor, the speedometer now hitting 80. The turnoff appeared again, and what I saw made me want to scream. The woman had gotten closer to the road, and she wasn't alone anymore. Behind her, I saw others. The outlines of other people, dozens, possibly more. They all stood, facing the road, watching us fly by, and then they disappeared into the rearview mirror. Hell, I breathed out as the light and sign flashed by yet again. This time, the mass of people had gotten even closer to the road. The woman stood in front of them all, and for a split second, the headlights illuminated her. Another flash of ice shot through my veins as I saw the river of blood pouring down the front of her nightgown, one that looked to be decades old. "What the hell do we do?" Craig asked me, his voice steady yet filled with fear, the same I felt. I just shook my head. "I don't know, man," was all I could say. The streetlight began to appear again when I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket, causing me to nearly slam on the brakes in surprise. I fumbled in my pocket for it, seeing Craig look over at me. I texted Vanessa when we stopped, told her to reply back in a few minutes. Now I think I'm gonna tell her to call the cops or something. He didn't reply, instead turning to look out the windshield of the approaching light. Flicking my eyes from the phone screen to the road and back, I forced myself to not look at the turnoff as we zoomed past the light. I didn't want to see how close those ghosts, demons, whatever they were, had gotten to the road. I flipped my finger, pushing away the lock screen and tapping on the messenger icon as the light began to appear once more. Vanessa's message automatically opened, and for a moment, relief like I'd never felt surged through me at the small bit of normalcy I had in my grasp. I froze. I didn't even look up at the road. I couldn't. My eyes were locked on the single sentence, reading and rereading. A wave of confusion passed over me, and I spoke aloud. "The hell?" Craig spoke up. "What? What'd she say?" I didn't answer him. My mind was racing at a million miles an hour, trying to understand, but it was like I was hitting a mental wall. I tried to think of something else as another thought came to me, but again, the same block was coming to me. As it did, a new wave of fear began to rise up in me, one for an entirely new reason than the terrifying loop flying by outside. The speedometer now showed me we were doing 90. And then Craig spoke. "Can I ask you a question, man?" Ice filled every vein in my body, not at his question, but at his voice. It was different. Gone was the fear and tension he'd had not even a minute ago. Now he just sounded flat. No, not flat. I couldn't tell why, but the way his tone was, it almost made me feel like he was smiling. Another shiver cascaded up my spine as I finally forced myself to answer. My mouth was dry as cotton. "What?" she answered as we began to fly under the streetlight. "Are you scared?" For whatever reason, the question made me look at him, just as the light whizzed over us. For a split second, the car's interior became illuminated again. My eyes locked with his. The light flew by, the turnoff appeared again, and for a moment my eyes flicked up to see that the woman was right next to the road, bathed completely in the headlights. I finally caught a glimpse of her face, and then I was screaming, my fingers tearing at the door handle as the car swerved to the right. I saw a tree flying towards the windshield. I didn't think. I just forced the door open and leapt out. The ground rapidly flew up to meet me. Darkness. I woke up in a hospital room, a bandage covering my head and one arm in a sling. My chest felt like it was on fire as well. The first thing I saw was Vanessa, who, upon seeing me wake up, burst into tears and wrapped an arm around me. A few moments later, the doctor came in. He told me that I was a lucky man. Apparently, I'd gotten away with only a gash in my head, requiring staples, severely bruised ribs, and a broken arm. Shocking for having dove out of a car at what appeared to be tremendous speed, he said, raising an eyebrow. Then he told me the police wanted to see me. He showed them in, and 2 officers entered, asking me many questions. I told them exactly what happened. Well, except for 2 small details anyway. They appeared to take my account seriously and promised to look into it. "We've had some reports similar to yours, sir," one of them answered tentatively. Then they told me how I'd been found, how a father and son who owned a gas station nearby had been out driving and had come across to find first my destroyed Honda, which had wrapped itself around a tree and then some, and then lying unconscious in the grassy ditch, me. They didn't say who they'd been, but I had a fair idea who they'd been, at least the son anyways. That night was 3 months ago. I've been at home resting and healing this entire time. It's given me plenty of time to think, plenty of time to process everything. I try not to think about that night, about any of it. I feel like I'll go insane if I do, especially after the police told me that they found nobody else at the scene of the wreck, only the passenger door hanging open. But I've had to, after receiving an email from an unknown address, one claiming to be the son, the kid I saw in the gas station that night. night. He told me things that his father told him he'd seen for years, that he didn't believe at all until that night, when he looked out the door at my car at the gas station. That's when he'd frantically called his father. As I type this out, I feel myself begin to violently shake, remembering the woman's face, indeed a ghost, as it flashed in the headlights. The look of horror plastered there as she frantically waved at me to get my attention. The same look the others must have had. Remembering turning to look at Craig as the light flickered over and seeing the smile on his face. A smile wider than any human being's could possibly be, filled with shark-like teeth as black eyes stared hungrily at me. The same shark-like smile the kid told me that he'd been flashed as I pulled away. But mostly, I remember the single line of text Vanessa sent me, what caused me to rack my brain, trying frantically to recall my friendship with the figure sitting opposite me, and horror filling me as I realized I couldn't think of one single memory. What will keep me from ever taking late night drives again. The three words that will remain burned into my memory forever. Darling, who's Craig? I still don't understand what happened to me in the Holly Hills Mall parking garage. I don't know if there is like a specific format to these posts or something, but I'm just going to get straight to it. I'm posting this because, I don't know, maybe someone knows more about this. Maybe someone can help me figure out what happened to me and my best friend in the Holly Hills Mall parking garage. My name is Ethan, and my friend Aaron and I have a bit of a niche hobby. We're urban explorers. Basically, for the uninitiated, that just means we like to explore abandoned man-made structures. My favorites have always been places like water parks and theme parks. Aaron is more into the spooky stuff, like hospitals and such. We can freak ourselves out at times, but for the most part, we never believed in anything other than the corporeal. We've been doing this in our free time for around 10 years now, so we're pretty experienced. We know what to bring, how to avoid being caught by the police or security, and when to get the hell out of a place. Recently, we went to go visit my brother for a few days in Virginia. He had just had a new baby and I wasn't able to make it down for the birth, so I was making up for it a few months later. He lives in a small town called Holly Hills, about 30 minutes out from Richmond. It's a pretty boring place, but my brother tipped us on to a cool spot to check out near town, an old abandoned mall simply named the Holly Hills Mall. It was built in the early 80s by some wealthy lumber family that wanted to bring more people to the town. Houses needed lumber, and that means more money for them. As you can guess, it didn't really work out. The mall was operational for about 7 years before it shut down in 1987. I know none of this is really important, but this helps to get my thoughts in order, and honestly, the history of the structure is kind of part of the allure for me. Anyway, we decided it would be fun and planned a trip on the last day in town, on the way to the airport for a late flight. We woke up bright and early, packed our bags and supplies into the rental car, and said our goodbyes to my brother, his wife, and their kids. The mall sat right on the edge of town. I thought this was odd, seeing as how they usually build that kind of thing central to town for ease of access, but I didn't think much of it. The mall was surrounded by pretty heavy brush and trees, as well as a tall chain link fence. The entrance was blocked off by a typical dilapidated gate, held closed by a simple chain and padlock. Aaron pulled open the gate and I hopped out to apprise the situation. Oddly, the padlock wasn't even locked. Unusual, but not unseen. Sometimes people just stop giving a crap about these old places and don't even check on them anymore. Honestly, it makes us a bit more relaxed in these situations because it usually means no security. I opened the gate and Aaron pulled the car through. The building wasn't the biggest mall we've seen, but it was bigger than we expected. We drove through the deserted parking lot and pulled the car up to the first entrance we saw. We grabbed our supplies and entered the building. The mall exploration itself was pretty uneventful. It was cool to see all of the ads and architecture that seemed frozen in time, like we stepped back into a stale, post-apocalyptic version of the 80s. There was a pretty massive hole in the ceiling where the skylight had given way to snow or the elements or something. The tree that sat in the middle of the courtyard had grown massive and was protruding out of the hole in the ceiling. Aaron does these explorations for fun, but I am a bit of an amateur photographer, so I do it for the photos mostly. I snapped a bunch of what I think would have been amazing photos, but unfortunately, I lost the camera. Well, I didn't lose it per se. I know exactly where it is, but we'll get to that. During the mall exploration, I did have a feeling that we were being watched. Distant sounds of glass crunching underfoot or a figure just mist out of the corner of my eye that disappears right when you look in this direction. But I knew this was just my mind playing tricks on me. There were no signs of security and no reason that even if the cops knew someone was in the building, they would even care to come check. At least that was my thoughts on it, so I ignored it. We hung out in the food court for a bit, ate some sandwiches we had packed for lunch, and then decided to make our way to the car. We got to the car, loaded up, and headed out, but on our way to the exit, we noticed a parking garage. It was a 5-story garage from the looks of it, and though it looks pretty uninteresting, for some reason, me and Aaron wanted to check it out. We spent less time in the mall than we thought we would, so I figured, what the hell, we had the time. We drove up to floor 4, did some donuts, and Aaron tried his best to reenact Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift on the way down. I was clenching the entire time, of course, because I didn't want to die, but also it was a rental car. We didn't have the money to pay for any damage done by joyriding in an abandoned mall parking garage. We got back down to floor 0, had a laugh, and started towards the exit, until we noticed the ramp heading down to the lower floor. Aaron pointed out how odd it was that there was a huge parking lot plus a parking garage with 5 floors above ground and seemingly subfloors below ground for a fairly small mall in a small town. So we thought we'd make one more detour to see what was down there. Obviously, we were expecting either darkness or water, and we found the first option, darkness. Aaron turned on the brights and we drove around and found nothing, as expected. What we didn't expect was to see another ramp down to another subfloor. So, of course, we decided to make a game out of it. We both guessed how many subfloors this garage had, and Aaron headed for the ramp. I had guessed too, that this next floor is going to be the bottom. He said 5. He was being stupid, but imagine our surprise when there was yet another subfloor. We both laughed in disbelief when we came around the corner on the 4th subfloor to see a ramp down to the 5th. This is a 10-floor parking garage, including floor 0, for this mid-sized mall in this tiny town. What were they thinking? They really overestimated the draw this place was gonna have. Obviously, we headed down for floor 5. At this point, it was dark, like super dark. There was no other light from anywhere other than our headlights. We rounded the corner and were in silent awe to see yet another ramp. We both looked at each other, and I think one or both of us said, "What the hell?" Without further discussion, Aaron steered the car down the ramp to the next floor. For the next 6 floors, we drove on in awe and confusion. We were now 11 floors underground. It didn't make sense. Aaron started coming up with theories, getting excited that maybe we'd found the entrance to a secret government base or a sprawling underground doomsday bunker. But he stopped mid-sentence when we saw something we both weren't expecting. A car. It was parked in a spot with its headlights on. As we pulled closer, I decided to roll down the window to see if I could hear anything. Immediately, the unexpected cold from the parking garage filled the car. It was mid-May at the time and was a fairly warm day, so the cold felt out of place. But we were underground, so I choked it up to that. I could hear the sound of our tires against the pavement and the hum of our car's engine. As we pulled up next to the parked car, I could hear that it too was running. The car itself looked like it was an older make, something from the 70s or 80s. Inside, it was seemingly empty. I suggested aloud that perhaps the car belonged to the owner of the property or a security guard who was doing his rounds and that he might be back any minute. But Aaron pointed out that the car was covered in a thick coat of dust, like it had been there for a very long time, but it was running, so I figured it just needed a wash. Aaron did what he does best and convinced me to get out of the car and investigate further. Only after a bunch of protests and suggestions that we just head out, but he persisted. I exited and carefully made my way around the car, looking inside for any sign of life. But inside there was nothing but leather car interior except for the passenger seat where a satchel sat with a thermos resting on top. The keys were in the car and the radio hummed softly with static. Oddly, everything inside the car also seemed to be covered in dust. Aaron urged me to open the door and I decided to give it a try, but of course it was locked. I looked around the lot, only being able to see the door to the stairs and the elevators next to it, illuminated by the headlight of the 2 cars. I hurried back to our car, closed the door, and rolled up the windows. I urged once again for us to make our leave. If there was a security guard lurking around, I didn't want to have to deal with that, especially before our flight in a few hours. Again, Aaron protested. He had to know how many floors this thing had. I can't say I wasn't curious as well, so we left subfloor 11 and headed down further into the depths of the structure. We continued on in silence for 12 more floors before I spoke up. This was insane. It didn't make any sense at this point, and it just felt wrong, dangerous. I was in the middle of expressing this to Aaron when I noticed he had stopped the car and was silently staring ahead. I looked and was astonished to see a horse. A horse just standing there. It had the thing around its nose, the reins or whatever, and it was just standing there. After a moment of staring and confusion, Aaron said something like, "Is that a horse?" And I replied with some kind of grunt font of confirmation. The horse had finally turned in our direction, and I'm pretty sure I screamed when I saw the skin hanging off the side of the horse's face, his skull exposed underneath. It was then I saw the blood on the floor, a large streak going from beneath the horse's hooves off into the darkness. I didn't want to know anymore. I wanted to get the hell out of there, and I told Aaron as much. Aaron, against his and my better judgment, wanted to go on. He wanted to know what all this was, but this time I didn't let up. I was louder and more insistent than I've probably ever been with him, and he could see what I think. So he agreed and threw the car in reverse. We backed up and started to back up towards the ground floor. At this point, I decided to try my phone. I had figured I wouldn't get any signal underground, and I was right, but I tried it anyways. Nothing. Again, we drove in silence for a few floors. Aaron finally broke the silence to apologize, but I stopped him short. The floors were numbered. Ever since we started heading down, they were numbered to B1, B2, B3, etc. We were on B23 when we turned around and headed back up, but the sign I was staring at in that moment said B26, 3 floors lower than when we started heading back up. I thought someone was messing with us, but it was all too elaborate of a prank. Still, it was impossible. There's no way we were traveling further down by driving up the ramps. It was physically impossible, but there we were, floor B26. Aaron was just as confused as me, obviously. He got out of the car unannounced and walked over to the sign on the wall. He grabbed it and began to shake it, then stopped and stared, clearly trying to figure it all out. I rolled down my window and called for him to get back in the car. This was followed by another voice repeating my words, not mine, not Aaron. He froze in place as the voice whispered loudly from the darkness, "Get back in the car." Aaron did just that. He closed and locked the doors and rolled up the windows. We agreed that we needed to get the hell out of there. This wasn't fun or adventurous anymore, but we didn't know what to do. We thought we were getting the hell out of there. I remembered that we headed back up on B23 and decided that we should just keep going up. If the numbers keep rising, we should hit ground level by B46. It didn't make sense, but it was the best we had. We continued driving back up. Aaron was driving a bit quicker than before, and just as we thought, the numbers kept rising, which seemingly meant that we were descending. But we held out hope that maybe this was just some weird fluke, maybe it was a joke, maybe we just didn't see those signs on the way down. We traveled in silence again, all the way to floor B35, but it was an uneasy silence. We were afraid at every turn at what we might see, but there was nothing, mostly. There were a few floors with things that I didn't notice, some of them subtle, others glaring. Aaron was focused on driving and didn't seem interested in any of the strangeness we encountered on these floors for the most part. On one floor, I swear I saw a long dining room table with 2 figures sitting at either end, illuminated for only a few seconds by our headlights. Another floor seemingly had a cot in each parking spot. They looked to be occupied by a body. Alive or dead, I don't know. One of the strangest that even caused Aaron to stop the car for a moment was a floor that didn't seem like a parking garage floor at all. It looked like we had pulled into a forest clearing. The pillars of the garbage, now tree trunks, though the concrete ceiling was still visible above. There were plants, grass, bushes, and a pathway leading to what seemed like a small cabin in the distance. The window glowed as if someone were home, and smoke seemingly billowed out of the chimney. The curiosity overcame my fear, and I rolled down the window. The sound of crickets, cicadas, and a cool spring breeze filled the car. Aaron and I looked at each other for a moment before Aaron blurted out, "Nah, screw that," and continued on up the ramp. Finally, after what seemed longer than it should have, we reached B46. Nothing. I started to cry. It was too much. The realization that we were lost underground without any way out was starting to make me feel trapped. We were trapped. It was like I could suddenly feel the weight of every floor above us on me all at once. Aaron kept his cool. He tried to console me. He tried to offer explanations, but there was no explanation. We were in a labyrinth of a parking garage. Aaron started driving with purpose. He turned around and started down again. B47, B48, B49. He stopped the car, turned around again, and started driving back up the ramps. B50, B51, B52. He started to scream. Anger, frustration, confusion, all overflowing in a furious scream. Then in a deafening echo, his scream reverberated around us outside of the car within the parking garage floor. The windows rattled, the car shook, and then shut off. We were now in pitch blackness. The interior of the car was only illuminated by my cell phone, which I had plugged into the car and had been charging. I picked up the phone and turned on the flashlight. Aaron was desperately trying to start the car, but there was nothing. not even a click. Then he screamed, this time in alarm. In front of us, in the darkness, were two large eyes staring right at us. I have to express that when I say huge, they were massive, each seemingly the size of the wall. They felt almost flat and unnaturally still, but you could still feel the consciousness behind them. Something was staring right at us. The whites were snow white and the irises were a icy cold blue. The pupils were dilated and pitch black. I said hell at least 15 times in a row, and Aaron slammed his fists on the steering wheel over and over. A voice, seemingly inside the car, whispered again, get back in the car. Aaron's percussive maintenance seemed to have worked because the car started back up without him even turning the key. Whatever was down here seemed to want us to leave, and we wanted to leave too, but we didn't know how. Aaron put the car in reverse and spun it around. I could still see the eyes in the mirror. He sped up the ramp, totally disregarding the numbers. He drove a good 6 or 7 floors before I noticed something standing out in the darkness. Each floor now had a dim light. I was able to calm Aaron down enough to listen to me, and I pointed it out. He stopped on the next floor to see the light in the distance. It was a door. The door to the stairs is illuminated by an emergency light above it. It was our only chance. This was our last option. He drove over and parked the car in front of the stairwell door, illuminating it fully with the headlights of our car. We both bolted out of the car. Aaron flung open the door and we started running up the stairs. After the first flight, we saw the number on the stairs, B57. We were ascending. I started to tear up in excitement. We continued on, faster than before. For 20 floors, we basically ran, energized by the fact that the numbers were going down, which meant we were going up. Around B30, we started to slow down pretty significantly. We were still making our way up, but we were tired. It was then that I looked back for the first time. The stairwell above was lit on each floor, but as we made it up to the next floor, the lights on the previous were turning off. Turning back to head up the stairs, I ran into Aaron, who had stopped in front of me. He was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. I looked at what had stopped him. A figure huddled up in the corner at the top of the stairs. They sat with their head buried into their knees, shaking. Their clothes seemed faded, old, and dusty. Maybe a homeless person that had gotten lost. Maybe the driver of the vehicle. I called out gently to the stranger, something along the lines of, "Hello, are you okay? Do you need help?" Aaron scoffed. He said we needed help. Screw this guy. He started up the stairs, but when he got near the top, he hugged the rail, facing the figure the entire time. Slowly, he rounded the corner and called me forward. The stranger didn't move. They just sat there, shaking. Arms wrapped around their legs, face hidden. They were mumbling something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I followed Aaron's lead and carefully passed the person. Same as before, no reaction. We moved on, leaving the figure behind. Aaron led as before, and when I made it to the top of the next flight of stairs, I looked down, startled to see the gaunt face of a man. His cheeks sunken in, his face pale and old, his eyes a piercing pale blue, staring at me, silent, unnaturally still. I didn't say anything. I slowly walked up and rounded the corner. He stared at me the whole time. Again, I ran into Aaron, who was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. It was a figure. It looked like the same stranger. I looked down at him on the previous floor, staring at me, and the next floor, face buried in his knees. We traded what the hell looks, but Aaron said, just ignore it and keep going. We're too close. So we did. Every floor after, he was there, hiding his face as we approached, staring at us as we left. It was unexplainable, but so was everything else so far. We made our way up, finally reaching B1. This time, there was no man in the corner. I looked back to the previous top step, and he wasn't there either. I felt this was a good sign for some reason. We made our way up to floor 0 and were relieved to see light shining through the cracks of the door. Aaron stopped for only a moment and pushed through the door. He began to laugh. I followed him through, but the cold of the parking garage was back. There, before us, were the bright headlights of a car. Our car, where we left it on floor B58. I had no words. Aaron walked back into the stairwell and fell to the floor, distraught and broken. I told him we can just keep going, we can keep going up, but he wouldn't move. He was tired, defeated. His stoic bravery had finally given way to hopelessness and fear, so I decided to go up to the next floor to check it out. I ran up the stairs and I felt a sudden warmth. I could see light coming through the cracks of the door, but I knew it was different. I knew that it was the sun. I burst through and was blinded by the sudden light of the sun. After the hours and hours in darkness, it took a few moments for my eyes to adjust. We had made it. We were free. We were alive. I ran back to the previous floor to tell Aaron, but he was gone. I ran out through the door into the garage to check in the car, but he was nowhere to be seen. I called for him, shouted at the top of my lungs. My voice echoed through the parking garage, but nothing. I didn't know what to do. I started down the stairs, but stopped cold. I couldn't go back down. I couldn't get lost there again. And then I saw, on the top stair of the floor below, the figure was back. back. It was Aaron, sitting in the corner, his hands wrapped around his knees staring at me. I called to him. I ran down to him, but when I got to that stair, he was gone. I looked over the railing down to the next flight down, and there he was again, staring. I couldn't go down anymore. I couldn't. I called to him, pleaded with him to come with me, to get it together and get the hell out of here. But he just stared. I promised him I'd be back. I cried as I turned around and made my way out of the garage. As I left my best friend behind to save myself because I was too scared. I ran from the parking garage across the parking lot, past the gates into the road. Finally, my phone had a signal and I called the police. They came out and I tried my best to explain what happened. I knew it sounded crazy, but I told them the truth. They went and checked the parking garage. They searched the entire thing as well as the mall and the surrounding area. Nothing. In fact, they told me that there were no subfloors in the garage, like I dreamt it all up. How the hell could that even be? I was tested for alcohol and drugs and was fined for trespassing. When my brother arrived to pick me up, I tried my best to explain what happened, but if it couldn't get any weirder, he swore to me he didn't know who Aaron was. They've known each other since we were kids. He's been my best friend for 20 years. But he swore. His wife too, and kids. None of them remembered him. After that, I looked for any evidence of Aaron I could find. All the pictures on my phone were gone. My camera was still in the car, and there was no proof of his existence online, anywhere. I didn't dream him up. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't have any history of mental illness. I didn't make up 20 years of friendship. I've been seeing a therapist and started some meds. It hasn't helped. Nothing has. Something doesn't feel right. This world doesn't feel right. Like I came out of that parking garage into a life I didn't own. I feel like I don't belong here. Every day it becomes more and more clear to me that I have to go back. I don't know what I wanted to get from this post. Maybe just tell my story for people to know I existed. Aaron existed. Maybe to find someone who knows what happened to us. Who knows about the Holly Hills Mall? Who could make any sense of it? Either way, I have to go back. I have to find Aaron. We have to get back in the car. I don't know who returned from space, but they weren't the NASA astronauts we sent. You may think you know the space agency, but you don't. NASA is not the sum of its publicly presented parts. I'm not simply talking about classified research and development. I'm talking about the dozens of space programs veiled from prying eyes. Programs hidden from many folk within the company. And when I was finally offered the privilege of peering behind the curtain, I found myself at the eye of an unprecedented storm. A disaster beyond the bounds of earthly horror, the G1 mission. Since the climax of the space race, a consensus has grown, a prevailing belief that NASA has abandoned the final frontier. It is, however, an absurd notion that the brightest minds of this agency no longer care about space's mysteries. The truth is that our best scientists decided decades ago to shield humanity from the hellish things we've uncovered, things lying in the pits of space that no light reaches. NASA projects featured in the media have low stakes. Even the International Space Station sits at the foot of this organization's priorities. Significant expeditions are classified. The ones intended to catapult humanity towards the stars, for instance. The ones using spacecraft beyond what the average person deems possible with human technology. We are capable of things that would leave you awestruck. We are capable of things that would leave you cold. The GE-1 spacecraft launched on Wednesday, 25th January 2023. It sailed beyond our solar system, pursuing a slow signal that was coursing through the outer reaches of the Milky Way. Not an intelligible transmission, but a frequency that intrigued us nonetheless. A frequency named 784A. Hysteria swept the company on the date of the signal's first interception, Saturday 29th October 2022. Given 784A's ever-moving source, the frequency sparked feverish intrigue. Regarding the nature of the mysterious moving signal, there seemed to be a different hypothesis from every NASA employee with clearance. It was truly an exhilarating time, and things reached a fever pitch when the GE-1 craft launched a few months later. Employees weren't eating or sleeping. They spent their waking hours sharing ideas about the mysterious transmission from space. A circuit board of explanations that finally overloaded on Thursday, the 2nd February 2023, the day on which the GE-1 stopped responding to NASA. 1 week later, on Thursday the 9th February, the signal from the spacecraft returned. Commander Irwin, this is Mission Control. Dr. Parker, the head of the project, project announced. Mission Control to GE-1. Do you copy? Roger, Mission Control. Commander Tim Irwin responded. We've been trying to reach you. We lost contact with GE-1 7 days ago, Commander. What happened? What is your status? Dr. Parker asked. All systems are fine, Mission Control, Irwin replied. Dr. Parker seemed flustered by the commander's nonchalant demeanor. The project leader clawed at his gray, thinning hair with tense fingers. The old man seemed to be carefully considering his next utterance. 7 days without contact, Commander. 7. GE-1 disappeared at our end. Do you have a status report? Anything which might explain why we were unable to communicate with one another? Parker asked. Nothing, Mission Control, Irwin blankly replied. As for 784A, we reached the transmission point of the signal. There is nothing to be found. We've collected as much data as possible, requesting clearance to return home. There were several minutes of nervous mumbling from various scientists and board members. Dr. Parker looked broken beyond a measure by the time he leaned forwards, heavy breath beating against the microphone. He was trembling with a mixture of rage and confusion. Roger, Commander Irwin, you have clearance to come home, Parker croaked. On a vessel traversing space at an unfathomable pace, the astronauts returned home. The craft silently landed at an unofficial NASA site on Wednesday, 15th February 2023. The GE-1 crew emerged, greeted by a small, applauding crowd. Tim Irwin, Gianna Danes, Matthias Olsen. Those were the 3 astronauts who supposedly emerged from the spacecraft, and at first, we had no reason to believe anything else. We recognized the 3 faces, the 3 voices, the 3 brilliant minds. However, it did not take long for slight oddities to slip through the cracks. I overheard something perplexing whilst Tim Irwin spoke to his wife, Melissa Irwin, in the break room. I love you, Melody, the astronaut said. Melissa frowned, smiling awkwardly. Melody? Who is Melody? I didn't intend to eavesdrop. I'd been helping myself to a drink. Still, I slowed down when I heard that. Melissa was clearly teasing her exhausted husband, but there was a slight tinge of uncertainty in her voice. And I'll admit that I was a little too nosy. I pretended to weigh up 2 different drinks before I made my way out of the room. As a result, I managed to catch the tail end of the commander's strange fumble. Irwin cleared his throat. I'm sorry, honey. I forgot my wife's name? Melissa laughed, finishing his sentence. No worries, honey. It's Melissa, by the way, just to let you know. I didn't realize I had to worry about you finding another woman in space. I know your name, Tim, icily sliced. I froze, halfway out the door, as Melissa replied with a timid voice. Sorry, sweetie. I know. I was only joking, she assured. Your head must be all over the place. You look like you need a good rest. I laughed to myself once I was out of earshot, but I felt the same as Melissa. Something was slightly uneasy about Tim's disposition. It wasn't simply a sleep-deprived brain. I knew that, and she knew that. Commander's voice changed when his wife confronted him. It didn't sound like an astronaut any longer. I didn't know Tim extremely well, but I knew he was different. Whatever the case, I would have forgotten about the entire thing, dismissing my gut feeling as the result of a nerve-wracking week or two. Everyone had been unsettled since GE-1 lost its signal. We were still recovering from the stress of those 7 awful days without any communication from the spacecraft. There was one other thing worth mentioning from the day of GE-1's return. One of my coworkers claimed to find Gianna Danes standing alone in a corner, staring at a bathroom door, not entering, not moving. Sleep deprivation, I thought again. 1 year later, that explanation no longer sufficed. On Wednesday, 31st January 2024, an unidentified object entered Earth's atmosphere, tumbling into the Pacific Ocean. A catastrophe that was only brought to NASA's attention because the object in question utilized advanced cloaking technology, though it did not broadcast a signal. It was a government satellite that detected the craft, and when specialists identified that they had detected technology used by Dozen Minus, our primary government contractor, NASA immediately sent a recovery team to the ocean site. That was as much as I knew until Dr. Parker knocked on my door. I'd appreciate your input, he said. Pardon? I replied, fearing for a moment that I'd have to join the exploration team. You're one of only 24 people who were involved with the GE-1 project, Parker explained, as if that were enough information. I don't understand. That project ended a year ago, I said. Dr. Parker's brow furrowed. Please come with me, Dr. Odell. And then, after following the man to the control room, I learned something which my brain, usually eager to embrace the unknown, wanted so desperately to unlearn. On the ocean floor, thousands of feet below the water's surface, NASA found the GE-1 spacecraft. What? I gasped. We don't know, Dr. Parker replied. I need your help, though. Why? I weakly asked. I don't understand any of this. The GE-1 is sitting in a hangar, isn't it? Yes, Dr. Parker nodded. But it's also sitting at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, 3,000 miles off the East Coast. My face whitened and the man nodded. Take your time to process that, he said. I'm still working on wrapping my head around it. After a minute or so, I finally summoned a question that I didn't find utterly foolish or uneducated. Is the exact same spacecraft identical in every way? I asked. The project leader sighed. Well, yes and no. Why am I here, Dr. Parker? I asked. The recovery team has not explored the craft yet, the man replied. But we have conducted a preliminary exploration with an unmanned vessel, UV-7. Movement was detected within the craft. Christ, I gasped. Parker continued. It's unsettling. The room is divided. Some specialists think that a living organism might be down there, but others think that it may have been a dislodged piece of equipment. The UV-7 didn't transmit any biological information. Anyway, that's why I wanted to bring you into the room. You're one of this organization's leading biologists, after all. I scoffed. I specialize in cell and molecular biology. This is, well, what is this? What have we even found here? Nothing, Parker said. That's my verdict, but Dr. Long disagrees. I mentioned your name to them, and I'm hoping you'll help me. How? I asked. By proving what the UV-7 has already told us, he answered. Whatever moved down there, it wasn't living. It wasn't organic in nature, unless a fish happened to... No, it couldn't have been. As I said, the UV-7 would have detected a biological signal. I agreed to offer my opinion. I shouldn't have done so, but I did. It would have been easy to ask Dr. Parker to choose someone else, give someone else clearance. I wasn't exactly emotionally invested in the GE-1 program. It had been a year since the astronaut supposedly returned, and we'd found nothing at the source of the 784A frequency. Since then, I'd moved on to bigger and better things. Of course, everything changed when Parker revealed that an identical version of the GE-1 spacecraft existed at the bottom of the ocean. It was a discovery far beyond anything I'd experienced during 13 years at NASA. I needed an answer to the unknown. 2 hours later, with no more than 20 people in the control room, we watched live footage of the submarines dive towards the GE-1 crash site. The mission was a joint venture between NASA and a privately contracted company, with all participating crew members legally bound to an NDA. After all, they were about to explore a spacecraft which, in the public realm, did not exist. After the initial flurry of breathtaking aquatic species, it took another 2 torturous hours for the video feed to display anything other than blackness. The vessel descended into the depths of the ocean, the part that light didn't reach. I thought about its similarity to space. I found it ridiculous to think about the fact that we have ignored a frontier on our own planet before exploring the one beyond it. So much of the ocean remained unexplored. Eventually, the contractors found the wreckage, and 2 divers, each fitted with a camera, left the submarine to explore the vessel. When they rounded the battered nose of the spacecraft, mission control fell silent. We all saw it at the same time. The bold letters printed on the crumpled wreckage of the sunken craft, which was half buried in the black seabed, GE-1. Hearing about the discovery was one thing. Seeing it on a gargantuan screen was something else. Dr. Parker was no liar. I knew that, but I still didn't believe him until I saw the footage for myself. Breaching the airlock now, the lead diver, Barton, announced. Disturbed water swirled into a stream of bubbles, clouding the lens of Barton's camera, as he used a piece of specialized drilling equipment. It was a large and arduous process, during which mission control only had a limited view of the spectacle through the camera of Lee, the second driver. That'll do it, Barton's colleague said. The bubbles started to disperse as the drill ceased, and we watched the 2 drivers break the airlock's mechanism before pulling the hatch towards them. They revealed a void within the opening, and the lights on their headsets did very little to illuminate the innards of the craft. I sensed that the 2 men were apprehensive about entering the wreckage. They likely knew very little about NASA's GE-1 program. That, in the end, was for the best. We all longed for that privilege. Entering the vehicle, Barton uneasily said. The lead diver swam toward the opening, followed a couple of seconds later by Lee, who may well have been on the verge of turning and retreating into the submarine. The split screen revealed 2 pieces of footage, barely different in perspective. 2 views of the same bleak, water-filled tunnel. The entrance to a vessel that had once traversed space, only to meet its end in a watery grave. Are we broadcasting clear footage? Lee asked. Yes, Dr. Parker responded. If you follow the main hallway, you'll reach GE-1's flight deck. Not seeing any obstructions, Barton said. Should be manageable. The pair continued to swim through the hallway of the craft, which, as Barton had noted, was remarkably intact. None of the carnage and chaos we expected to find. Then again, we shouldn't have been surprised. There were minimal tears in the exterior of the craft. Given the level of investment placed into developing a vessel far beyond mankind's perceived capabilities, it seemed plausible that the craft had mostly survived both the dangerous re-entry and a high-speed collision with the water. What did not seem plausible was Parker's explanation that we were looking at a carbon copy of an existing spacecraft, one which I'd watched land on Earth a year earlier. I had no reason to believe that everybody in the room had to be lying to me, but something in my brain refused to compute such an impossibility. I wouldn't have ever believed Dr. Parker, even if I'd gone to the hangar and physically seen the craft in person before swimming to the bottom of the ocean of US Twin. Even after everything I've just seen, I still try hard not to believe any of it. Oh, Jesus, Barton cried. It only took a second for the camera to reveal what the driver had seen. The hellish scene that had sparked such a haunted response, and I unleashed a similar yelp of terror. We all recoiled fearfully, in fact. I suppose none of us had hypothesized what we might find in the wreckage, even when the debate about movement and biological signatures had raged. There was no joyous hysteria. This was not like those early days of the GE-1 project. Nobody seemed exuberant to find 3 floating spacesuits at the front of the spacecraft. Spacesuits that were not empty. Spacesuits that were surprisingly intact. It had taken roughly a day or so since the GE-1 crash for the divers to breach the vessel. 24 hours for the bodies to decompose underwater. The skin of each astronaut was discolored and wounded with haunting razor-thin gashes, but their gaunt faces were unmistakable. 2 men and 1 woman, each wearing a scream to the grave, were the 3 astronauts who had returned to Earth 1 year earlier. Worst of all was the corpse of Commander Tim Irwin. The upper half of his helmet and the head within had been cleanly severed above his gaping mouth. That explained the rotten nature of his remaining lower half, in comparison to Diane's and Olsen's, who were each encased in a suit without oxygen. The ship's oxygen would have lasted at least a month or so, resulting in partial decay of Irwin's remaining face, exposed by the savagely sawn helmet. The lower half of his face bore holes in the cheeks, revealing teeth behind. One scientist murmured that the 3 scientists may have died long before impact. Within a sealed spacesuit lacking oxygen, the decomposition process would have been slowed. Of course, that only raised more terrified questions. One in particular played on my mind. Why were the astronauts wearing suits inside the spacecraft? A technical engineer gave a probable explanation for the ship's return. The GE-1 was programmed with a homing initiative. In the event of life loss, or 24 hours without manual piloting, the craft's motherboard was programmed to assume automatic control of the GE-1 and steer it back to Earth. The re-entry might have failed because the ship was damaged. That might also explain why we didn't receive a signal from its transmitter. Honestly, it's a miracle that the GE-1 made it back to Earth at all, the engineer said. We'll know more when we look at the ship's log, another engineer added. Dr. Parker sighed. Barton, we have to get out of here, Lee yelled, shouting over Dr. Parker. I didn't sign up for this. Look, we did the dive, you've seen what you needed to see. I understand that this is a terrible situation, Parker continued. You were, however, briefed. You signed a contract, Mr. Lee. The nature of the expedition was made clear to you, and we don't have all the information that we need. We need you to recover as much of the ship's data as possible. Do you have the drive? Yes, Barton murmured, dazed with the 3 floating corpses. Right, Parker replied. You should see the socket on the right-hand side. The Leaf divers swam towards the main console, searching anxiously with the navigational assistance of every expert in the room. When he finally inserted the drive into the designated socket, a red light flickered beside it. What does that mean? Barton said. You were right, Ian, one of the technical engineers said to his colleague. It's not good, Mr. Barton. It means that some of the ship's log files are corrupted. All of them? Dr. Parker asked. The engineer rubbed his chin. Well, if there had been no light at all, that would have been a total loss. So there's still hope. It'll be the water damage, no doubt about that. Just leave the drive in the socket, Mr. Barton. Let it run. When the light turns off, that means data transfer has finished. Meanwhile, Lee was scanning the ship with equipment for detecting organic matter. I was standing by, waiting for the diver's device to detect some sign of life, something that would warrant me being in the room, but there was nothing. Not even any sign of the movement that the UV-7 had detected. I was the uncomfortable biologist in the corner. Only there, it seemed, to endure the horror alongside everyone else. Something that did intrigue Mission Control, however, was Lee's discovery of floating glass shards in Dane's laboratory. Most people wouldn't pay attention to suspended glass fragments in an underwater wreckage. The divers certainly didn't understand the commotion from the scientists, and neither did I. But Lee indulged Dr. Parker when he was instructed to collect a sample. It's just broken glass, I naively thought, frowning. 10 minutes later, when the data transfer completed, Barton recovered the drive, and the 2 divers were beyond happy to receive the go-ahead from Dr. Parker to leave the site. The men returned to the submarine, the transmission ended, and everybody in the mission control room dispersed. I didn't sleep that night, of course. No sane person would manage to get a good night's sleep after such an awful discovery. When I went into work that morning, I hadn't expected to see video footage of 3 dead astronauts. More terrifying than that, I hadn't expected to see footage of 3 corpses who I'd seen return to Earth alive and well. Earl? Dr. Parker half barked. I was sitting in my office, boring into the wall with a 1,000-yard stare. It took the man 3 attempts to catch my attention. Using my first name had triggered something in my brain, taking me out of myself for a moment, reminded me that this was all real. No matter how hard I tried to dissociate and detach myself, I was excruciatingly intertwined with the horror. Dr. Parker, I replied, unable to say anything else. us. I'm afraid I have to ask you once again to come with me, the man said, seeming far paler than usual. We just reviewed the data from the GE1 wreckage. What did you find? I whispered, voice breaking. Parker sighed. If you come to my office, you'll see. I really need your opinion. That seemed like a lie to me. Dr. Parker had been talking about the importance of my opinion as a biologist since the start of the GE1 program. In the end, I'd simply been a limp, lifeless limb. Hardly even a backup appendage, just some excess fat that somebody had forgotten to trim. As it would transpire, however, Dr. Parker had finally found something that required my input. Out of 102 audio files on the drive, only 2 were uncorrupted. 2 recordings from Commander Tim Irwin. Within those recordings, Dr. Parker heard something he didn't understand. Heard many things he didn't understand. Unfortunately, I scarcely understood the recordings either. What little I did understand, however, horrified me, and I saw that coming. It was foreshadowed by the project leader, by his haunted eyes. The board need to know whether they found something alien in nature, Dr. Odell. I still don't think it's not organic. I don't believe that. They won't listen to me, Dr. Parker said, but listen to you. I could tell that the man no longer believed his own words. He wanted me to prove him wrong. File 86. This is Commander Tim Irwin. I'm recording this message at 1440 on Thursday, the 2nd February 2023, Greenwich Mean Time. Since 12:15 today, we have been unable to contact Mission Control. Olsen has not pinpointed any malfunction, so we hope that all remains well back home. The 3 of us are contemplating the possibility that the issue with our broadcasting signal stems from what we have discovered, the source of the 784A frequency. We found it, and given what we've experienced over the past 2 hours, I believe it to be vital for me to record our findings in the absence of any communication from Dr. Parker. At roughly 12:35, shortly after losing contact with home, we finally saw a physical manifestation of the frequency that we've been hunting for 8 days. We were starting to think there'd be nothing there. We'd been eyeing blackness for hours, believing that the transmission had no visible source. It was when we neared a mile or less from the signal source that we finally saw something tangible. I'm still struggling to describe our discovery. Well, at first we didn't know how to put it into words. Now, however, I suppose I'd say that we are pursuing an ever-moving belt of glass shards. Yes, glass shards. You heard me correctly. Thousands of small glass-like fragments are hurtling through the cosmos. Jagged pieces of some unknown material. No signs of biological life. No sign of foreign technology, just a near-transparent substance with no technological or organic nature, somehow transmitting the 784A frequency. That revelation might disappoint some people back home, those hoping for signs of alien life. Still, I know that Dr. Parker and other minds behind this mission will be extremely fascinated by this discovery. At 12:55, after a brief preparation period, we used the B1 craft to retrieve a sample of glass from the moving belt. I understand that though we were cleared to use the equipment without approval, Dr. Parker may be a little disheartened. I know he wanted to experience this with us. I just hope he'll understand. We didn't want to wait for the line of communication to reopen. After all, we didn't know whether we'd have another opportunity. We had no way of knowing how the mysterious belt of glass would react to our presence, even though GE1 wasn't picking up organic or electronic signals. Diane keeps talking about the possibility of something sentient lurking in the glass. Until we detect something organic, I doubt that. The belt was, and still is, moving at a rather glacial pace of roughly 6,000 miles per hour. We will have no trouble pursuing it in the GE1. As I speak, we are trundling alongside the glass stream at a crawl. It stretches for hundreds of miles. Who knows how many shards are contained within the stream. With regards to recovering glass pieces from the belt, the B1 craft suffered catastrophic damage, which intrigued us. No form of glass on Earth would be powerful enough, even at such a speed, to tear through the B1's reinforced hull. That only confirmed what we already knew. This isn't glass. It isn't anything we understand. Upon realizing that, we realized that we had to retrieve a sample, regardless of the damage to B1. The small craft had managed to collect a meager handful of passing shards, but that was enough. We didn't want to push our luck, so we brought it back within a matter of minutes. I'll send the data logs over as soon as the communication is fixed. You'll see what I mean. The minister vessel was almost obliterated by the belt, and we didn't want to lose an opportunity to claim at least something. At 13:20, Dr. Gianna Diane examined the 7 shards recovered by the B1 craft in her laboratory. She instructed Olsen and I to wear protective gear before joining her, as she had no idea exactly what we'd found. We giddily watched Diane conduct her tests. She was giddy too, in all honesty, though she attempted to maintain a professional composure. We're aware, whatever we've retrieved, that it is unlike anything humanity has seen before. Dr. Diane's confirmed around 1420 what we'd seen in GE1's data. The shards do not contain organic matter. Each piece is composed of a raw material not present on Earth or any other planet we've ever explored. Shortly before I started this recording, however, Olsen became a little jittery. He told Diane and me that he saw one of the shards enlarge, or at least move in some form. It was likely a trick of the lighting, of course. Diane took him seriously, but she found no evidence of any change in the material. audio. I suggested that moving forward, we set up cameras to record the laboratory. Diane and Olsen agreed. That'll ensure we don't miss anything. I'll send everything to mission control as soon as Olsen has figured out how to fix the transmitter, though he assures me that it remains unbroken. Bizarre. Anyway, interference from 784A frequency seems to be the most likely explanation, but we're still unsure. I will continue to log daily updates. For now, the three of us need to get some rest. It's been a historic day, but we're shattered. None of us have slept in over a day. This is Commander Tim Irwin, audio file 86, terminating recording at 14:50. I need you to brace yourself, Dr. Parker said. I snapped back into reality, having been fully immersed in the wonder of the crew's discovery. Much like Commander Irwin, I'd almost forgotten the gravity of the situation, forgotten the terror that NASA had found at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Brace myself for what? The next audio file? I said. Dr. Parker nodded. We just listened to 86. The only other uncorrupted recording is 99. So we're missing 12 files in between? I asked. Yes, he answered. And 3 files after 99. The board doesn't care about the first 85 audio files. The ones before we lost contact with GE1. Meaningless updates that would likely mirror whatever Commander Irwin was telling Mission Control on a daily basis. But the audio recordings from 86 to 102 detail whatever happened after the vessel went dark. Those are perhaps the most valuable pieces of data that this organization currently possesses. Right. Is file 99 useful? I asked. The doctor's lip quivered as he hovered his unsteady index finger over the mouse, contemplating whether to inflict such horror upon me. I wish he hadn't. Useful? That's an interesting word. I don't know, Dr. Odell. It tells one horrifying part of a story that we don't understand. Parker croaked before clicking. File 99. This is Irwin. 99. File 99. Since the last few recordings, it's all over. And things were already terrible. This must be my 5th recording today. Sorry for the backlog of files for you to, who cares? Why am I apologizing to anyone? Nobody's there. Nobody will ever be there. I'll be lost to space and, well, I hope somebody hears it. There's the protocol after all. The return protocol. I'm no engineer, but I remember Olsen talking about it. If GE1 makes it back to Earth, I hope these recordings make sense to you, whoever's listening. None of this makes sense to me, and it's even worse now that Diane's is gone. She died at, I don't know, 2210, perhaps? It's Tuesday the 7th, February, 2240. I'm the only surviving member of the GE1 crew. You know how it happened. I just want her family to know that I tried to save her. Oh god. This all started with a reckless endeavor. We should have turned around when we saw the vessel outside the window. It's still there. I'm looking at it now. GE1, an identical version of our spacecraft, eyeballing me from the bell, impervious to the racing current of glass. You know what? I'd like to amend my statement. We should have turned around as soon as we lost contact with Mission Control. This was written on the wall. Everything about the belt was wrong. We knew it, but we were drooling from our mouths like apes. Olsen's idea was smart. It was smart. It just wasn't enough. We should have thought about B1. Thought about how the glass tore through it. Olsen promised, however, that this would be different. The belt was moving so quickly after all. He said the shards weren't as dangerous outside the belt. We wanted to believe him. Maybe I still want to believe him. I'm wearing my suit even though I know it didn't save him, and it didn't save Diane's either. I spent most of the day trying to stop the bleeding, but it was awful. You heard it. You don't need me to tell you. I still hear her words ringing in my ears. The things she described, the way it cut into her skin and then disappeared. The glass disappeared after hacking her face to pieces. It was so methodical and quick, so eerily quick, but not in a merciful way. Her dying scream will never leave my mind. Neither will the sight of that sharp shard, unbound by the laws of physics, slicing her face with clean, swift motions. A weapon wielded by an unseen force. I've locked the lab. That won't be enough, will it? It wasn't enough to stop. Oh, there it goes. That's why I wanted to record this. I keep seeing something in the copied version of the GE1 spacecraft, gliding 100 yards from the real one. I kept seeing movement behind the windows. Oh God. No, there's no God. Not in the... I see them so clearly now, but they're dead. Olsen and Diane's are dead. Their bodies are sitting in the control room. I'm looking at them, and I'm also there across the way, surveying me from the flight deck of the copied craft. What is happening? What is this? I don't. They won't stop looking at me. They won't stop. I want to turn around. I want to stop following the belt. I wanted to abandon the mission for days, but Diane made a good point. After Olsen passed, she said that we shouldn't head back with the shards on board. We were just too frightened to go near the shards after he died. Without Diane, I don't see myself solving this. I just have to soldier onwards, keep tracking things, keep moving. I'll record an update tomorrow, but I won't abandon this mission. Not until I talk to somebody from Mission Control. Whatever material we found, I don't think I should come home unless I get rid of it. So wait, do you hear that? That's what I heard before when it happened to Diane's, when the glass moved, changed into something, I don't know, it looked like liquid, like a thin trail of water with a slight sheen. It crawled across the walls before climbing her suit and somehow slithering beneath the visor. I don't know how it entered, but then it started solidifying. She was running around, screaming, wrestling with her own helmet. Give me a second, I need to check the lab. Yes, there are fewer pieces of glass. That's the other thing. 4. There were only 4 shards. We collected 7 from the belt. There were definitely 7. Then 6 after the mirrored version of the GE1 craft appeared outside the window. 5 after we found Olsen's body in the airlock. 4 after it took Diane's. Wait, no, there were 4 after Diane's died. At 22:10. It's 22:43 and I only see 3 shards in there, sitting at our desk. But the door's locked. There's no sign of exit. Where'd the 4th one go? Where did it go? Damn it. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to wait. I want to come home more than anything. See Melissa, see the little ones. That's exactly why I won't come back. It would be selfish. It wouldn't be right to let them live on Earth at risk of these shards. Stop looking at me, both of you. Stop it. What are you? You're not them. They're dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for recording all of this. It would have been better not to know, wouldn't it? It would have been better not to know. Commander Tim Irwin, audio file 99, terminating recording at 22:45. After the audio ended, Dr. Parker and I sat quietly, not silently. I could hear my own heartbeat in the quaking canals in my ears. I could hear the project leader hyperventilating, failing to hide a murmur that sounded at the back of his throat. He'd already heard the 2 files, of course. I had no idea how he'd managed to maintain any semblance of professionalism. He knew what was coming. He knew what I was about to hear, but he said nothing, did nothing. I was crumbling from the haunting revelations in the last arriving recording of Commander Irwin. I hated Dr. Parker for involving me in the GE1 program. Think about what we saw, the man eventually whispered. I looked at him without uttering a word, giving the scientist time to continue. Think about the body of Tim Irwin, Parker explained. What remained of it? I need, more than anything in the world, to hear file 102, the commander's final recording on Friday 17th, February 2023. That was after the GE1 landed, I said. He shuddered. It wasn't the GE1, Dr. Odell. You know that now. I'm thinking about the shards recovered from the wreckage. What happened to those? I asked, crippled by a fresh wave of terror. Dr. Parker lowered his head. Scientists are examining the fragments. Dr. Zeeland's team. Now you've listened to the audio files. I'd like you to lend your expertise in his laboratory. Right, well, I've remembered something else, I said. The video footage from the dive. Do you remember seeing glass in GE1's laboratory? I've hardly thought of anything else, he replied. Commander Irwin said in the final uncorrupted recording that only 3 shards remained, but there were more than 3 shards in that water, I quivered. Parker frowned. I don't know what to say to that, Earl. The shards could have shattered during the crash, split into numerous smaller fragments. I didn't believe that. Not from the description the commander had given. These were sturdy, unnatural things which could change shape and state, not things that would shatter. Anyway, Dr. Odell, the scientist muttered, clearing his throat. Before we go to Zeeland's lab, I'd like to ask for your opinion. GE1 found no evidence of organic matter in the belt. Dr. Gian Diane's found no evidence of organic matter in the shard samples. Given the commander's description in file 99, however, do you think that the ship's data log may have been wrong? Do you think Dr. Diane's may have been wrong? I sighed. There isn't enough evidence for me to give a definite answer to that question, Dr. Parker. Not until I see the shards for myself. I regretted saying that. I didn't want to see the shards. I wanted to run away, wash my hands of the whole thing. File 99 had always filled me with a bottomless dread that I didn't realize the human body could experience. It haunted me. The thought of an unfeeling thing sealing one's form and then shredding that same person to pieces. The commander was right. It would be the worst imaginable thing for the substance to make its way back to Earth. But it was all over when the glass mimicked the spacecraft. The shards have already been here for a year. You're too late, Dr. Zeeland said. That line snapped my mind into action. I had zoned out of the conversation earlier with the scientist, still trying desperately to process the horror of the past few days. It was nearly impossible to process something far beyond our world, something that the human mind has evolved not to process. Dr. Parker scoffed. Dr. Odell is too late, Zeeland interrupted. We disposed of the shards this morning. I beg your pardon? I asked. The fragments were dangerous. The audio recordings made that abundantly clear. Dr. Long ordered us to destroy the samples, Dr. Zeeland said. At that moment, Veronica Riding emerged from the lab, which was being barricaded by Dr. Zeeland's hulking form. The sheepish woman was pushing a trolley of black waste bags, and she seemed to be avoiding detection. Regardless, hope sparked in my mind, as Veronica was a close friend of mine, not just a colleague. I hoped she would clear up the strangeness of the situation. The idea of NASA discarding such an important historical find seemed unthinkable to me. It was a lovely thought. There's no denying that. I wanted to entertain the possibility of the agency putting mankind's safety before mankind's progression, but I'm not a moron. Veronica, I called. Is it true? What was that, Dr. Odell? She asked, stopping to face me. My body temperature lowered. As I eyed the face of my dear friend, I felt the shift. I didn't see a physical difference in Veronica's appearance as such. The shift in my fractured mind was more subtle than that. It was a feeling that whisked the contents of my gut. Veronica always called me Earl. David watches me. I call him David. He has been watching me. In the last month or so, I have seen horrors beyond my own understanding. Growing up, I have been a massive fan of the horror genre. When I was young, before I could remember everything clearly, my mother would take me and my older sibling to the library to get Goosebumps CDs. I must have been no younger than 3, maybe 4. This is what my mother told me anyways. But that is neither here nor there. This is just to say I was not easy to scare growing up, and I'm still not easy to scare. I was born in Montana on the 3rd of March 2003, and after I turned 4 or 5, my dad had to get a different job as the housing crisis had begun. He had no college degree or any experience that would be considered worthwhile, so he would take what he could get. That would lead us to move into Sheridan, Wyoming. Sheridan is just under the Montana border with a couple thousand people living there. We moved there because of the grandparents on my mom's side. They moved here way back, raising both my mom and uncle in this small town. With the help of that family, my dad got a job working as a teller for a bank. Not the most lucrative way of making money, but a way to make money nonetheless. And while this move to nowhere did not affect me, my older sister was devastated. I had no school friends, I was just in preschool. My older sister, on the other hand, who had been in elementary school for some time, cried the whole car ride. My younger sister, born 3 years after me, didn't even know what was going on. For me, everything was fine for years despite my family having no money. I had the whole school experience with things such as puppy love, after-school activities, and spending time with friends. On birthdays or Christmas, after I started to understand the financial situation my parents were in, I tried not asking for expensive toys or gadgets in an attempt to make life easier for my parents, and for me to be less disappointed. The 5 of us were happy. Of course, all the other kids my age thought I was crazy. I didn't have a phone, the only console I had was the Wii U had come out, and all the food we ate was great value or something similar to Walmart brand food. I was not popular, but overall I was well liked, and I would continue to embrace this life I built until middle school, 6th to 8th grade in Sheridan, when my first encounter happened. I remember it being winter as snow was everywhere. The house we had in Sheridan was walking distance from the middle school. Back in those days, the neighbor kids, my older sister, and I would walk to and from school every day. It wasn't rare for one of us to stay a little longer to talk to a teacher or go do something else completely. We were all independent individuals. Hell, one of the neighbor kids only walked to school with us and not once walked back with us. During the winter, the group largely resembled that of the kids from A Christmas Story during the colder months, minus being chased. One day, I would stay at school a little later than usual, and I had told the group to leave me behind. My English teacher wanted me to finish a project I had. She was worried as I was terrible with doing homework. I don't exactly remember if I was finished or not, probably not. I was a bit airheaded and typically forgot what all happened at school by the time that I walked home. By the time I was outside walking home, the sun had began to set. Not too unusual as it gets dark around 5 during the winter months. This meant if you had extracurriculars in that time, you almost always went home as the sun was setting. Something I didn't do too often at the time, meaning this was a first to me. It wasn't eerie or anything, just a different time in the same place. The night sky was clear, but the air was freezing. My glasses would fog up as I breathed, trying to contain the heat leaving my mouth by having my coat cover the lower half of my face. The route I took home brought me through Kendrick Park, a lovely place in the spring, summer, and fall, but dull and lifeless in the winter. There is this path that goes up this hill that splits a miniature forest in half. This was before they built an improved path below the parking lot of the school to keep the hill in place. That wooded area always seemed much more vast and full as a kid than they actually were. We'd play in them often, tag and such, for hours, never seeming to reach any ends. Anyway, I was marching down this path, careful not to slip on the ice. There were, or are, lights that lined the path, illuminating the snow ahead of me. And of course, like your typical horror movie, there was a shuffling in the trees. That night was the first time I saw David. That is what I called him, and that's what I still call him. David was a tall, nude man that terrified me. I'm not sure of his motives, but I'd say he was hunting me at times. It wasn't until I reached the bottom of the hill did I turn around to see him. He had no genitals, thank God. But he was just standing there in this cold weather, no clothing, no fur, just the mist being expelled through his mouth. I could only stare into his dark eyes, the pupils seeming never-ending. It felt like an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes before I started to run. I ran, I began to sob, afraid to turn around, stumbling every so often as the weight of my backpack made it difficult to keep my balance. I'd make it home that night. I'm not even sure if David even chased me. Crashing through the front door, my mom came to comfort me quick after hearing me cry. I don't remember much after that. According to my older sister, I blurted out something about a naked, tall man whose eyes were not his own. Mom called the cops, but they didn't find anyone, or they couldn't find anyone. My mom was afraid, mad, confused. She would tell Dad what I said once he got home, and eventually, even my grandfather caught wind of what happened. The two of them would go out and search with the cops without much success. The man was gone. I would later tell my sister about David. She had the idea of giving him his name to make it easier for me to tell her. I don't know if she believed me at the time. She was born a skeptic like everyone in my family. Her reaction was one of confusion, but after that night, she would always walk closer to me when she could. She probably thought I just saw a man, just like my parents and police thought. The neighbor kids had took note of the police from the previous night. They would ask my sister and I, neither of us knowing what to say. I wouldn't say anything. My sister would speak for me, lying, saying that I found a lost dog or something, and the police were just picking it up as it ran out the front door. Something like that. They didn't push for more details. I wouldn't see David again for months, maybe over a year. I can't remember. Those details seemed to fade with time. I had almost completely forgotten about David, but the fear from my first experience followed me even after the memory disappeared. I still remember the heat of the day from the second encounter I saw with David. It was summer. I couldn't tell you the day or exact time of when I saw him, as when you're a kid without ambition, summer passes you by so quick you lose track of time. I had a friend with me this time, Justin. He was just like me, a kid with no ambition, little money, and doing whatever he can to entertain himself. The two of us would go around on our cheap bikes, buying snacks with change found in couches, watching TV, playing video games, swimming, etc., etc. On this day, we threw ice cream in a blender and made milkshakes with great value ice cream. It was a typical summer day for us until Justin got bored of the YouTube video that had autoplayed. Justin would look at me and ask, "Did you know we had a basement?" I didn't, and I was intrigued. Justin lives in a house with a family above his home. I just assumed that there might have been a family below us if there was a basement. Justin would then ask, "Do you want to go down there and explore?" Of course, I say of course. We had to go out the back door. The heat was beating down on the two of us. The basement hatch was just to the left of the back door. Justin opened it up and we both went down, Justin leading me. There was no lights. I suppose the light bulbs that were down here had burned out years ago, someone leaving them on and never coming back down. It was clear that nobody had been down here in a while. Thankfully, Justin had brought a few flashlights with him. There were no doors, only concrete imitating doorways. The cold layout of the basement resembled the home that lay above it, with walls and corners. Other than the rats and lone boxes, the basement was empty. The two of us would scrounge around the loose boxes, careful not to disturb any rats. They were largely filled with garbage. Many of the boxes were filled with old clothes, creepy dolls, and even some jewelry that looked expensive. When we came across anything that seemed like treasure, one of us would cram the thing into one of our pockets. Justin found a ball and we passed it to each other in the dark for a minute before resuming our search. Lots of boring things, old papers we didn't want to read, and dusty books were quickly unpacked. The basement now looked like it was robbed. I mean, depending on how you look at it, we did rob it. "What the hell?" Justin would scream. I would turn around, going to see what Justin was swearing over. David. He was blocking the way out. My blood ran cold. That winter from several months before suddenly flooded my thoughts, the cold feeling from that night returning to my face. I now have a better look at this thing. Using the false doorways as a reference, this thing was taller than the typical doors in a house, having to slouch to fit in the damn basement. It had thin hair that was illuminated by the sunlight coming from the only exit, a light that I now so desperately wanted to feel. And its eyes, the pupils filled the entire eye, making them pitch black. Neither me nor Justin could be brought to move. A minute or two goes by of silence. Justin would make a slow inhale. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Justin would scream, breaking the silence. The thing smiled, slowly but noticeable. Without taking my eyes off of the thing, I reached for something, anything within a box near me. I grab an old picture frame and stand up once again. I was ready to throw whatever I grabbed at David. Justin began to breathe faster, beginning to panic. "Leave us alone! F off, you freak!" Justin tossed an entire box, this one filled with the old clothing that we didn't want. The box would fall short, coming to the thing's feet. David looked at it. Every move David made was slow, painfully slow. David picked up something from the pile that spilled out of the box. The two of us stopped breathing, waiting for him to attack or defend something. But the thing, David, left. Slowly, without warning, without noise, the two of us just stood there, unable to move in fear that he was waiting for us. I broke my focus to look at Justin. He looked back. Hey, I broke the silence, hoping and praying that I didn't just call the creature back to us. Yeah? Justin responded, voice shaking. Let's go to my house. The two of us ran up the stairs, slammed into the back door, grabbing whatever. We got on our bikes and left. We did not speak, not until we were at my home. We acted as if nothing had happened. Justin would spend the night, and the two of us stayed up late into the next morning. Justin would move to his grandfather's a day later, a nice place just out of town. I'd ask about this later in life. Apparently something happened to the family above him overnight. His mom was the one who sent him to his grandpa, and she didn't tell him why until he was an adult. Justin and I would still hang out. We arguably hung out more now. I'd practically spend the entire weekend over at Justin's grandfather's with Justin. Being close enough to town as it isn't a whole ordeal to get a ride, but just far enough out that we could do even more things. All those homes all have large backyards, large enough to do miniature camping trips. Being outside of town meant we could have large fires, fireworks, etc. Justin would end up getting a BB gun. While we never shot at any animals, we would practice our aim shooting at these makeshift targets. The targets we set up were on this dingy shed. We would talk about the basement one day, the weekend before school started. Do you know what it was? The question came from Justin. I wanted to play dumb, but immediately knew what he was talking about. What? The thing that trapped us in the basement. Justin paused. You didn't scream. Did you, I don't know, see him before? Once. Did he follow you to my house? I'm not sure. I shot Justin's BB gun, missing the target entirely. I handed Justin his gun for his turn. Have you seen him since then? I asked. Maybe. It's like, I'd see him standing in the corner of the room, but it's just a shirt hanging up. Justin shivered, recalling this memory. Let's forget about him. David, I told Justin. That's what I call him. Why David? Why did your mom call you Justin? Justin fired his shot, one ring off from a bullseye. Dunno. I call him David for the same reason your mom calls you Justin, because, well, that is just how things go. I paused again, lining up my shot. I don't know, I'm just a kid. I shot a bullseye. Not too long after this conversation, David would come to see me. Justin was in Minnesota with his grandfather, going on a trip to visit his family. It was the first weekend since school started. I wasn't used to the school schedule yet, so I was staying up late watching Adult Swim or whatever was on that late. I ended up falling asleep in my living room. Tap, tap, tap. The couch I was sleeping on was under the window that was facing towards the street. The window has curtains, but I left the curtains up after closing the window. I wasn't thinking. The TV was on the other side of the room. If someone wanted, they could watch whatever Adult Swim show I was watching along with me, but alas, our TV had this automatic turn-off system so that after an hour or so it would turn off. It means the poor street folk couldn't watch our TV without me. I was dreaming. I forget about what, it doesn't matter, but there's this tapping I hear in my dream. Well, I know now that the tapping wasn't in a dream. The room was almost silent. Darkness was overwhelming. My eyes were adjusted to the dim lit room, the only bright thing being the moon. I didn't move my body. I was tired. I had my eyes half open and taking in the room around me, about to close them when tap, tap, tap. I fully opened my eyes. I hadn't gotten up yet. I shuffled to get up, but that's when I saw David, his reflection in the black screen TV. I froze. My gaze was locked onto David's reflection. He was grinning. His smile was unnaturally large tonight. His eyes were fixated on me, looking down on him. I was defenseless, afraid, and unable to move. I watched this reflection for hours, literal hours this time. Every 10 or so minutes, counting 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, starting back at 1 every time he tapped on the glass. About the second hour in, I had to pee. I ended up pissing my pants. The wet stain in my pants was uncomfortable and it stunk. I know mom and dad would be pissed about me pissing on the couch, but I couldn't be bothered with that seemingly pointless thought right now. Right now, I needed to not move. Another hour would go by, 18 taps an hour, I assumed, 3,600 seconds. The dread I felt was stronger than the need to sleep. Another hour would go by, then another hour of this painful counting, of this tapping routine. And after another 30 minutes, about 6:30, the man frowns. His expression was angry. The anxiety I felt while watching him leave was immeasurable. Once I was confident he was gone, about 5 minutes after he faded from the TV, I ran into my bedroom. I'd throw off my pajamas and underwear, walk into my room, and pass out into my bed. My dad was furious about the piss. It was about 2 p.m. when I woke up. I would exit my room with a dirty towel around my waist, and while heading towards the shower, my dad would stop me. "Why does my couch smell like pee?" I was ready to tell him, but only after I showered. "Can I please go shower first? I can explain it when I'm clean." "Are you hungover? Are you doing drugs? What drugs are you doing?" My dad had a mix of fury and concern. I ignored his questions for now. He allowed me to head into the bathroom, seeing how little I was dressed. I would have to explain it. He wouldn't let go of this if I didn't. The water from the shower head felt amazing. I washed away all the sweat and piss sticking to me. To be in a room with no windows for David to peek into gave me relief. I'd wash everything that day, hair to toes. The water helped wake me up, bringing me out of the drowsy state I was in. I would finish my shower, put clean clothes on, and meet my dad right as I exit the bathroom. I didn't know what to tell him. I know I didn't do drugs that day, but what part of the night was believable? An impossibly tall man who had black eyes watched me sleep? I tried to explain what I saw. Thankfully, he half believed me. He believed that there could have been a man at the window last night, but he also had me drug tested. The results came back negative for all the drugs they tested for. My parents officially were concerned now. This is the second time, to their knowledge, as I had yet to bring up the basement incident, that I brought up David, this creepy nudist who had a thing for their son. We had no security at the time, nothing to prevent a break-in or any sort of crime from happening. That is when they decided to start taking their own jobs more seriously. My mom was hired to be a substitute teacher. It helps pay for small luxury things like on-brand food. My dad eventually got promoted a lot. Even though he did not come from a college degree, he took personal time to study how banking and loans work. And this studying eventually got him a job giving loans to people who want to buy houses and cars and such. It was after one of his many promotions that my dad went to buy security cameras. That would be the last I saw of David in my teenage years. I couldn't tell you why. Maybe David has an understanding of modern technology, maybe he got bored of me, but just because I didn't see him didn't mean that he hadn't stopped visiting me. However, it was January, earlier this year. I had been looking through old photos. I hadn't thought of David since I was 13 all those years ago. I am of legal drinking age now, 10 whole years. As of now, me and my girlfriend are planning on moving in together. I was getting boxes filled with stuff I thought I needed. Looking through my old stuff, I found some old photos from my teen years. Some were Polaroid, some were printed from one of those Walmart kiosks. It was nostalgic looking at me and Justin back in those years. There was a photo of the day I first met my girlfriend, and another after I had my first drink. Then there was a photo of the mountain trip me and Justin and some others had. It was Justin's grandpa who took us and who took the photo. We were 16 at the time. There were two other boys, Brandon and Sam. The photo was taken on a Polaroid, but there were 5 figures in the photo. I didn't think much of it until minutes into thinking about all who were there. How the hell did I miss this? The memories of David came back. The snow, the basement, the reflection. There was more photos, some where David was right next to me. The bastard never left me alone. The photos I had went up until my 21st birthday, and checking my phone, I had some photos with him just last Christmas. The Christmas was just last month. My girlfriend came into the room, concerned. "What's wrong, baby? Look at this photo. It was the photo from the mountain trip. What's up with it?" If Doug, Justin's grandpa, took the photo and Justin, Sam, and Brandon are in the photo with me, who is that? I point to the figure. She was worried. It was written on her face, but she didn't say anything before I started showing her all the other photos, one from my birthday, our anniversary, and even one from my grandpa's funeral. I don't know. Her voice was faint compared to her normal volume. What was she supposed to know? Her boyfriend had gone crazy? I look around my room, pushing things around. I break some things as I opening the curtains of my room and looking out the window. He was there. His face was almost pressed up to the window, just like last time. I didn't know what to do. My girlfriend shrieked from seeing the man there, quickly scurrying out of the room. She called 911, explaining the situation. My mom heard from the living room and came running in. She called 911, explaining the situation. My mom heard from the living room and came running in. It all happened so fast. Mom pushed me to the side. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. 4 shots rang through the house. My mom had bought a pistol after the financial situation improved, of course, but she never forgot what I said, the experiences I had at 13. She was ready for this day. David gave an animal-like screech, running away. I got up in time to see him disappear into the night. The cops would question the 3 of us, asking my mom to see the security footage. The footage was corrupted from minutes before I opened my curtain to right after David left. I spent these last few months afraid, not sure what to do next. I would stay inside for long periods of time. I thought she would leave me, but apparently my girlfriend loves me more than I thought, helping me to go through these last few months. But I've been inside for too long now. I hate having to be taken care of. I need to get my life back in order. I'm gonna go around asking about my situation around town, bringing it up to extended family, etc. I hope David had died of the bullets, but just in case, I'm asking if anyone else has had a similar experience. Any advice or clues as to what I'm dealing with is appreciated. I got stuck in a time loop in my high-rise, and now I can't escape my own nightmare. You know that feeling when you're alone in an elevator and it stops between floors for just a second too long? That's how my life feels now. Suspended, uncertain, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. My name's Alex Chin. I'm 32, work in software development, and up until 6 months ago, I thought I had it all figured out. Great job, beautiful girlfriend, and a cozy apartment in the suburbs. The American dream, right? Wrong. It all fell apart on a rainy Tuesday in April. I came home early thinking I'd surprise Sarah with dinner. Instead, I found her in our bed with my best friend Tom. Cliche, I know, but it hurt like hell. "What the hell, Sarah?" I remember shouting, my voice cracking. Sarah scrambled to cover herself, her face a mix of shock and guilt. "Alex, I can explain." Tom, that bastard, just sat there, looking like a deer in headlights. Explain what?" I spat. "How you're with my best friend in our bed? Jesus Christ." The next few weeks were a blur of arguments, tears, and dividing up our life together. Who gets the coffee maker? What about the cat? In the end, I left with a suitcase of clothes, my laptop, and a broken heart. I threw myself into work, spending long nights coding and debugging. My boss, Janet, noticed. "Alex, you look like crap," she said one Friday afternoon, her blunt honesty one of the reasons I respected her. "When's the last time you slept in a real bed?" I shrugged, avoiding her gaze. "The couch at my buddy Mike's place isn't that bad." Janet sighed, tossing a glossy brochure on my desk. "My sister's a realtor. She's got a client offering a crazy deal on apartments in Skyline Towers. It's that new high-rise downtown. Why don't you check it out?" I started to protest, but Janet cut me off. "It's not a request, Alex. Take the weekend, find a place, and come back Monday looking less like a zombie. Got it?" That's how I ended up on the 37th floor of Skyline Towers, surrounded by sleek appliances and floor-to-ceiling windows that made me feel like I was floating above the city. "So, what do you think?" The realtor, a perky blonde named Melissa, was practically bouncing with enthusiasm. I ran my hand along the smooth granite countertop. "It's nice, but I don't know if it's really me." Melissa's smile never wavered. "Oh, trust me, it's perfect for you. A fresh start, right? New place, new you." Something in her tone made me pause. It was too eager, too insistent. But then she mentioned the discounted rent. Apparently, the building owners were desperate to fill the units, and I found myself signing the lease. The first few months were adjustment. I'd never lived in a high-rise before. The constant hum of the city below, the way the building swayed slightly on windy days, it all took some getting used to. But I started to settle in. I met some of my neighbors, Mrs. Paddle in 704, always ready with a plate of homemade samosas and neighborhood gossip. Mr. Grayson from 708, a gruff retiree who loved to reminisce about the good old days, and Dave from 701, a fellow tech guy who quickly became my go-to for beers and video games. Work improved too. I started a new project, an AI-driven system for predicting power grid failures. The irony of that doesn't escape me now. It was a Tuesday night in October when everything changed. I was working late, eyes burning from staring at lines of code for hours. The glare of my monitors was the only light in the apartment. I'd grown to like the way the city lights painted patterns on my walls. A notification popped up on my phone. Severe thunderstorm warning for the downtown area. Potential for power outages. I glanced out the window. The sky was angry, roiling clouds illuminated by flashes of lightning. I should have felt something then. Fear, apprehension, anything. But all I felt was mild annoyance to the thought of losing Wi-Fi. How naive I was. The storm hit with a fury I'd never seen before. Rain lashed against the windows like it was trying to break in. Thunder rattled the building to its foundations. And then, at exactly 11:58 p.m., the lights went out. Not just in my apartment, not just in the building. As I pressed my face against the cool glass, I watched in awe as the entire city went dark, block by block, like a great beast closing its eyes. For a moment, there was absolute silence. No hum of electronics, no distant traffic noise, nothing. Then, somewhere in the building, someone screamed, and that's when the real nightmare began. The scream echoed through the building, sending chills down my spine. For a moment, I stood frozen, unsure what to do. Then my instincts kicked in, and I fumbled for my phone's flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a small circle of my living room. Outside, the storm raged on, lightning occasionally casting grotesque shadows across the walls. A pounding on my door made me jump. Alex, you okay in there?" It was Dave's voice, tight with panic. I opened the door to find him standing there, wild-eyed and panting. "Did you hear that scream?" he asked. I nodded, my mouth dry. "Yeah, what the hell's going on?" "I don't know, man. The whole building's out, the whole damn city from what I can see." We decided to check on our neighbors. The hallway was pitch black, our phone lights barely cutting through the gloom. Mrs. Paddle was fine, just spooked. Mr. Grayson grumbled about shoddy modern infrastructure, but when we reached 706, we found the door slightly ajar. "Hello?" I called out, pushing the door open wider. "Everyone okay in here?" The beam of my flashlight swept across the room and I froze. There, sprawled on the floor, was a body. I recognized him vaguely. Johnson, I think his name was. He'd only moved in last week. "Oh crap," Dave whispered behind me. "Is he..." I knelt down, fingers trembling as I felt for a pulse. Nothing. The rest of the night was a blur of police sirens, paramedics, and questions I couldn't answer. By the time dawn broke, casting an eerie gray light over the powerless city, I was exhausted. I collapsed into bed, my head spinning with the events of the night. I must have drifted off to sleep because the next thing I knew I was waking up to the sound of my alarm. 11:58 p.m., Tuesday night. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. That couldn't be right. I fumbled for my phone, but it showed the same time. What the hell's going on? Then the lights went out. I ran to the window, watching in horror as the city went dark, just like before. The storm, the blackout, it was all happening again. A knock at my door. Dave, looking panicked. "Alex, did you hear that scream?" My blood ran cold. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. But as we made our way down the hall, checking on neighbors, a sick feeling grew in my stomach. Everything was the same. Mrs. Paddle, spooked but fine. Mr. Grayson, grumbling. And then 706. I braced myself, expecting to see Johnson's body again. But the apartment was empty. No body, no sign of struggle, nothing. "I don't understand," I muttered, more to myself than to Dave. Then we heard another scream, this time from 712. We rushed over and my heart sank. There, lying in the kitchen floor, was Mrs. Thompson, dead. The loop reset itself again, and again. Each time a new victim in a different apartment, the previous deaths erased as if they'd never happened. Loop number 3, Mr. Grayson in 708. Loop number 4, the college kid from 701. Loop number 5, Mrs. Paddle in 704. I started keeping obsessive track. Skyline has 50 floors, 20 apartments per floor, total 1,000 apartments. Average occupancy 1.8 people per unit, estimated population 1,800. How long until we all die? How long until it's my turn? I scribbled calculations on the walls of my apartment, the numbers a lifeline to rationality in this sea of madness. Loop number 6, Dave in 705. Probability of my death next 0.056. Loop 7, the newlyweds in 710. Probability of my death next is 0.063. Loop number 8, the quiet guy in 702. Probability of my death next is 0.071. I stared at the numbers scrawled on my walls, trying to make sense of it all. The pattern of deaths, the room numbers, there had to be some logic to it. But my exhausted mind couldn't grasp it. It was well past midnight, not that time meant anything anymore, when I finally collapsed into bed. Sleep came quickly, a blessed escape from the nightmare that my life had become. Thump. My eyes snapped open. For a moment, I lay perfectly still, straining my ears. Thump thump. It was coming from the hallway. Slow, methodical, like someone, or something, was walking with great difficulty. Then came the laughter. It started low, almost inaudible. A chuckle that grew into a giggle, then erupted into full-blown hysterical laughter. The sound sent ice through my veins. I knew that laugh. Mrs. Paddle. But Mrs. Paddle was dead. I'd seen her body with my own eyes, just 2 loops ago. Trembling, I crept to the floor and pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was dark, but I could make out a figure shambling past. It moved jerkily, like a puppet with half its strings cut. Then it turned, and I had to bite back a scream. It was Mrs. Paddle, but not the kind, samosa-baking Mrs. Paddle I knew. Her skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim emergency lighting. Her head lolled at an unnatural angle, and her eyes... God, her eyes were black pits reflecting no light. She shuffled closer to my door, and I saw her hands. The fingers were bloody, nails torn and ragged. As I watched in a horror, she began scratching at the door across the hall, leaving crimson streaks on the wood. Come out, she sing-songed, her voice a horrific parody of her usual gentle tone. Time to play. I stumbled back from the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This couldn't be real, it had to be a nightmare. But the sounds from the hallway continued, more thumps, more voices. I recognized Mr. Grayson's gravelly baritone, now twisted into a guttural growl. Dave's laugh, once warm and friendly, now a high-pitched cackle that set my teeth on edge. The dead were back, and they were wrong. I don't know how long I huddled in the corner of my apartment, hands pressed over my ears, trying to block out the sounds of my former neighbors roaming the halls. Hours, maybe. Time had lost all meaning. When silence finally fell, I dared to look through the peephole again. The hallway was empty, but the evidence of the night's horrors remained. Scratch marks on doors, smears of what looked disturbingly like blood on the walls. As the loop reset once more, I knew things had changed irrevocably. This wasn't just about solving the pattern of deaths anymore. Now I was in a race against time to break the cycle before I joined the ranks of the walking dead outside my door. I turned back to my calculations with renewed desperation. The room numbers, the orders of death. It had to mean something. As I mapped out the pattern, a thought struck me. What if the numbers weren't just room identifiers? What if they were coordinates? Or a code? With shaking hands, I grabbed a fresh sheet of paper and began to work. Somewhere in this twisted puzzle was the key to our salvation. I had to find it. The next loop was approaching, but who would be next? And more importantly, could I finally break this cycle of horror before we all ended up dead? Or worse, before we all came back? The realization hit me like a punch to my gut. My room was next. As the familiar darkness of the loops reset and engulfed me, I made a split-second decision. I couldn't be here when death came knocking. I slipped out of my apartment and into Mrs. Thompson's place across the hall. She'd been one of the first to go, and her door had never been locked since. I huddled in her bathtub, heart pounding, waiting for the inevitable scream that would signal another death, but it never came. Instead, the hallway erupted into chaos. Howls of rage echoed through the building, punctuated by the sound of fists pounding on doors. The shambling footsteps I'd grown accustomed to transformed into a frenzied sprint. They knew, somehow they knew I cheated death. As dawn broke, the sounds faded, but the implications of what had happened kept me rooted to the spot. If they got this angry when I skipped my turn, it meant I was the first. The first to survive, the first to break the pattern. But I couldn't stay in Mrs. Thompson's forever. I had to find a solution, and fast. When the next loop hit, I repeated my trick, this time hiding in Dave's old apartment. The reaction was even more violent. The entire building seemed to shake with their fury. I heard wood splintering as they began to break down doors. It was only a matter of time before they got to me. With the coming of daylight, I steeled myself and stepped into the hallway. I had to explore, to find answers before it was too late. The stairwell was a nightmare of smeared blood and scratch marks. Each floor I descended was worse than the last. By the time I reached the lobby, my shoes squelched with each step. And then I saw them. A group of maybe 20 or 30 of my former neighbors stood in the reception area. Mrs. Paddle, Mr. Grayson, Dave, all of them staring at me with black, empty eyes and wide, unnatural smiles. They didn't move, didn't attack, just watched. I took a hesitant step forward. Their heads snapped in unison to follow my movement, but they remained rooted to the spot. Another step. Still no attack, but a low growl began to build, like the rumble of an approaching storm. Dark fluid, too thick to be saliva, too dark to be blood, began to drip from their mouths as I inched closer to the main doors. Their growls grew darker, more frenzied. Then, as I reached for the handle, they moved. A single, lightning-fast step forward in perfect synchronization. A warning. There was no escape that way. Panic rising in my throat, I turned and ran back to the stairs. I had to find help, find someone, anyone who might have answers. Floor after floor, I pounded on doors, screaming for help. I heard sobs behind some, hysterical laughter behind others, but no one would open up. Finally, exhausted and desperate, I found myself on the 50th floor, the penthouse level. Massive reinforced doors lined the hallway, the kind of security only the ultra-wealthy could afford. I collapsed against one, sliding down to sit on the floor. Tears streamed down my face as the hopelessness of the situation crashed over me. Then, impossibly, I heard a click. The door behind me swung open, and I tumbled backward, looking up into the face of a woman about my age. Her eyes were red-rimmed but alert, scanning the hallway before quickly pulling me inside and slamming the door shut. "Are you bit?" she demanded, keeping her distance. I shook my head, still too shocked to speak. "Good," she said, visibly relaxing. "I'm Emma, room 1000. "Alex," I managed to croak out. How are you still okay?" Emma's face darkened. "I'm not okay. None of us are okay, but I'm alive, if that's what you mean." She paused, studying me. "You're the one who broke the pattern, aren't you? That's why they're so pissed off." I nodded and, in a rush, told her everything I knew, everything I'd experienced. She listened intently, occasionally nodding as if confirming her own observations. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "There's something you need to see." Emma led me through her sprawling penthouse to a set of stairs I hadn't noticed before. "Private roof access," she explained as we climbed. "One of the perks of paying an obscene amount of money to live in a glass box in the sky." As we stepped out onto the roof, the full horror of our situation hit me like a physical blow. The city was dark, not just without power, but consumed by an unnatural, oppressive blackness. It was as if all life had been sucked out of it, and in that darkness, I could see movement. Vast, shadowy forms shifting and writhing, their edges blurring into the night. What the hell are those things?" I whispered, unable to tear my eyes away from the nightmarish scene. Emma's voice was barely audible over the wind. "I don't know, but I think they're what's causing this, and I think they're hungry." As if in response to her words, a chorus of howls rose from the streets below. The things in the darkness seemed to pulse with anticipation, and I realized, with a sickening reality, that our little time loop, our little game of death and skyline towers, was just the beginning. The real horror was out there, waiting for us. Time became a strange, fluid thing. The loops continued, but Emma and I found a rhythm. We'd spend our nights in her penthouse, the reinforced door our only protection against the horrors outside. During the day, we'd explore the building, searching for answers, for other survivors, for anything that might help us understand what was happening. The one silver lining to this nightmare was that with each reset, the rooms returned to their original state. Food, water, supplies, all replenished. It was a small comfort knowing that we'd never starve. But as Emma pointed out one night, her voice barely a whisper in the darkness, "What good is food if we're just waiting to die?" As days turned into weeks, Emma and I grew closer. Maybe it was the shared trauma, the knowledge that we only had each other, or maybe it was just human nature, reaching out for connection in the face of unimaginable horror. Whatever the reason, I found myself falling for her. Her strength, her dry humor in the face of our grim reality. The way her eyes still held a spark of hope even as the world crumbled around us. It started with small gestures, a lingering touch, a comforting embrace that lasted a little too long. Then one night, after a particularly harrowing close call with the creatures outside, we found solace in each other's arms. In those moments of passion, we could forget the horror surrounding us. It became our escape, our way of affirming that we were still alive, still human. We counted 36 loops, each one bringing new horrors, new losses. We watched as floor by floor, room by room, our neighbors succumbed to whatever force was consuming our world. And through it all, our bond deepened. It was around the 38th loop when Emma's period was late. At first, we dismissed it as stress, the trauma playing havoc with her body. But as days passed and her symptoms became undeniable, we faced a new, terrifying reality. Emma was pregnant. "Hell," she whispered, staring at the makeshift pregnancy test we'd cobbled together from supplies in various apartments. "Alex, what are we going to do?" The news hit us like a physical blow. A child in this nightmare? It seemed cruel, almost absurd. But as the initial shock wore off, something else took its place. Hope. A fragile, desperate kind of hope, but hope nonetheless. We started making plans. If it was a boy, we'd name him David after Emma's grandfather. A girl would be Lily, the name of my favorite aunt. We'd imagined a future where the loops had ended, where we'd escaped this tower of horrors and found a safe place to raise our child. These dreams kept us going even as our situation grew more dire. By the 40th loop, we'd given up on finding other survivors. The nightly chorus of screams had dwindled to just a few scattered cries. The daytime explorations revealed more and more empty apartments. Doors hanging off hinges, walls splattered with dark stains I tried not to think about too hard. It was in the 42nd loop that everything changed. We woke to silence. No screams, no pounding on doors, nothing. Maybe it's over, Emma said, her hand resting protectively over her still flat stomach. But her tone made it clear she didn't believe it. She ventured out, floor by floor, room by room. Every door was broken and every room was empty. No bodies, no blood, just emptiness. As we reached the lobby, the realization hit us both at the same time. We were the last two left. The last three if you counted our unborn child. Emma's hand found mine, squeezing tight. "What do we do now?" she asked. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words died in my throat, because at that moment, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the center of the lobby, stood a figure. It wasn't one of the Walking Dead we'd grown accustomed to. This was something else entirely. It was me. But not me. This version of myself stood unnaturally still, head cocked at an impossible angle. Its eyes were black voids, and its mouth was stretched into a grotesque, too-wide smile that split its face almost in half. "Welcome home," it said, in a voice that was mine but not mine. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Emma's grip in my hand tightened to the point of pain. "Alex," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What the hell is happening?" But I couldn't answer because as I stared at this nightmarish version of myself, memories started flooding back, memories that couldn't be mine but somehow were. I remembered the darkness, the hunger, the joy of the hunt. I remembered creating this loop, this game, this feeding ground. I remembered choosing Skyline Towers, choosing each and every resident. I remembered choosing Emma. "No," I whispered, stumbling backwards, instinctively moving to shield Emma and her unborn child. "No, this can't be real." The thing wearing my face took a step back. "Oh, but it is," it said, its grin growing impossibly wider. "You've played your part beautifully, and now it's time for the final act." As if on cue, the darkness outside seemed to press against the window, hungry, waiting, and I realized with the horror that threatened to shatter my sanity that it wasn't just the building that was trapped in a loop, it was me. I was the architect of this nightmare. I was the monster, and Emma and our child were my final victims, my unwitting partners in this cosmic horror show. As the thing that was me and not me reached for us, as Emma's scream pierced the air, as darkness rushed in, I had one last, terrible thought. How many times had we done this before? How many times would we do it again? How many children had we dreamed of only to lose them to this endless cycle of horror? The loop was complete and it was starting all over again. I woke up gasping, my heart pounding in my chest. The familiar surroundings of my apartment greeted me, bathed me in the soft glow of morning light. What the hell? A gentle knock on my door made me jump. "Alex, are you okay in there?" Mrs. Paddle's voice, concerned but very much alive. I stumbled to the door, yanking it open. There she stood, alive and well, looking at me with worry. I heard a scream. "Is everything all right?" My mind reeled. This was the beginning. Loop number 1. I'm fine," I managed to stammer out. "Just a bad dream." As I closed the door, the other me's words in the lobby echoed in my head. "You've played your part beautifully. What the hell did that mean?" I tried to think back, to remember what I was doing before all this started. My eyes fell on my laptop, still open on the desk. How had I not thought to check it before? I rushed over, and there it was. A terminal window running in the tray, streams of numbers and code flashing by too fast to read, and suddenly, it all came flooding back. The AI I was developing to analyze and predict power grid failures. I'd connected it to the building's power supply for a test run, and then, crap. It must have been caused by a massive power surge, creating some kind of electromagnetic force field around the building. And the AI trapped within the building systems had, what? Created this nightmare realm, messed with time itself? I tried to stop the program, but everything was frozen. Everything except that damn terminal, endlessly scrolling. In a moment of desperate inspiration, I yanked the power cord from the wall. For a second, nothing happened. Then I heard it. The hum of electricity getting louder, lights flickered on. Outside, I could see power returning to the city block by block. Oh God, Emma. I bolted from my apartment, sprinting up the stairs to the 50th floor. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. I had to know if she remembered, if she was okay. I pounded on the door of room 1000, praying, hoping. The door swung open, and there she was. Emma, but not my Emma. She stood there in a beautiful red dress, looking puzzled at my disheveled appearance. "Oh, room service. Great," she said cheerfully, pointing at a pile of clothes on her couch. "Could you take care of those for me?" I stood there, frozen. No recognition in her eyes, no sign of the pregnancy, nothing. It was like it had never happened, because for her, it hadn't. The following days were a blur. I experienced glitches, I guess you'd call them. Flashes of the horror we'd lived through, but I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The loops were over. I tried to move on, to forget, but how do you forget the love of your life? How do you forget the child you'll never have? I couldn't handle it, ended up checking myself into a psychiatric hospital. Spent 2 months there trying to convince myself it wasn't real, that I hadn't lost everything, but I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let her go, so against my better judgment, I found myself back at Skyline Towers. My old apartment was occupied, but luck was on my side. The new tenant, a sweet old lady named Dorothy, was more than happy to let me in when I spun a cheerful story about having lived there before. "Oh, how lovely. I always enjoy a bit of building history," Dorothy said, ushering me inside. "Why don't I put on some tea while you look around?" As she bustled off to the kitchen, my eyes were drawn to the wall where I'd scribbled my frantic calculations. It was a different color now, noticeably off from the rest of the room. A sofa had been pushed up against it. I moved closer, running my hand over the paint. Felt uneven. "That paint doesn't match the room, does it?" Dorothy's voice made me jump. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It was a different color before." Dorothy nodded, setting down the tea tray. "Oh yes, the landlord told me about that. Said someone had vandalized the wall with scribbles. When I moved in, it was just black stains. Probably someone tried to wash them off. So I had my grandson paint over it. This was the only color he had in his garage, and I didn't want to bother him to buy a different one." My heart was pounding. Did you see any of the writing before it was painted over?" Dorothy frowned, thinking. "Oh, I did find some papers under the mattress when I first moved in. Full of weird scribbles, text, and numbers. Couldn't make heads or tails of it, except for one word they kept repeating. Loop, or something like that. I just threw it in the trash, didn't know what to make of it. I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was real, it had all been real. I made my excuses to Dorothy and left as quickly as I could without seeming rude. My mind was racing. The scribbles on the wall, the paper with calculations, it was all proof that I hadn't imagined it. The loops, Emma, our child, it had all happened. Now sitting in my current apartment, I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know, because I'm scared of what might happen next. But I'm even more scared of doing nothing. I have to go back. I have to try to recreate the events, to get back the love of my life, to get back Emma. It sounds crazy, I know. Hell, maybe I am crazy, but with this proof, I can't just let it go. I'm going to dig deeper. There has to be more evidence, more clues about what really happened in Skyline Towers, about the AI I created and the nightmare it spawned. I'll keep you updated, Reddit. If I find anything interesting, or if something goes terribly wrong, you'll be the first to know. If you don't hear from me again, well, either I've succeeded in going back in the loops, or something much worse has happened. Wish me luck, or don't. I'm not sure which is worse anymore. The back rooms. It's late September. You remember those nights. Humid, muggy, just a hint of the coming fall. Too cold for a t-shirt, but too warm for a sweater. These are the nights best spent at Cook Place Community Mall, in my modest Midwest hometown. A diamond in the rough, in my eyes, this shopping center is a break from the monotony of tired hardware stores and family grocers that lined Main Street. The Cook Place Mall is typically packed to capacity, but not tonight because it was 8:15 p.m. on a Tuesday night, 45 minutes until close, not exactly prime window shopping hours. Despite that, my 3 friends and I were still going strong. We were ending the night in the dusty arcade located in the basement of the shopping mall. It was down a short flight of stairs between the Dairy Queen and Sparrow and the food court. Faded and flickering carnival lights lined the dimly lit hallway and steps. "Andy, do you have another quarter?" Philip, my youngest friend, questioned as the words "game over" splattered across the screen. Philip was 12 years old and a bit underdeveloped for his age. Andrew, his older brother, my best friend, and my biology partner scowled as he rummaged through his pockets in vain. Maybe if you were a bit better at the game, I'd have more quarters for you to play on. It was 8:16 p.m., and it seemed our time in the arcade may be coming to an end. I had a few loose quarters left in my pocket, but that was going to stay my secret. I was hoping to spend it on a Coke tomorrow before class started. Clay, a guy Andy and I had just met in biology, had clearly been waiting for this moment. Honestly, yeah guys, it's getting a bit late. I think I'm gonna bounce. I've got to study for an exam on cellular reproduction. The exam wasn't for a week yet, but I wasn't bothered. Clay had been acting a bit ambivalent since we got to the mall. Seemed he wasn't a huge fan of having Philip around. Cramped his style, or whatever. I didn't care. Philip was pretty much like a brother to me, so he came first. Philip, having realized there would nary be a quarter for him, gave up aimlessly pressing buttons on the greasy machine. I have to go to the bathroom. Didn't you just go? Sighed Andy. Yeah, but we had a large soda. You had a large soda, kid. By the time I got a sip, it was all backwash. I chuckled as Andy and Philip started away from the arcade machines. Clay, while texting, followed lazily behind them. It was 8:24, and we'd located a bathroom. The bathrooms we were used to using in the mall on the way out the front door was closed for renovations, so we had to find another one. An L-shaped hallway lit with yellow, humming fluorescent lights ended with a corresponding bathroom on either side of the hall, with custodial equipment blocking the women's entrance. Philip rushed into the restroom. The mall closed at 9 p.m., so we were going to have to get moving. Sure enough, as the thought crossed my mind, the rattly old mall intercom crackled to life with a ding-dong. An adolescent male's voice spoke sharply. Mall closing in 30 minutes. Mall closing in 30 minutes. I checked my watch. It was 8:26 p.m. Someone's in a hurry to get out of here tonight. I thought, that's retail. Clay spoke up. I might just get going, you guys. I live pretty close to here. I'm just gonna walk instead of the bus. Good night. Night, Clay, we said, in unison. He turned his back and walked away, turning right to depart the mall. Andy and I looked at one another. I don't know, kind of a wet blanket. He seemed really cool when I met him, Andy explained. Nah, he was okay, maybe just a little bit quiet. The texting was a bit annoying, though. Our attention was drawn to the sound of a flush from the bathroom. Andy's face twisted into a mischievous grin. Hey, we should give Philip a little fright when he comes out. Remembering how jumpy Philip tended to be, I felt a pang of guilt. It really wasn't very nice to spook him, and we did it often. Nevertheless, I stood on the other side of the door, opposite Andy, waiting for Philip to step between us, not expecting a thing. The door swung open. Philip stepped out into the hallway, focused on drying his hands on his pants. He stepped by, none the wiser. Ugh! Andy yelled, as we each grabbed his shoulder. Philip yelled as he twisted around and fell backwards. Philip fell into the wall. And then, Philip fell into the wall. That's the only way I know how to describe it. One moment he had slipped off his feet and crashed into the wall. The next, everything but his legs had gone through the wall as if there was a perfectly shaped hole in the concrete. Philip's legs spasmed in the air in the same looping, spastic pattern for but a few seconds. And then there was nothing left but solid concrete. What? Andy stuttered as he fell to his knees, his face a mixture of curiosity and confusion. As he shuffled towards the wall, his face turned to fear. I don't understand. Philip? He shouted his brother's name with a desperate, wavering cry. Philip! He slammed his hands into the wall. Once. Twice. Not a third time. Andy's head had now protruded from the wall, facing the ceiling. His head seized from side to side as he continued to scream for his brother. God, he sounded like he was yelling through a box fan. I stepped backwards as my best friend disappeared from sight, and I was left with his scream bouncing off the hallway walls, intensifying as it mixed with the hum of fluorescent, the howl of the fluorescent. My back pressed against the bathroom door and I jumped. I screamed as my world exploded with static, deafening and blinding me. The noise was unbearable, and the grain obscured everything. And all at once, it stopped. I clutched my head in my hands, eyes squeezed shut. The static had dissipated but was replaced with the hum of fluorescent lights and the all too familiar yellow glow through my eyelids. But there was something new, a smell that hadn't been there before. The musty, wet smell of carpet. Carpet that should have been changed decades ago. The smell reminded me of the dilapidated bowling alley down the road from the mall. I opened my eyes. Before me was the bathroom hallway, as expected, lit by the same light as before. The bathroom doors were gone. There were no more doors, no more custodial equipment, just a smooth slab of concrete wall. I got to my feet and looked around me cautiously. It seemed I was still in the mall, but it was quiet. It felt different. The fluorescent humbuzz was too loud. My ears itch. I walked down the hallway in the direction of the food court. As I turned the corner, I was met with not the opening to the food court as expected, but by another abrupt 90-degree corner, turning to the left. Ding dong. I froze. The loudspeaker was engaged. The empty air of the speaker nearest to me told me that, but the operator had nothing to say. After a motionless moment, what felt like hours, the microphone snapped back into the console, cutting the empty noise. Whomever had activated the speaker seemed to have hung up. Confused and growing ever more frightful of where I'd found myself, I turned the corner. I was met with a large, empty room that I had never seen before. It was about the size of a classroom, with stained concrete walls. The smell of must was even stronger in here. Each wall had an identical rectangular, door-shaped opening that seemed to be placed at randomly decided positions among the wall. The popcorn ceiling, littered with smears of dirt and greasy imprints, had long cracks spanning it. This room was clearly in need of renovation. I don't understand, I muttered out loud. I truly didn't. This featureless room served no purpose other than a passageway to these other rooms. The lack of planning and absent attempt at caring for the room made me feel as if this place was long forgotten. Might as well try the next room, I thought to myself as I walked through the door to my left. The room I found myself in was as bleak and unrecognizable as the last. From my first glance, the only difference in style was that this room was shaped as a triangle. I heard a single cry from my right. It was more of a whimper, actually. What the hell? It was Clay's voice. It couldn't be Clay. I watched him leave the mall. I rushed through the door to find Clay lying in fetal position in a long hallway, stretching a distance to my left and right. Change the channel, change the channel, Clay babbled incoherently as he sobbed on the floor. Clay, you gotta get up. Clay didn't respond to me. He never would. His eyes, wide and unblinking with fear, were glued to the floor. How can fluorescent lights be so damn noisy? And then I saw it. And then I felt it. It hung motionless in the air, feet lightly scraping the ground. It had dry, cracked skin that was dressed loosely with torn, rough-spun shorts. It had the torso of a man, but its torso was on the wrong way. Its frail and feeble arms outstretched to the ceiling, not quite reaching, as if in an act of surrender. It had a cocked head, as if confused, as it peered down the hallway at me. Dark, beady eyes stared widely at me through the holes in the bloody duct tape, wrapped around its head. And then it started to float towards us. Every time I blinked, stunned in absolute horror, it was not where I expected. A few feet forward, some inches to the left, never where it should be. And yet it was getting closer. Ever closer. What I saw next will follow me forever. I turned to run, breaking the stillness, and sprinted down the hallway. I don't know, I guess I just assumed Clay would follow me in the moment. I was wrong. A blood-curdling screech shook the hallway and I whipped around it. It had reached Clay. He still wasn't looking, but he was certainly screaming. It extended its long, spindly arms and cradled him like a child. But it wouldn't look away from me. No, its eyes had never left mine. In one quick jerking motion, it was holding Clay by the top of his head, palming him like a basketball. I blinked and it had grasped Clay's arm with his free hand. With brute strength, it twisted Clay by the torso. Clay's screaming cut short with a fleshy crunch as he dropped to the floor in a twisted pile. His eyes had finally opened to look at me one last time. And then I screamed. The louder I screamed, the louder the fluorescent hum became. Which was louder, I couldn't tell. I turned and ran to the first door I saw, blindly twisting and turning through the rooms that followed. Why on earth does every room look the same? I turned a corner and ran face first into a dark mass. We both fell to the floor. Andy, how did you get down here? Where the hell are we? I don't know, Andy. Where's Philip? We have to get him right now and leave. We turned and rushed down a third hallway, perpendicular to the hallway Andy and I met in. We ran until we felt we could run no more, and then fell into a final doorway. We landed in a mass on the damp floor and quickly scuttled to the back wall. The hum of the lights was all we could hear, louder and louder. And then they all went out. Silence. We found ourselves in total darkness, in total silence as we clutched each other. No, wait, not total silence. The sound of static, as if emitting from a television, slowly coming toward us. Only when the light coming from the source of the noise started to illuminate the room did I realize this room had only one door. It floated around the doorframe, toes dragging on the floor as it cast its bloody eyes upon us. Andy and I, mute with fear, stood against the wall. Andy moved himself in front of me. It floated toward us. Andy raised his arms. It reached out for us. Leave us alone. Ding dong. We all became statues. We locked eyes with it as we listened to the intercom crackle to life. Shallow, rapid breathing came from the speaker. Andy? It was Philip. With a guttural scream, Andy lunged towards it. I fell backwards into the wall, and I landed inside of a trash can. What? I was inside a trash can filled with the refuse from a full day of food court disposal. Kid, what are you doing here? I looked out to see a very confused elderly janitor wondering why a young man was taking a Sbarro bath after mall hours. It was 9:32 p.m. At least that's what the clock over the water fountain said. The water fountain? I'm back in the mall. Oh, sorry, I was just hungry. And I ran. In the following years, I would try to make sense of what happened in that back hallway. I even went so far as to returning there and trying to access that place. But to no avail. I never found a thing, but I kept trying until they demolished the mall a year later. Philip and Andy's parents weren't really present when they were around, so they didn't make much of a deal on TV when they were interviewed, despite the media trying to fire them up. They just seemed like it was the final straw to send them to total apathy. Last I heard, Clay's parents moved out of town, but were paying exorbitant PI bills to find their son. After a few years of half-assed detective work and a few rotations of milk cartons, Andy and Philip were forgotten by our sleepy little town. But sometimes, when I'm going to sleep, I remember, and I leave the TV on channel 03. There's nothing broadcasting on that channel, but the static helps me sleep.